Nearing the end of 2025, we're ready to go racing here at America's National Park of Speed for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs, unofficially known as the Olympics of Amateur Road Racing. 6 wildly different cars will go racing around this historic track, and we will crown 6 worthy champions. Hi folks, Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Lewis McLeod for this first race of the day as we dive into what should be a thrilling sequence of racing, I have no doubt, Lewis. We start here with the Formula V, and this is something that's going to sort of define the night. For the most part, cars with relatively less power, which you and I both know means some great racing.
It's, look, for one, great racetrack. It's one that we love racing around here at Road America. But then we've said it time and time again, you remove as much downforce as you can, remove as much power as you can. Generally speaking, we get some really good racing. And the 6 cars we have, I'm sure, will produce 6 excellent races, all of which will be 35 minutes long.
And qualifying could be somewhat important to put yourself towards the front, stay out of any drafting battles in the mid-pack, and losing the slipstream of those at the front of the field. We'll have a couple of other commentators join us through the course of the night as well. Here's a look, though, at the iRacing special event calendar coming to a close. 3 events in December, mixing things up in terms of disciplines, and most excitingly, ending once again, Lewis, with the Production Car Challenge. You and I had some fun with that one to close out 2024.
We did have an entertaining run, of course, at VIR, and a good chat, good banter. It's always a good way to end the year. Something pretty exciting, and I guess more entertaining and more casual than what we get, obviously, when everything begins again in January and everyone starts focusing on the full esports stuff, and it all becomes that fight for the Daytona 24-hour, which is the most subscribed event in sim racing. It's a very wild switch up between what we get at the end of December and what we get at the start of January.
Couldn't be more wild in the contrast, especially considering the classes and cars on offer. Qualifying underway, drivers get the track to themselves, this historic America's National Park of Speed, the Road America road circuit, undulating. And while a lot of the corners do look quite similar, 90-degree left and right-handers, they are anything but identical. There's little nuances that really do have to master, and see who's been able to figure it out. Drivers, I do also believe, have qualified their way in to this super session of Super Saturday. That means that we have 3 splits of competition, but this is not the top I-rated drivers by any means. No, instead, it's all based on the points that they earned in the week leading up to this event. 5 minutes left to go. No time set in qualifying. They're beginning their time lapse now. We're on board with the 27 as he breaks the timing beam.
Yeah, and of course, one of the main things to note about this qualifying session, you get 2 laps over the run of this qualifying session, which, you know, you've got more than enough time to do so. Although one thing that you'll note in cars like what we're racing here, it's a long lap. It is a long lap with a lot of straights, a lot of time to really think about what you're going to do next. And you know, sometimes that can kind of get you out of the flow a little bit. But you know what, I genuinely think the rest. You say about like qualifying and track position is going to be really important. I actually think less so. I think it will be. I think we're going to get a big pack race.
I think pack race, yes, but I always say danger zone, right? Middle of the pack, back of the pack. You increasingly put yourself at risk of being unable to avoid any of those wrecks in front of you. The further far up you are through the field, if I can get my words out early on this Saturday morning, the less risk effectively you take. Under that Corvette bridge, as you climb your way up to what is effectively the highest point on the track, it's all a bit of a descent down from here, not taking the wide arc into the corner because he's really just trying to minimize the distance. And one thing I do feel like, Lewis, is based on these times right now, there's no guarantee of you actually finishing that second lap time if you have a slight issue on lap number 1. So you do need to be quite careful in your choices there, although that was very considered out of turn 8 in putting the power down. That did not seem like a full-out attack on this middle sector.
No, but then in this car, sometimes it can be quite hard to figure out as to what is actually the full push and what's not. Obviously, we go through the kink now, turn 11. I mean, if you're counting, we've definitely not gone through 11 corners, but I'm sure we're talking about that a fair amount over today's racing. I think you're absolutely right, though. The big thing is the time in the session, of course, with it being only 10 minutes, with you only getting 2 time laps. If you mess about too much, I'm not sure it's a guarantee that you'll be able to get both laps. And I don't think anyone's going to be getting both their laps in.
We're just trying to figure that out for these particular Formula Vs. Now, of course, when we get to the GT4 slightly later on, they will be able to get their 2 laps in. But yeah, no, Zachary Robinson's going to head out of the final quarter and hopefully hasn't picked up an off track on the left side, exiting out up towards that NTT bridge at the blast of the line. First lap time's in, it's a 2:47.309, the benchmark from Thomas Sinclair. A couple of cars within a tenth or so as the rest filter in. Robinson with a 49.854. That's going to punch him towards the edge of the top 10 for the time being, but lots of drivers still ready to run their way up to the line.
Yeah, we ride on board with Borgstrud, of course, trying to come through this final sector. You're getting those lap times going, but of course, to be fair, you'd normally say that reference would be something which these drivers can focus on and then really focus on trying to beat. But you're already most of the way around the lap. It's kind of almost irrelevant by this point. Obviously, here we've got Borgstrud, who's driving a livery, which I think you might have designed, actually, do you know?
Definitely has the artistic skill required, do I, to paint that one. Yes, no, the eye for that. That's a quick lap time, though. Second on the board, and by 12 1/1000ths of a second. It's very, very tight at the front now between our main contenders. 25 times currently thrown down. Already seen at least 3 drivers make that 4 now, who are on lap 2 and might not get a chance to finish up the qualifying session. Ellis Spice into 10th. Here comes Ladar running down in towards the corner.
Yeah, whilst we saw Borgstrud come across the line, obviously Wenger went up onto the provisional pole position. Pretty sure he used to be the manager for Arsenal. There's still got obviously a few more cars to come across the line, but I'm not necessarily sure that pole time is actually going to be challenged here. There's a solid lap around here with the 47.2 in these cars, but some tight margins up towards the top. Tight, well-contested race here to open up the evening.
And I was watching some of the SCCA Runoffs action earlier this year in the real world, where they were out here at Road America as well. They had plenty of drama. They had plenty of action as well, to be fair. This is a track that always tends to bring a little bit of spice. Ladar jumps his way into 7th, so that's a pretty good time as the seconds tick away and we get ready to go for the first of our 6 races here in the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, and it's Alexander Wenger who grabs pole position, 12 thousandths though, clear of the challenging pack, and so we'll throw 35 minutes onto the board. It means about 13 laps of racing, and run down through our starting grid. Alexander Wenger alongside of Alexander Borgstrud, while Thomas Sinclair and Avery Mendoza share row 2. Luca Becker in a beautifully designed car has got Michael Bell for company.
Then it's Ladar in 7th position with Lim in 8th. We've got Skula and Marzuki on the 5th row of the grid. And of course, Spice and Rogers in 11th and 12th.
I believe JC Schooler's planning to do all the races today, by the way. We'll keep an eye on that. I know. Justin Huffman, Andrew Love, row 7. Sulman Khan and Christopher Cassiano behind them, while Kevin Parrish and Rob White make up row 9.
Got Todd Wakefield, the Kiwi, from 19th position with Christian Flagg from 20th. Montgomery, then DeVirus starting from 22nd position. Zinke, who's quite well versed, we're told, about driving this car in real life, alongside Scott Brooks in 24th.
And we're only about 1.5 seconds off draft or play. It's part Lilac Zier, Landon Slagen, Lance Snyder, Carl Streichart, Ken Poulin, and then Maxwell Solar, the first driver with no time on the board.
Just 3 more cars, being Isley, then of course Robinson and Johnson at the rear end of the field. 33 cars are doing 35 minutes. I think we're going to get some good racing. I think it's going to be very tight toward the front. I'm not sure which of these drivers is going to come out on top, because I don't think it's as simple. I think you can genuinely win from pretty much anywhere on this grid.
I think if the pack stays clean, that is a fair point. Question is, where is the first bit of trouble going to brew from? We'll get a full formation lap, it would appear, as well, which, to be fair, isn't going to be much slower than a race lap for these drivers as they pull off and away. Reminder, if you're just joining us, just tuning in for the first time today, we've got 6 races across the 6 different cars, but all here at Road America. Next up, it will be the Spec Racer Ford, which I think will really put on a show. But then, in my opinion, the main event, Global Mazda MX-5s for USF 2000, GT4 cars, and Renault Clios round out the night. Relatively low powered for the most part. We know what that will do. It emphasizes, Lewis, that racecraft. These drivers will need to understand when to make their moves, and maybe more importantly, when not to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sometimes with a lot of this stuff, patience is a virtue, but you have to be patient around this. I mean, I've had the joy and privilege of commentating on the UK Formula Ford 1600 esports, similar to this, not exactly the same, but similar. And they go racing around, places like Silverstone and Zandvoort and stuff we've raced recently, and that can be very difficult to piece your way through because patience is a key factor. And despite you being able to make moves every single time, that's a very risky game, especially around here when some of the corners are pretty tricky. I mean, this braking zone coming down into what is really 10-3 on that opening lap is going to be really quite tricky because you drop downhill, you're going to have cold tyres and cold brakes. Very easy to snatch a front tyre.
And, well, you can kind of get a sense from it here, but Lewis, that is a real climb up in towards turn 6 under that Corvette bridge. When I did the track walk at Road America earlier this year, I thought it was going to... It's 4 miles, it's relatively long, but I didn't think it was going to be as tiring as it was. That last hill in particular, the one on the run up to the line, that was just evil, just to end the track walk. It was brutal. But what it does mean is the run to the checkered flag, you can never sleep. In cars like this, where that draft's going to play its part, I think the blast to the end of this race could be thrilling.
Like I said, I think a couple of drivers sitting behind, if they're able to keep up with the leaders, and we're not going to be seeing any major splits for that front group over this 35-minute race. It could genuinely be second or third in line on that race towards the checkered flag. Could be the one that comes out on top. I think that it is literally pull a random name out of your hat for picking a winner in this. I think it is completely up in the air, and it is about survival. Kind of play it a little bit like an endurance race. Obviously 35 minutes isn't exactly a short race, it's not a particularly long one either, but play it like an endurance race, or like an Indy 500, something like that. You have to be there at the end if you're going to contend, and outside of that, just kind of keep your nose clean, to be honest.
I saw a comment in the iRacing Esports Network YouTube chat that it's good to see the drivers that race these cars regularly up in this SCCA Runoffs, and I agree, always great when we get to feature those that are specialists, are regulars in this car, day in and day out. You compete in the official iRacing series, you may end up in a race with these drivers. Not far removed as well from the iRacing Formula Ford Festival, Lewis, where we saw a very similar sort of an event, right, where racecraft plays its part, but we did see some breakaways there, so got to be careful, in my mind, as we get ready to set the pace car off and away up the hill, and the field left in control of Alexander Wenger comes in as the #1 seed, and with a field of 33 Formula Vs up the hill, we are ready to go racing in Elkhart Lake. Are we stretching our legs? He's pacing that field and officially underway as the green flag flies, and the iRacing SCCA Runoffs for the first time today instantly tries to cover off, but then slides to the inside as they file their way up to turn #1, and a long run as they build their speed up. Already some drama down the tail end of the field as Scott Brooks is in pit lane with repairs required, but wheel to wheel, Sinclair sends it through around the outside, down through turn #1, and takes over the race lead.
Yeah, well read by Sinclair. Sinclair work his way through bit by bit to come through. Borgstrug's drop back into 4th position. A little bit of sliding as they work their way through 3 and out onto this mid-stretch. with the long run before it drops down the hill into a tricky braking zone. Giancarlo Schooler's dropped the position, but actually did make it quite a good start, was making a couple of good positions and actually made it 3 wide, which is exactly what we've got for the race lead once again between Wenger, between Sinclair and Becker as well. And
it's Becker going the long way around. You can open up the corner down into turn number 5, and they're 2 by 2 as they head onto the brakes hard for the very first time. Luca Becker's going to have to watch out here. Doesn't open the door, but Wenger's popped his nose in front as they now climb up that hill. Look at the scene behind them. There is action through the field, and Lewis's prediction, proclamation that we will see a pack race is coming true. Through the hurry downs, Becker holds on. And this, the first of 13 estimated laps, 13 laps of fighting side by side, and Wenger instantly back to the outside.
Yeah, this is where you start to ask yourself the question, what's the good number for the pack? And I mean that in terms of size, because we've got 33 cars, already 32, that are a part of this train. That is not a safe number for it. It will not hold like that all the way to the end of the race. There will come a point in this race where it'll be you'll find a bit of stability, you'll find that equilibrium in the number of cars in the pack. It's just, what is that number? And around a circuit like this, it could genuinely be 8, 9, 10, something in that vein. The problem is with all this, it's so risky, and it's going to end in tears for someone if they're not careful. We've got basically like a Daytona 500 start here, 2 by 2, about 4 rows deep.
And Luca Becker almost on the outside of the kink, just lost time because of the longer distance to the likes of Borgersrud and anyone else on that inside line. You can make it work side by side, not necessarily the quick way though on the longer line. He now has a chance though to re-grab the lead up towards the final corner. Out of turn 14, Sinclair and Wenger fight for second spot. And I tell you what, great respect. Only that one driver, Scott Brooks, back in pit lane with any sort of damage. There's a couple of drivers at the tail end of the field starting to lose track of the draft as well, but for the most part, 1 lap officially complete, 3 wide as Sinclair splits the middle and takes over the race lead. All action here in the SCCA Runoffs.
And Michael Bell thought about making it 4 wide, backed out of doing that when I think it ever so slight lift. Yeah, it's wide enough for 4 wide on the race down into T1, but it's a very risky game in doing so. Sinclair once again with the inside line going through the opening corner. Wenger will be in second position with Schooler, who has now made up of that progress. Of course, was 7th at this point a lap ago. Now up into what will now be 4th position, courtesy of Becker coming straight back through. But of course, again, this is just how things are unfolding. Everyone's giving themselves plenty of space. Let's put it that way.
Oh, don't tell me they just concertina it up and ish bash bosh. Oh my goodness gracious me. That's a hellacious hit for Scott Brooks, who went up and into the wall momentarily. But look at this. They are squeezing on that run down to turn 5. JC Schooler is up to 4th position momentarily. But as on the inside, Sinclair holds on. Wenger's the car on the outside, that blue and pink front-ended machine. I've got to say, for the most part, no one's really made up huge ground. 11 spots gained for Chase Johnson, but that's only up to 22nd as Wenger momentarily dips a couple of wheels into the grass. He'll get away with that one, but we're yet to see someone really dig deep and claw their way up through this field.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just talk about one thing which I think is relatively important there. Obviously, we saw Wenger run out wide. Coming out from under the bridge. Let's talk about incident points, because I think it is going to be a fairly prevalent feature in this race. 17 incident points. After that, you'll get a drive-through penalty, and it's every 8 incident points after that. I suspect over 35 minutes that will be used and abused by race control. And I get the feeling that we'll have a couple of cars taking a visit down what is quite a long pit lane here.
It's lengthy, it also is by no means flat, and I understand now why IndyCar have their 2, maybe even 3-stage pit speed system when they come here. Back up to Canada corner, beautiful viewing spot on the outside, and you might see some chaos. Was that a car spearing off into the grass? Yes, there's some drama. Who holds on? Who gets spat out? Back onto track eventually is going to come. I think that's Chris Montgomery, who's stranded upside down. Never mind. Oh, that's our second Formula V of the day, pointed in the wrong direction. Back out of the final corner, officially 5 minutes complete. Wenger still leads, but it's starting to get a bit more tumultuous.
I think Guido Marzucchi might have been the other one that got thrown down the order. I think it was the one that went wide at Canada corner. This 3 wide for second position. Michael Bell on the furthest right, trying to get past Becker and Sinclair, picking up the slipstream of Wenger, your race leader, who had pulled out by about half a second to 6/10. But of course, that doesn't make a difference when you've got this slipstream. Absolutely incredible here, as Michael Bell will now look to the outside, heading into the opening corner. Bit of a lock up in the background as well from Bulgasrud. Got to be careful of those in the short braking zones. Big lock up round here, and it is going to cause an absolute whopper.
Well, what I was saying about qualifying well, slightly proving true with the gap between 13th and 14th that's now up to about 1.8 seconds. That was the car getting spat out wide, and so does a good job just to avoid the tire bundles. How does Montgomery end up on his lid? Oh, it's just going to be T-boned as well. That was rough. So yeah, through all of that, Chase Johnson's now plus 19 leading that second group, but he's got to try and claw on to any sort of draft and hope that they fight. Wenger's gone deep and committed under the brakes. It's now JC Schooler, the red nose on his Formula V machine, that's tucked into second. Luca Becker, Michael Bell fighting side by side for second, and I've got to say, Lewis, this is proving to be some great racing, but you've got to wonder when the grenade gets logged in and it really starts to kick off.
Yeah, exactly. I say that you'll see them out on the back stretch, especially where on that run into Canada corner, they're all giving each other a fair amount of room, and 35 minutes is a long time. Big moment there coming in from Giancarlo Schooler, who is going to go out wide now into the carousel. This is allowing a breakaway at the front of the field from Wenger, who now might be leading by almost a second as we head out onto the backstretch. Now, this is what this field cannot afford, is whilst focusing on all their battling, allowing someone to run away. I do think you're still getting the slipstream in this car around the 1.2, 1.5 second margin, so it's not too bad. You've got to find yourself into some form of single file and think about going after victory rather than battling over second place.
And I get the sneaking suspicion this is going to bring that second group in as well, because they are now within about that same 8/10 barrier. Wenger already is now within just 3/10 of that chasing pack. All that smoke from the car that gets thrown off. Schooler recovers down in 10th position, by the way, so from second down to 10th as we jump on board with Chris Lim. We're about to close lap 3. These are long laps, but they're packing in plenty of action, that is for sure. Look at Wenger go all the way basically into pit lane there, trying to break the toe. It's not really helping that much. It's costing him some extra distance as well.
Yeah, adding on the meters on this start-finish straight, but I think that's because Wenger can see that the field's also focused on themselves. If he can force them back to side-by-side going through the opening couple of corners, maybe that gap might grow just enough where that slipstream can be broken. It currently sits around half a second. Into turn 1 they go side-by-side for second spot. Sinclair with the inside run on Becker. The thing is, when you're going for moves, it takes two to tango and all that. Oh, as there has been a bit of a moment a bit further down the order, I'm afraid, as Rogers has been sent. But it takes two to tango. I think as soon as someone's getting to your inside, you kind of have to lift a little bit and let them get on with it. Otherwise, you are just allowing Wenger to run away.
Goes back to knowing when to fight and when not to fight. Draft, by the way, apparently goes just about to 1.2 seconds is how I'm reading it, based on a comment in our chat. So these drivers got to be careful up the middle. Christian Flagg sends that bright red machine. Will that work out for him? Has to watch the inside. Thomas Sinclair is still there, but he gets the whole shot. Now can he sling his way closer to your race leader? He's plus 18, by the way, so some more grass gets kicked up in the background. 12th and 13th now split by 2 and a bit seconds as we grab a replay of the wiggle that sent the 10 into the gravel trap. You've got to give Flagg his credit, has really grabbed the race by the britches.
Yeah, really charging, which is great to see. Obviously not sitting back, not resting, not waiting, just going full send, which is exactly what we'd be trying to do if we were in the car. Sadly, I think already by this point, Arjuna, you and I, well, I've seen you driving, used a lot of fast repairs in that race that one time. I think we'd both be retired.
Hey, I'm just saying, I commentated on the 23 Hours of Zolder the other day once again. And I saw a lot worse driving than my own. I also heard a lot worse dad jokes than my own.
Did you?
Yes, but at least Jimmy Brockman did raise, what was it, £55,000 in the final sum for Mine, the mental health charity, in what is now his 7th year of running the Race for Mental Health. 1 year that Lewis and myself contributed.
Yeah, we were only invited once.
Yeah. And then they said, can you go back to the commentary booth, please, and never return. Flag has closed, by the way, so he's done exactly what he needed to, but Mendoza, Sinclair, they're still trying to sort it out. Borgersrud's mixed up in that little argument as well, but you can visually see now the gap back to 13th spot. Christopher Cassiano, as that goes, Luca Becker off the track.
Yeah, Becker, maybe I think there was a bit of contact between themselves, maybe Parrish, Michael Bell, something like that. And Becker dropping right the way down the order. Look, such an easy little hip check going through that final turn. The rear starts to kick out slightly, you get some rear wheel to rear wheel action, and it is going to spin things around. Switch for the race lead, and it is Flag who now takes over the front from Wenger. So we are seeing those splits in this group. It is certainly not a 33-car train anymore. But it does seem though it's 2 at the front, everyone else trying to close their way back up. There was the spin once more for Becker.
And so it was on one of the bright white machines that we have in the field. I'm going to say that was probably Alexander Borgersrud. Here is Christian Flag's slingshot into the lead, and not even a defense from Wenger. He recognized the situation. However, now here comes Mendoza, here comes Sinclair, and the battle is on at the front. It is only 4 though. Borgersrud is a good 1.2 seconds back at this point, has got to hope he'll get back into the drafting range. Big send up the inside from Mendoza, Rob second away from Flag as Wenger hits the point once more.
The more they fight, the more they drag everyone else back into it, so I wouldn't say the thing's done, but a big one coming down the hill.
Oh, we are conjoined at this point. The Formula Vs have gotten stuck together. Landon Slagan, just one of at least 5. Brian Stachinski also I saw mixed up in that one. So real world experience can't get you out of some of the silly things that we sometimes see in sim racing. And oh my goodness, that blue Formula V hard into the wall on the right side of the track.
I'm going to assume it, obviously that was done in the braking zone, and yeah, just getting locked together as you get on the brakes. As soon as you get on the brakes, all that weight goes to the front. Things start to wobble around a little bit, and there was a big slide into the barrier. That is probably about as hard of a hit as you could possibly get in a car like this. Either way, back into the race and back into what we're focusing on. This is the battle for 7th position. The top 6 have checked away from this group. So it's 6 to the race lead, and then 5 embroiled in this fight for 7th place.
And so, not even halfway through this race, eyes everywhere on track. It's Sinclair that once again hits the front. It would be very interesting to count the stats of how many laps have been led, how many actual passes for the lead have been made as well. But back up towards the final corner. Right, driver's eye view with Mendoza. That big send down to turn 5 on the previous lap did work quite well for him, but face full of grass and debris as they begin the climb up towards the start-finish line once again. Less than 21 minutes remain. It will be 5 laps complete of an estimated 13, and we might be 3 wide as we get ready to cross the timing beam.
Yeah, but look in the mirror of Mendoza here. Flag is sitting behind, so they're all just going to freight train Sinclair here. So Wenger back to the front, Mendoza through. Flag might also be through by the time they get into the braking zone at T1. Braking zone being a bit of a wide word for it. So it's going to dab the brakes and flick it in, but Sinclair will hang on to 2nd position. No major dramas in all of that, but interesting to note that Christian Flag's done. Feels pretty confident, done all the work to close up to the race leader and drag things back into contention. And now it's like, right, I'm in 4th position. I'm happy to roll out the time a little bit here and go on the attack in the later stages.
Someone in the iRacing Twitch chat says we need 1 hour or 2 hour weekend races with the Formula V, Formula 1600 and Skippy. Multi-class, yeah, no, sign me up for a bit of that. It's not too dissimilar to the Production Car Challenge special event, which we'll have later on this year. On board with Flag as he sits behind and rather patient, I've got to say. It's what you want to see. Yes, he makes his way past the inside of Alexander Borgersrud to hold on to 4th position, but these drivers must realize, Lewis, at this point, fighting, all it'll do is bring in those behind.
But when was the last time you, Arjuna, drove either this Skip Barber or the 1600? Because I'm going to say, because obviously back in my day, when we were starting here on iRacing, the skip up was Class D, and there was no, that was the slowest open wheeler there was. And I remember jumping into it, and it was racing around Kota. That thing was hard to drive, but I think they teach you very important lessons on how, when, and how to kind of get out of sometimes a slide.
I really enjoyed my time in the Skip Barber. We used to commentate, not we, RaceSpot used to cover, and I have commentated on the 2K World Cup, which used to, for many a year, be some of the best drivers in that Skip Barber going at some great tracks. And so yeah, no, I missed that car. I missed that series, and so I would be all for it. Sorry, excuse me. Next up, by the way, Spec Racer Ford, which in my opinion, just as fun as the Skip Formula Barber machine, although very, very different. Lewis and Dara Thacker will walk you through that one. Lewis, you're going to be in for a treat. Yeah,
I mean, you know what? It's a car that I haven't raced in years. I think the last time that I went anywhere near that car, it would have been maybe 2015. So it would have been about 10 years. So, I mean, great. Such a unique car, at least when it comes to its visual presence on the circuit. So very excited for that. We've got a lot of great races. I'm really looking forward to the Clios. You know me, I'm a touring car guy.
That will end the day off. You'll have Lewis and myself back together for that one. Although they've split us up, so we don't talk about golf too much for
That's true.
The middle races. If there's any good golf courses near Road America, by the way, shoot me a message, because I'd like to play next year when I make my way up there for the 6-hour IMSA event. Right, focus on the race once again. Sinclair, Mendoza, Wenger, Flag, Bulgersrud, Schooler. Those are the 6 very much now in contention, although Michael Bell, Chase Johnson, Kevin Parrish, Chris Lim, Arvinder Ledar. You know, just one moment, Lewis, and those drivers are back in the mix, and that's why they are staying single file and as clean as you'd like at the front for the time being.
Yeah, we have 2 basically single file packs here. We've got first through 6th, although Bulgersrud's now going to go to the outside here, but I don't think that was any intent of actually going for a move. It's more just trying to reduce risk in the braking zone by not having someone brake on your nose. We've got those 2 single file packs because they both know this is a very decisive moment in the race where the top 6 are all single file because they're trying to pull away from literally everyone else, and that group behind a single file because they know that at this point in the race they still have a chance to contend for victory in 16 minutes and 40 seconds time. So I'd suspect we are going to see a bit of single file remain, although I will just say I just saw a mistake from Michael Bell, who ran out wide. Instantly lifted out going into the carousel to make sure that the whole pack wasn't going to lose too much time.
A driver from Antarctica, apparently, so that's a pretty good internet service down there this time of year.
Just a penguin.
It's just a penguin. Michael Bell. It's broken away from Ledar and Lim, who have maybe squabbled amongst themselves. Heading into these closing stages, though, at some point this tension will break. There's no question about that. Someone in our YouTube chat saying there's a great golf course 10 minutes away from Road America. Oh no, you're going to distract us right now.
Perfect. Sign me up. Someone in this commentary booth broke 80 for the first time not long ago. It wasn't me. So
no, I didn't. I added up my scorecard. No, my arc.
You lied.
It missed. No, I corrected myself in chat. I'm pretty sure if you go and look at the record. Matt Arcos had missed a couple of putts. I got close.
Well, you still got to manually put it in.
Yeah, I had
what was it, an 80, 81, 82?
82.
82. Oh, my lowest is 84, so that's fine.
I got to say...
Bet you played from the middle tees as well.
No, I played towards the back. I got a new driver.
Towards the back! Oh, big moment in the background from Michael Bell, getting pushed. I think the bump driving not quite working there. That's them telling us that we're far too far off topic.
And I think they've also now really compromised their chances of closing. 15 minutes remain, probably what, 5-6 laps left. A bit more side-by-side further behind as Lilac Zier on the outside of Luca Becker, who's trying to recover, let's not forget, after being up towards the front, hip and shoulder, forces Zier 2 wheels into the grass, shorter line down to what is technically turn 3. Oh, that is a a hot button topic that we won't get into now because front of the field they are starting to tussle. Mendoza slip past Sinclair, who fights back down into turn 5.
They've basically been given the freedom to do a bit of battling because they know that it's now 2 and a bit seconds off of the rear end of this train. 3 seconds off the race lead now is that fight for 7th with Parrish, Johnson and Bell after a little bit of a moment there on the start-finish straight, trying to bump draft McCarthy. This is pretty difficult. I mean, look at the nose. Does that look like it's something that you could bump draft with? This isn't NASCAR. It's hard work to do it. You kind of got to sit right on the rear end and just lightly push. You do it too hard and you are going to destabilise that car ahead. That's exactly what happened. And you know, you can't blame them for trying, especially imagine being in the boots of those cars in 7th, 8th and 9th. You can see the race leaders. They're so tantalisingly close, but they aren't in touching distance. That's the important bit.
And it's what makes sim racing so rewarding as well, as the competition is more numerous. Yes, SCCA Runoffs have plenty of drivers, don't get me wrong, but in sim racing, we've got drivers from all around the world, and there's been no better time than now to jump onto iRacing or to give someone the gift of staying on iRacing. 25% off all renewals, 50% off all new memberships through December 2nd. Scan that QR code on your screen. The biggest iRacing sale of the year is back. Salman Khan becomes the next driver needing repairs, and that was actually going to be my next topic. It's happened through the kink. That must have been a scary moment. But of the 33 that started, that makes now just 21 drivers who have not found themselves in some sort of strife. Attrition will play its part. Keeping out of trouble will be important. And surely these next 12 minutes, intensity, aggression, it all starts to ratchet up, but they continue to ride single file for the most part. Still Chase Johnson, Michael Bell trying to slingshot with one another, Indianapolis style, to close up with these drivers, but bump draft effectively up to turn number 1.
Yeah, we saw a really good shot there, aerial view on Sinclair against Mendoza. Mendoza just tapping the rear end bit by bit, lightly pushing, and that is the important bit. It is all about being very light in it and having the understanding as to how close you're going to be, not doing it through any kinks, any corners, not on any crests as well, and having the understanding of those cars behind that they aren't going to attack you. For the likes of Schooler and Borgström and stuff, they're sat there at the rear of this train. They're doing unbelievable fuel mileage. Does actually mean that their car's going to be a little bit heavier towards the end of the race. Not sure that's going to make a massive difference, but in cars like this, weight does make a large difference than in other things. There was a bit of that moment that we were talking about with Khan, and unfortunately, just a big hit.
Assisted, to say the least, into that hit as well. Don't want to be bump drafting in through the kink. I think that was a slightly silly situation to be put in. And Salman Khan's going to rejoin down in 26th position, but at least will get to finish this first race of the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Plenty more action to come. I do love that puff of smoke that gets released through the exhaust as they go down through the gears. And out now through the carousel. Lewis, I know you've never had the chance to visit Road America, but one day we'll get you out there. We'll play some golf there together as well. One thing that they've done a great job of is every year you go there and they've added new spectators places to go and watch the action. And so that means in the decades that they've been, slowly building up this facility, there is somewhere basically to go and watch the action no matter where you want to go around the track. Just get a golf cart. It will make your life a bit easier.
Yeah, I remember when I was at Spa a couple of years ago. There you go. Throw that one out. You haven't been there, have you? That's quite a walk around there. A friend of mine who was doing some photography, he just got in his car and just drove around. Obviously, where you've got like the normal pedestrian areas where everyone's walking around general admission, and then obviously you've got the bit it's like a little track where the marshals go basically around the circuit because it makes it easy for them because they have to get around. He's basically just have to drive around all those. He had a car pass, so I was like, where do I get one of those? That's amazing. I'm far too fat to be walking around all this.
Well, Avery Mendoza shoves Thomas Sinclair. Everyone getting a bit fat on fuel behind, like you've been pointing out. Just find it interesting. When is go time? Because if you are John Carlos Schooler's 6th in line, you've got more moves to make than others to get to the front of the field. And if we really only have 4 laps left to go, as my timing screen is estimating, then, well, these drivers, Ledard, Lim, they're not in contention anymore, you'd argue. Even Schooler's running out of time to put his way towards the front.
I actually think you can go from 6th to 1st in 1 lap around here. I think Schooler will be well aware of that. In this car, I don't think there is any rush. I think nothing really will happen until the penultimate lap. And then, yeah, penultimate lap, final lap, that's where you'll see stuff. I mean, look, the battling pack behind, they're going 3 wide at the moment. They are closing in. They are 2 seconds now off of the rear end of the group ahead. So there is potential that it might be a 9-car fight for this race victory.
Now, it's really hard to judge. Kevin Parrish has just done his fastest lap of the race last time by. But that's a good 8/10 slower than Sinclair's fastest lap of the race. So is the front group going slower now that they're not fighting and helping each other slingshot a little bit? That gap's down to 1.3. They are going to be within drafting range if this continues. Next time by, what was 6 could be 9. The helpful tidbits, by the way, in the iRacing YouTube chat continue, so we'll have to keep our eye on it through the rest of the day. Dan Dajinki, excuse me, apologies for butchering the name. Road America also has some of the nicest bathrooms, can confirm. It also has some of the nicest food, and so highly recommend that you go and try all sorts of weird Wisconsin wonders that they have around the track at Road America.
See, now you start to talk my language. Now we're talking about food. Now we're talking. Either way, switches for 7th position. Michael Bell trying to get to the front of this group. Got to get straight back into single file before they get into Canada corner. Because you're absolutely right. They're getting the first little bits of that slipstream. Those tiny little bits that just might help you go along just that little bit faster. But they're not there yet. Once that gap gets below a second, then it will basically be done. And they will be a part of that train, but it's just about getting it below a second. It is so tight at the moment. It is Sinclair, Mendoza, Wenger, Flag, Bulstrud, and of course Schooler, that top 6 train. And then the 3 cars behind, being Bell, Johnson and Parrish, are going to go 3 wide once again. The difference is they're not bump drafting, they're just using the slipstream to, like you've said before, slingshot your way around as if it's, you know, again, a team time trial on the Tour de France.
And it's working, but not quite. They are still just shy. These two have lost too much ground though. Last lap alone, they lost 8/10 to the leaders, and I think it's fair to say Ledar and Lim are vulnerable to Cassiano and Isley if they continue to fight. It's gotten dark all of a sudden. Is that going to lead to some extra grip as we go wheel to wheel for the first time in a while? Avery Mendoza has swept past Thomas Sinclair for the race lead. He's not quite clear, but he will be as they head onto the brakes down into turn 5. Now does Wenger decide to commit and try and move his way forward? Do they stay line astern? There's a couple of looks, but no commitment. 5 and a bit minutes left on the clock.
And look at that, Michael Bell is now within a second of Schooler. Of course, is getting a would it be quintuple slipstream, 5 cars worth of slipstream up ahead, so that'll obviously assist him. But it does seem as though that group might just be now on the cusp of closing in, but again, it's hovering around that 1.2 seconds as it was a lap ago, so it kind of gets below that second margin. They start to check away into the distance. We're on the ante-penultimate lap. There's another word to throw at you.
Oh, look at you.
Of course, yeah. To be fair, that one was thrown my direction at Monza by Formula 3 co-commentator Piers Pryor. Yeah, name drop. Why not?
I believe, by the way, Avery Mendoza, studying at the University of Georgia, part of their Formula student program, and I think he's done some of the driving for the program as well, so probably quite familiar with this sort of a car. And Formula student, for anyone who isn't part of that, is in college, wants to be involved in motorsport moving forward, well, that's a great way to get your hands dirty and show teams that If you want a job out of college in motorsports, you've got that experience already under your belt. Doesn't have to just be engineering. Business required as well. They have big budgets, hundreds of thousands in some cases as well, Lewis, and some really cool things that they get to do.
Yeah, and it's all kind of part of the process of doing Formula Students. Actually, like it's the complete package. You kind of do everything. I've been reading. I read Bernie Collins' autobiography, and she obviously did some Formula Student for a couple of years. It's very interesting to kind of read about all that stuff. But either way, looks like now is go time, Arjuna. Wenger, Mendoza switching positions. Christian Flagg now going back into the mix. A bit of 3 wide as well on the right-hand side with Sinclair trying to come through in the second spot. Have to hold back and stay in fourth. Be right on board with Borgersrud, trying to find a way back through into the top 5 or top 5 or so. He's already in 5th.
So 2 laps, that's all that's left. Wenger has a bit of an advantage heading out onto this back stretch, but it might actually cost him if Flagg can get in that draft and run his way down into turn 5 and take advantage. It is now officially 9 though, and Chase Johnson is plus 25, Christian Flagg is plus 18. 2 drivers that have grabbed this race by the britches and pulled themselves up through it. Flagg is going to challenge for the lead. School is challenging a little bit further behind. The bright red machine, the long way around. Flagg sweeps his way past Wenger and into control. Here comes Mendoza as well. Jinx up the inside, climbing up turn 6.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a slice down the inside here, going in for 4th position between Schooler and Borgersrud as well. And now we do have a 9-car train for the race lead. Flagg, Mendoza, Wenger, Borgersrud, Sinclair, Schooler, Bell, Johnson and Parrish are all in this train. They all have a chance when they get round to the start-finish straight in 2 minutes and 40 seconds time. They will all have an opportunity to take victory here. I don't get the feeling though, all 9 of these are going to head to the checkered flag in such a clean and pristine way, Arjuna.
Is that foreshadowing? Yes. Is it omnipresent of what we're about to see? Could it happen through the kink? Is anyone going to be brave? School is thinking about it. Looks to the inside of Sinclair. Mendoza sweeps past Flagg, who's left on the long way round the corner. Wenger's going to plug the gap in the middle, and here comes that speed from Borgersrud with that draft and with the toe. Doesn't have a line to pop himself into, and so it's going to be 2 by 2 through Canada corner for the penultimate time. We are getting ready to go for the final lap of this first race in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs, and what a sight it is. The front 9, a blanket thrown over them. Mendoza still in control, but it could go any which direction. 1 corner left, and then 1 lap left to go. There goes Schooler. Red nose pops to the inside from 6th to 3rd in the moment. And here comes the charge on the run to the white flag.
9 cars separated by under a second, and 1 final lap here at Road America to decide the winner in the Formula Vs. There's 1 going down. That'll be Johnson in the background, who's been sent down the road. I think might even got squeezed into the barrier there that starts the retaining wall for pit lane. Either way, you've got Wenger leading and Mendoza going side by side. The advantage goes the way of John Carlos Schooler when it comes to speed, but he's going to have to be very brave to the outside of T1.
Oh my goodness, he has sent that car from another postcode and just about stopped it on a dime. Now though, vulnerable as they'll head out of turn 3. Big send from Sinclair in that green front-ended machine further back. Will that cost a couple? Looks like Christian Flagg's the one that's lost out the most. Into turn 5 for the final time. Look how close to the white line that Schooler has elected to cover. Mendoza directly in the tar tracks. Wenger just to his outside. Wenger's going to pinch Mendoza. Nowhere left to go on that blast down to the heavy braking zone. Long way round, you can sweep that momentum, and the pole sitter's going to try it.
There's definitely going to be a lot more moves left to go in this race, though, when it comes down to coming into turn 14 and the last corner on this circuit. Obviously, Canada corner, we're going to see a couple of big moves into there. Of course, even around here, we've got our fair share of side-by-side, so it's certainly not done yet just because Schooler is leading. Certainly not going to be a comfortable run to the end of this race. Wenger behind, feeling hungry, feeling very close as well as they go through the hurry downs and into turn 8. No move coming in then from Wenger because Mendoza was going down the inside of Borgersrud, and Wenger couldn't go over to cover it off, courtesy of that move coming in as well.
And so here we go. It's all built up to this. 33 contenders whittled down to the 8 still standing. Run through the kink, in through Canada corner, and then just the left and the right, the blast of the line. Wenger left on the wrong side, if you ask me. Who's going to be able to plug that gap? Look at the speed, contact made. Someone climbs all over Mendoza, it would seem like, but no damage. He'll try and cover that middle line as well. Michael Bell has gone from the back to the front of this pack. Schooler's been lost out. Bell's going to hold on here, and now just 2 corners left to go.
Absolutely incredible racing. There's the crash, and a big one into the barrier for Borgersrud and for Wenger. The 1 and the 4 into the barrier and upside down. Bell leads at the moment though with just a corner and a big run to the line left to go.
Schooler got pinched, that's him down to 4th position, and now the draft in the tire tracks. How will this end? What a eventful race. Our front row starters involved in contact coming up to that final corner, and Michael Bell at one point in that second pack and out of contention. Will he hold on with a shove to the line? The first winner in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs in 2025.
Excellent drive from Michael Bell. Picked the run there on that last lap brilliantly, going to the middle. I mean, I'm not going to lie, at times like that, it takes bravery to send it through the middle. Bravery, which I don't think too many of us have. I'm not going to lie, Arjun. I would have lifted.
I don't disagree. I thought Mendoza was going to lift when we heard that crunch as well, but there are some brave drivers and some skilled drivers. We should give them all their kudos as well. Bell grabbed the checkered flag. Mendoza second. Flag showed us some great stuff. Sinclair as well. Let's not forget Borgersrud, Wenger too. If this is what we're in for 5 more races, well, it's a good thing we've got 2 more commentators to come and save Lewis and myself, because our voices already feeling the strain. This the ride on board with the 8, with Michael Bell, as he found his way through the middle. The seas began to part, and like Moses himself, he took his way to the front.
That's just unreal to peach your way through that. Like I said, saw the opportunity, kept the car pinned, slight lift, but not too much. Actually, really easy when you're, when the gap kind of closes ahead of you. It's really easy to lift the throttle, but lift too much. Didn't lift off that much, just a little bit. Just breathe the throttle a touch, just to make sure that it didn't go into the car ahead. But then still had the speed and momentum as soon as that throttle was put back down to get your way through. That was what was happening behind, which we were riding on board with a little bit of drama there with Sinclair and the likes. But I mean, the big drama was really coming out of Canada corner, wasn't it?
Yes. My goodness. I get a chance to breathe after this one. Lewis has got a second race to focus up on in those Spec Racer 4s. There's that contact. Borgersrud gets turned into the wall, but I mean, Wenger goes for a bit of a ride, ends up landing on all 4 wheels, is able to cross and see the checkered flag. But a quick look at our results. Michael Bell, 76 thousandths clear of Mendoza, who was just 2 thousandths in front of Kevin Parrish. Parrish giving the shove to Bell. That enabled him to hold on potentially. Giancarlo Schooler attempting to do all 6 of the races today. He finishes 4th in front of Christian Flagg, with Sinclair, Ledar, Lim, Johnson and Cassiano the top 10.
Of course, Giancarlo there, Schooler setting the fastest lap as well. Very impressive. We got Eiley there in 11th position with Spice. Borgersrud down to 13th position. Becker, Rogers, we saw a couple of incidents with, especially down at turn 1 earlier on in the race. Maxwell Soler finishing in 16th with Zia, Robinson, Devaris, and of course Wenger down to 20th. Such a shame for the number 1.
He'll be heartbroken. Hopefully not the last we see of him, though. Scott Brooks in front of Kyle's dry cars with Justin Huffman, Salman Khan, Brian Stachinski, Rob Wright, Guido Marchacuzzi, Andrew Love, Landon Slagan, and Todd Wakefield. We begin to get into those that didn't see the end.
Yeah, just 3 final drivers being Snyder, Poulain, and of course Montgomery. An exciting race, but a fair few retirements in all of that, as to be fair, I don't think any of us are particularly surprised with how tight the racing was around there.
No, and again, we get more of this. I think the only race which potentially could be a little less close might be GT4s, but Lewis, you and I both know that those machines can put on a show of their own as well. But for the time being, it's Formula V's centre stage, and what a win for Michael Bell. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod. We will step aside here on the iRacing Esports Network. When we come back, we'll stick here at Road America. We'll be here all day. It's time to put the spotlight on Spec Racer Forwards.
We're back and ready to go racing for the Spec Racer Fords here in the SCCA Runoffs here at Road America. We've just finished things up with the Formula V. An excellent race won by Michael Bell across the line. We're going to see if we can catch a quick word with Michael Bell, who's joined us now in the comedy booth. Michael, for one, have we got a copy from you? And for two, what an epic race and what an epic win. What was that like for you?
Yeah, thanks. I can hear you guys well. Man, that race was unreal, to be honest. The fact that we were a group of 3 or 4 that dropped off the back halfway or 5 laps into the race, and then Kevin and Chase and myself, we just leapfrogged each other back into the pack with 2 to go. And yeah, that last move I made on the back straight, my heart was pounding like crazy.
It takes a lot of bravery to do that through the middle of the pack. You know, last lap, putting everything on the line, almost real win it or bin it mentality, which we love. Like you say, it was 3 of you off the rear end of that 6-car pack, and you were still able to close your way in. Were there points in that race where you were definitely certain you were going to close that back in, or were there points where you were like, absolutely, there's no chance, you've got to kind of do what you can do? Yeah,
probably the first 3 laps I thought we weren't going to do it. We seemed to just not really gain anywhere, and I made a small mistake, and all 3 of us, we sort of every now and again made a small mistake. But yeah, I think probably about another 2-3 laps in, we really got our groove together. I thought, yeah, we can do this, and we were getting close. Got to the 1 second mark and thought, oh, we're just outside. But yeah, no, it was fantastic getting back to the pack. I didn't think I was going to get close to trying a victory, and yeah, I can't believe that the seas parted going 3 wide in the middle.
I mean, look, it was very exciting. You put on an absolutely cracking show. Are we seeing you at all across the rest of the evening?
No, I'm not. It's 3 in the morning here, and I've got to get up in 2 hours anyway, so I've got to go to bed.
No worries. Congratulations. There you go. 1 race done, 1 race won. That's what we're talking about. Cheers, Michael. Great drive.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
There we go. Michael Bell, of course, winner of the Formula Vs. Of course, in the comedy booth for this race, it's been mentioned before, we will be having tall and small a bit later on in the day, but I'm just medium-sized, so it's I guess it's fat and thin, I guess. We'll go with that. It's myself and Darren Thacker in the comedy booth here for the Spec Racer Fords, and of course, we're riding on board with Kane Halliburton. A few good names in this field, a few drivers that we've seen just out there in the previous race, the likes of Christian Flag and so. Should be a fun one. So we ride on board with Halliburton. See what lap times they're able to do.
Yeah, and I mean, for those that have just been in the car in that Formula V race, the heart rate's not going to have come down very far before jumping into this qualifying session, so they're going to have to get back on it pretty quickly indeed. But again, not long in the qualifying sessions means you have to get the lap time on the board pretty early, and so many cars that are going to be jostling for these positions. Don't really feel like there's going to be too much to split them, but I think we're going to get a few lap times coming in relatively soon with Halliburton coming in towards the carousel.
Yeah, I think unlike with the Formula Vs, I do suspect they should be able to get both of their times in this car. It might be a bit tight where you've had to nail the outlap, but of course then we'll have the formation up and then 35 minutes of racing once again in these. Not sure it's going to be quite as much of a pack race as it was in the Formula Vs, or like we're going to get in the MX-5s and the Clios. There's that a bit later on in the day, but I do suspect it is going to be pretty tight for the race lead, and maybe even pretty tight for pole position. Halliburton then down into Canada corner. See what this car's like. These cars do move around a little bit in the braking zone, if memory serves.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest then to get it slowed towards turn number 5, then in towards Canada corner as well. Drivers have to be so careful on those brakes, and they're not going to be easy, are they, realistically, to be going side by side in some of these corners we've seen just in that Formula V race, and we see it all the time here at Road America. Down these straights, there are little kinks through them, and you really have to be responsive to the cars around you, so it's not going to be any easier when that car is sliding around in the braking zone as well. Halliburton up towards the line, then such a long run here, but what's the lap time going to be? 2:27 to beat from Woodrow. Halliburton goes to 2:27.4.
But there is enough time for that second lap to come in, so importantly, got to keep pushing, and the tyres should be absolutely fine for the next lap. We see Ori going up the hill as well, like you say, Woodrow, Scram, you've got Halliburton up there, you've got Vaughan as well, all separated by 0.2 of a second, 2:28.847 there for Anthony Ori. Of course, about 1.5 seconds off of the pace Vince, one of RaceSpot's big fans, is constantly in the YouTube chat talking about wet toast and stuff. Vince Cussey's in the on the track as well. I'm sure you and O'Leary would love to commentate on Vince, but he's decided to have his birthday. It's a glorious day. What's your happy birthday, yeah?
Yeah, shameful, really.
Yeah, it really is.
He chose this day as well, which is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Really. Did he not know that this was on today?
He chose not to work this day. That's the important bit.
Yeah.
I still worked on my birthday.
And he watched the cricket, and that didn't go well for him either. He's not having a good day as it is, let alone missing out on this. So, yeah, all the best to Ewan, but, yeah, I reckon he's missing us greatly. Whether that is true or not, it doesn't really matter, because he would almost certainly disagree with us. And he's probably watching this at home, having his feet up, because this is some great racing that we've seen in the Formula V, and probably again here with these Spec Racer Fords. So it's been a good day's worth of racing so far, and this qualifying session shows that it's tight once again.
Exactly. I suspect that we're going to have those tight margins for pole. I'm not expecting 9 cars for the race lead, but I still think over the final laps of the race we might have 3 or 4, and that's just the nature of how all these cars do race in different ways. As we'll see, Schramm come through into Canada corner, riding on board from cockpit cam, seeing exactly what the drivers would see around here, the extremely high mirrors over the sides, courtesy of how high the rear end of the car comes, so you can see just as good as you can over the rear end of it. Into the final turn at 40 before going up the hill. We'll see a lot of drivers abuse track limits there on the exit of that late on in the race. I'm surprised, actually, speaking of that, we didn't have too many drivers come down into pit lane to serve penalties during that race. Giancarlo Scuola then, of course, we're expecting him to do all 6 races, contending for the previous, up to provisional pole position, getting instantly dropped down past Schramm, past Halliburton as well, who now takes over the top step at the moment when it comes to pole position. Can anyone negate that margin? Can Alexander Miller do that across the line? The number 24 going to move up the order, but of course only to 28th. Not good enough to challenge for the pole, which Kane Halliburton will have, not by a large margin, 15,000 of a second, Darren.
But I mean, it all counts, isn't it? And this is a circuit where you don't necessarily see too many corners where you can gain or lose too much time, which is why we see such close times, considering that it is such a long track, long straights here, really dominating. But Halliburton just about come out on top, 15,000, so means that we're probably going to get a very close race for the lead once again.
Indeed, Kane Halliburton then will start the race from pole position with Nathaniel Schramm starting alongside in that front row. Giancarlo Scuola, of course, we're expecting to see across the entire day, which is a wild choice. And of course, Ryan Woodrow, 2/10 off of the pole. Aguado from 5th position, and then Dirk Braun from 6th position, Darren.
Yeah, Manfred Floor is going to be lining up on row number 4, just ahead of Vince Cussey, 1,000th of a second between the two of them, ahead of Declan Marsden, the Welsh driver, who will be looking to move his way up the order, but he's also very close to Pierre-Olivier de Viveiros, who is lining up 10th, the Canadian driver, just 8 thousandths back from Marsden in that qualifying session. It was Camden Hibbett, the American, ahead of Felix Simões in 12th, the Portuguese driver. They will line up on row number 6, but there's more to come.
Yeah, Jason Green from 13th position, Richard Dempsey from 14th, and Darley will start from 15th position alongside Christian Flagg, who had an excellent drive up the field to contend victory in the previous race in 16th. Stephen Cody and Andrew Mowid will finish the qualifying session and start from 18th position.
The American theme continues. 2 Americans on row 9, 2 on row 10. Sean Fritz and Christopher Murray in 19th and 20th. They're just ahead of Ryan Carroll, who's apparently from South Georgia. That is impressive internet connection from down there. I think we had an Antarctic driver, didn't we, in that Formula V race? So there's a theme running on here. Jason Lee will start 22nd. He's ahead of the Luxembourg driver Adrian Rostang. And then you've got Gareth Nyland in P24. We'll see where he can go from there.
Daniel Wood with Michael Schmidt there from 25th and 26th position with AJ Jesse, Greg Ike, and then on the 15th row of the grid, it's Anthony Ori and Alexander Miller. Only 3 further cars left to go with Joshua Justice, Scott Merchant and JJ Weyer. And of course, you might be able to hear in the background there, starting to roll around on their formation lap. Now, obviously, we don't have formation laps into standing starts. Here's obviously it is a rolling grid into a rolling start, which is absolutely fine. I actually maintain, now this is maybe a controversial opinion, I actually like formation laps. I think formation laps are really good to get into your mindset. The full formation lap is a lot to deal with, but especially if you're doing like big league racing or big events, especially if this is the only one of the SCCA runoffs that you're doing across the event. I think it's really important. It just helps you build up, helps you get into that mindset of going racing. I really rate a formation lap. I love them for standing starts as well. Just throwing that out.
And you know, I do like a formation lap. I just like them when they're only, you know, like two minutes, maybe 3 minutes. We're in America here, you get a good 5-minute formation lap, don't you? Especially when you're gridding up as well. But you're right, it does give those drivers a chance to get themselves into the mindset ready for the race, and especially really for drivers that have just come from that Formula V race. If anything, it's a moment of calm. You're jumping straight into that qualifying session and having to deliver immediately with only 2 possible flying laps, and then coming into the race here, this is probably a nice little chance for them to settle themselves into the car and get themselves ready for another frantic race, because we all know it's going to be, right?
It is going to be, most certainly. I suspect that things are going to get pretty frantic and pretty exciting. Arjuna's just messaged me saying that I'm assuming this is about some kind of schooler who won't be doing the USF race due to not being able to qualify. Wow. Well, we've just been bigging him up. I actually don't want to talk about him again. That's it. It's done. It's over. I'm not interested anymore.
I hope he's not watching or listening along. That's, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's driving. I hope he's not.
Yeah, I mean, all but one. You get a break, right? You know, that's not a bad thing. I'm playing the other side here, Lewis. You know.
Yeah.
I value people. Not thinking I'm a horrible human being.
See, I'm not bothered. It's fine.
Either way, he's going to do well in this race, you'd hope. Or if anything, he's going to put a little bit of pressure on himself to do well in the other races to make up for the fact that he's not in the other one in the USF race. But that's something to worry about later, isn't it? Not something to worry about just yet. I mean, these Fords are going to be tricky to work our way through the pack, but School did it in the Formula V. He experienced all of that close wheel-to-wheel racing, quite literally, with such little protection on those suspension arms. But this is going to be a slightly different feel, I think, to the racing, but still quite busy all the same. Schooler, who, confirmed that it's him missing that USF race, will certainly have more pressure on him in this one then.
5 out of 6 will do. All right, it's absolutely fine. I gotta say though, jumping in from literally coming straight out of the Formula Vs, for some of these drivers to jump straight into this, straight into qualifying, and then straight into a 35-minute race, it is tough. It is very, very difficult indeed. But either way, the second race for the SCCA Runoffs about ready to get underway. The pace car will pull over to one side and back into the pit lane. Of course, the advantage of the race will go to Kane Halliburton as the Spec Racer Fords will begin their run for 35 minutes. It'll be a tough run for them and a difficult race, I'm sure. A great reaction to the start for Kane Halliburton, who's able to pull his way from the 3 behind, but they're going to go 3 wide behind all that with Schramm Schooler and Ryan Woodrow. And look at this now. The outside line's going to go in advantage of Nathaniel Schramm, who's trying to find his way around the outside of the number 1. Bit of a dab of the brakes coming in from Giancarlo Schooler, who was unable to find a pathway through. Bit of smoke in the background, but nothing major, I think. And it is going to be Kane Halliburton leading as they head their way through the mysterious turn 3.
Yeah, a difficult line for Schooler to try and find a way through. Wasn't able to absolutely nail that start. Had a chance at the lead, but then just wasn't on the right line. Schramm really held it on the outside line. Maybe had a go at the lead, but we're never going to walk it all the way through. Here comes Woodrow, though, trying to come through in the number 2 to P2 as they work their way down the Marine towards turn number 5. Schramm again on the outside line. Didn't work at turn 1. Is it going to work at turn 5? Not just yet, but Woodrow on the inside. You've got to be wary because there's going to be a few cars standing up the inside. Most of the field, though, looking like they've got safely through turn number 5.
Yeah, there's a couple of bits of smoke and such in the background, but nothing too major. Richard Dempsey and Christian Flagg battling over 10th position, and Pierre Olivier, of course, de Veros trying to get past Manfred Floor as well. That's the battle for 8th position. Those two had switched around just a touch. We go back to Richard Dempsey having the fight with Christian Flagg. Out wide goes de Veros, and of course, Christian Flagg will come back through.
Yeah, De Viveros just losing all that momentum as he went wide through the corner. Maybe he thought that Dempsey was going to come a little bit further up the inside, but it means that he's drifted wide and allowed everybody through now, and offline into the carousel is not where you can afford to be. We'll re-overtake the number 5 through the carousel. There's cars off the road into the king. You know, grassing your tyres through here. You want full commitment if you can, but they're all going to go single file as you would expect. Cars wide though into the grass, and that's just going to kill their momentum. Andrew Morrid, one of the ones who's going to drop down the order.
Yeah, I think, like I said, we saw one going wide coming on the exit of the carousel, and then Andrew Morrid going out wide. I think it was Felix Simoes that was the one going out wide, going through the exit of the carousel, and then, of course, through the Fast King. We saw Andrew Morrid there. So a couple of drivers being a little bit adventurous when it comes to track limits. For the top group, though, nothing too major happening, with the exception of Ryan Woodrow being your race leader as we end the first lap. It's Woodrow from SRAM, from Halliburton, Schooler, Aguado, Braun, of course, Cussy, Floor, Dempsey, Flag, Marston. They were all basically in one big train in this pack. That will not last the entirety of this race. Although I will say, bump draft is a little bit easier in this car than it is in the Formula V. What a shock.
Yeah, no surprise, really, when you've got a little bit more protection around those wheels. But Woodrow will hold the lead. SRAM and Halliburton's going to stay in line. Aguado ahead of Cussy, but right behind Giancarlo Schooler as they work their way through the opening turn. This group at the front kind of getting away a little bit. That's Declan Marsden from Macavit in P11. About a second and a half from him back to Felix Simoes in P12. If that can be maintained, then we could see a gap trying to form at the front. But we saw how drivers who come back through the field in the Formula V race, we see the same theme once again. Pierre-Olivier De Viveros trying to find his way through after making a mistake before, but I think there's a move for the lead. SRAM and Woodrow side by side. Look at this, nearly 4 wide into turn 5.
Yeah, they've got to be careful of doing this too many times. These cars, you know, as much as they can take a fair amount, you don't want to be bashing too many wheels and such. They've got to be careful with how they're racing, and the car can be a little bit lethargic. Less so as the race goes on, tyres up to temp and all that, but it can be a little bit almost feeling like the centre of gravity almost feels like it's a little bit. It kind of looks like it should feel really low in this car, but from my memory of driving this car, it does feel like a bit top heavy sometimes. You kind of roll into the corners, and it's got to be careful. Obviously, all of the drivers on this field know that far better than I. But either way, off the road, that might be we're staying. Greg Ike as well, a couple of drivers losing a few positions. Either way, a few of them dropping down the field. There's Felix Simoes, 20th position now, going up into 19th. Andrew Morrid, the two that went off the road around this part of the circuit, now going side by side around this part of the circuit. There's another one, drops 2 wheels into the grass.
Yeah, difficult to really run it through there side by side, but they're just about going to make it work and get away with it scot-free. Here's a replay of what we saw. Was it a bit of a tap? It was a tap, quite a heavy tap. Nearly 3 wide into the corner, and it just wasn't going to go. And in the end, sadly for Felix, he was the one that lost out in all of that. At the front of the field, once again, though, in towards the final couple of corners. SRAM will have the outside line. Woodrow is to the inside at the final corner. That's advantageous to begin with, but SRAM surely going to get the better on all the way towards turn number 1.
We got 6 cars here for the race lead. A little bit off the rear end is Richard Dempsey. A switch for the race lead sees Nathaniel SRAM getting past Ryan Woodrow. Woodrow, though, in the pink and white car there, closest to the camera, trying to find a way back through into T1. I think maybe potentially one of them will lift out going into the apex of T1. The number 19 of Alex Aguado is going to be making the move to the inside to pick up a couple of positions and go all the way up to 2nd. That's mental. That was a pretty big send in what is not a particularly long braking zone as well.
Yeah, longer in the slower cars than you would in a GT3 or a prototype, but even still, it's not a long braking zone, as you say. It's impressive to get a move around the outside. And, oh, Hibbett making a move in the back of, well, in the mid pack, I should say. That's for P11. His heart rate's pretty high, 124. He'd be forgiven for thinking he was running, to be honest with you. But Jason Green is his next target. Declan Marsden, there's Manfred Floor. Is this going to be 2x2? You bet it is. Bump drafting either side. Don't bump draft on the grass, though. That can go very wrong indeed. And Jason Green's just about going to survive. And there's the inside line in the number 4. We'll get that move done.
Guarantee that heart rate will climb. I could only imagine what Michael Bell's would have been on the last lap going for that move in the Formula V's just a little bit earlier on, trying to slot the 3 wide, and wouldn't be too shocked if it was in the 140s, 150s there, and then maybe even going a little bit higher than that up towards the line. Pretty sure in my time of using the heart rate monitor, which has been sparingly because I hate knowing how unhealthy I am, I'm pretty sure that I've seen mine get up to like 160, 170 in the middle of a race before, when it all kicks off and you're trying to be hyper focused and such. It is amazing that you're hitting cardiovascular exercise levels of heart rate, all through just trying to throw a little car around a little game. Isn't that mental? It's just how much it means to you as a driver.
Yeah, I mean, the rare times that I drive, my heart rate goes through the roof because if I'm in any position to do well, I am panicking like there is no tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. It's going up as he bumps off. Careful, that nearly went very badly wrong. As they make their way towards kind of the corner, Nathaniel Schramm, getting in towards kind of the corner into the lead of the race. Aguado in P2 now, Halliburton sticking off the tail. Schooler as well in all of this. They've all taken a turn at the lead over the course of the race so far, and that is almost certainly going to continue with 28 minutes still to go. Unless there's some kind of incident, you see no real breaking up of this train, do you? So it looks like they are just going to have to game this out between them all the way through the rest of this 28 minutes of the race. But you said before the top six are away. That gap increasing a little bit. Vince Cusi struggling to get back to the top six.
Yeah, and it was, to be fair, it was Richard Dempsey and Vince Cusi that were the other way around a lap ago, and now they've switched around. Vince Cusi doesn't seem to quite have the speed, or maybe made too many mistakes on that last lap, unable to keep up with the top group. Aguado is our race leader. Woodrow, though, is coming through, looking to the inside on the race lead as they flick their way through T1, and it will be Ryan Woodrow back to the front of the field. Aguado, Halliburton, then Schooler, Schramm, and Dempsey. 6 cars for the race lead. Going to be a bit of a pack here. We're down into turn 3, and we keep our eyes focused on the yellow and black car of Kane Halliburton. He might be picking up quite a slipstream here and could be going for something right on board with him. Going into the back of Alex Aguado, the number 19 car. They get past Ryan Woodrow as well, who's being left and hung out to dry on the outside.
Yeah, a few of the cars just drawing the differing lines through here. Is that Schooler trying to come through the middle? It is. It's not going to work out for him into turn number 5. Outside for Aguado, who's going to hold him the lead for the moment, but Halliburton will have the inside line after they rise the crest at turn number 6. Woodrow outside line, but the overlap isn't suiting him. He's got Schooler up the inside, Schramm and Dempsey still on the tail. And all this has allowed Jason Green and Camden Hibbett into the train. Vince Cusi dropping back at the moment, but he's still within range. And you know, all of the chaos and all of the 3 wides at the front of the field means that every single lap, everyone can catch up that little bit through the opening sector.
Exactly. So these gaps will ebb and flow a little bit with some of these packs whilst everyone fights so hard. And as much as we have got 6 here for the race lead, like I say, those cars from behind will be closing in and maybe losing out. Depends on how much they all work with each other. We're only nearly coming up to 20 minutes into this race. There's still plenty of time. This is what happened to Ryan Carwell a little bit earlier on. I think a little bit of a tap and a big slide across the basically the entirety of turn 5, which has had its fair share of drama so far in the SCCA runoffs here this afternoon on iRacing. Battle for second position. Ryan Woodrow, Alex Aguado going side by side as they go through Thunder Valley. Probably the, in my opinion, number 1 named place in motorsport. I think that's an amazing name.
It's not even a valley, really, is it, as well? I mean,
no, I don't think it's just got thunder.
Up towards the line they come after 10 minutes have been completed in this race then. And obviously we're still much closer to working out who's going to be the one to find a way towards the front, because we've now got 10 cars inside 2 sectors at the front of the field. And once again, they're 3 wide across the start-finish line. Schooler, Schramm, is it 4 wide? Nearly. Halliburton's been absolutely mugged off by 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 here, as he didn't have the slipstream coming onto this straight, which has affected him all the way down. He won't worry too much, though. He's been in the same position as the others who have worked their way through now. But you can just about see it's almost the risk of trying to position the car safely, where you can just end up putting it onto the grass, or if you're Jason Green, sending it into a corner. You don't necessarily know if the car in front of the car you're overtaking is going to realise you're up the inside.
Great move from Richard Dempsey there into T3 to get through on Nathaniel Schramm, but I think they're still side by side. They remain side by side as they head their way into turn 5. Battle for the race lead. Aguado once again trying to come through on Schooler side by side as well for 3rd and 4th, as Kane Halliburton in the yellow and black car tries to keep Ryan Woodrow at bay, and Schramm is able to get back through on Dempsey. You saw our, I was going to say 10-car train, but I'm not so sure about that. A bit of contact then between the top 2. Alex Aguado gets into the rear end of Giancarlo Schooler, and that was a little bit heavier than what you'd really want. No major damage, though, lasting on the front end of Aguado's car.
Yeah, and lucky to keep it going, really, at the moment. But he's right on the back of Giancarlo Schooler once again as they run their way into the carousel. As you can see, a little bit of a slightly different line. You almost can't risk too many differing lines when you're in such a close train, but he goes a little bit wider into that opening apex. Probably want to hit it twice as you work your way all the way through the more than 200 degrees worth of rotation to the right. But then you get into the kink, very different feel to a corner, even though it's still to the right, because you get that kind of slingshot. Here comes Aguado. Ooh, a little bit of contact nearly with Schooler. That wasn't being comfortable at all. Halliburton maybe watching and seeing if it blows up in his face.
Yeah, there is a little bit of damage. I wasn't sure if there was going to be that much damage, but there is a touch on the front of Alex Aguado's car. So it's nothing too major. I'm pretty sure it's fiberglass composite or something like that. I'm sure it's fine, but it is a touch dented after driving into the back of Giancarlo Schooler in the mid part of the race before they went into the hurry down. So about halfway through this one, and you can kind of tell by the timer across the line, 22 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Well, we're not exactly halfway because we are going to get an extra lap on this. They'll cross the line with about 10 seconds or so to go later on in the race to begin the final lap, and that'll be a tight one to keep an eye out for. Kane Halliburton leading the outside to steal away the race lead once more, straight back around the outside of Alex Aguado, Ryan Woodrow and Giancarlo Schooler. Kane Halliburton back to the front of the field, and look at this train for the race lead. Certainly not 6 in it anymore.
No, there's well more than 6, probably looking at more than 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, well, I can't count them that quick. My eyes don't work very well. I've got 4 of them, and none of them work particularly well. Here comes Ryan Woodrow on the back of Aguado and Halliburton. Halliburton's going to have to defend because Aguado will have the inside line. Is Woodrow going to jump out? Is Woodrow going to give him the bump draft? It's going to be the former that he decides to do. 3 wide behind. Richard Dempsey trying to get himself involved. Jason Green, breaking very late into the corner, but they all avoid contact, and it's 2 by 1 by 2 momentarily up the hill. Aguado and Halliburton still side by side through 6.
I've not counted. I've just looked on the live timing that in-game that it is 16 for the race lead. Effectively at the moment, the train goes back to Flavio Andalo, who's in 16th position. That is the final car in this pretty substantial train past the towards the halfway point of this race. Kane Halliburton, though, is back to the front. Alex Aguado directly behind. Look, it's exciting. It's thrilling. There we go. That's a battle for first, Dara. That's a battle for first.
I think the guys, 14th, 15th, and 16th are delighted to be in the battle for first, graphic, to be honest with you.
Yeah, right.
They won't feel like they're in the battle for first because they're so far back in terms of the train, but there are so many cars around them that it doesn't take much for them to get themselves involved right at the front of the field. Aguado is involving himself at the sharp end. Oh, there you go in the background. Big crash. Was that a car on its roof? I'm not too sure. It's difficult to see with all the haze and the smoke, but there were a couple of cars off the road. We'll see that again after we see if Halliburton can get past Aguado.
It was Schooler. You can see there at the top of your screen, meatball repairs required for Giancarlo Schooler, who I think you're absolutely right, I'm pretty sure was upside down. And yes, for those that were towards the back of this field that were on that graphic battling for first, which I'm pretty sure, like I say, maybe it's a bit lenient saying that, if you're in 16th, you're in the battle for first. I'm pretty sure that's what Lewis Hamilton will be looking forward to at the Las Vegas Grand Prix, if that's the case, that we're allowed to account for the entire field like that to be battling for the race lead. But that gap has obviously, or that group has shrunk somewhat courtesy of the big incident there that we just saw. Ryan Woodrow back to the race lead. 20 minutes left to go. Kane Halliburton will also drop down to 3rd position, potentially here going side by side with Alex Aguado.
Yeah, an inside line for Aguado once again through turn number 3. Is it wide for Halliburton? No, keeps it firmly on the on the tarmac and will be able to get a good run. A little bit of contact door to door as they, well, I say door to door, side to side. I said roof as well a minute ago. Of course, they don't have roofs, do they? Halliburton will get that run better towards the Moraine sweep in turn number 5 because Ryan Woodrow had initially given him the slipstream, has given it back to Aguado. But look at that, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 into turn number 5. Do they all sort it out just about, it seems?
Yeah, they find their way back into, I say single file, but into less drama. I think that's the important bit to kind of navigate here. It's sure you're allowed to get embroiled in the fights, but do you know what? I've never wanted a driver to win or to be in contention for the win more than I do for Camden Hibbett. And the reason is I want to see what the heart rate gets to. That's all I'm curious for. Win or not, like that's all I'm really interested in. Let's see what happened then. Christian Flagg was trying to come through. Whoa, so close with Schooler there. That's 2 drivers that were racing in the Formula V's a little bit earlier on here in the SCCA Runoffs. Doesn't get much closer than that. That was a pretty big hit off the back of Rostein.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think the heart rate would have had time to have spiked when you're going down the straight, and then there's a car that's there, and then it's not there, and it's behind you that quickly. But goodness me, that was a scary moment, wasn't it? Particularly down that straight where it was nearly into the grass anyway. For a car to be fully to the right-hand side of him, a real stroke of luck. Top three away a touch at the minute as they're on their way through. But I mean, it's interesting, I think, to see how these three can maybe try and, well, I'd say work together to pull away. I mean, it's practically impossible with the rest of them behind, but it won't take much of a battle behind if they can continue that for a few extra corners, for them to have an extra 2-3 tenths of an advantage, and realistically that could be all they need if they want to try and break away a little bit. Flavio Andalo, well, he doesn't want to slip him at all. He doesn't want to be in that train. He's trying to get back in it, I'm sure, but there's cars coming through to his left, and he's just losing out position after position sticking out here.
Yeah, but again, playing the long game, it's not necessarily the worst thing. Was the final driver included in that battle for first graphic a little bit earlier on, where there might be some slightly larger gaps off the back of Christian Flag down to Dirk Braun, who's the top of that group that we were just looking at there. Bit of a moment from De Viveros, and off the road at the opening corner, and now slowly rolling down the hill before getting back up to speed. Hopefully the car will be perfectly capable of reaching maximum velocity on the run down this mid-stretch into turn 5. This is the battle for the race lead, then back with Woodrow, Halliburton, Aguado and Dempsey. Of course, Schramm, Cussy, Abbott, Hibbett, they're all involved as well. There is Camden Hibbett getting down the inside of Vince Cussy, and of course Gareth Nyland also knocking at that door. Was it 10 now? Yeah, 10 for the race. That's a bit more of a relatively understandable number. Oh dear.
It was Marsden. That car is not going in the right direction. It's going back to the pit lane. I think maybe there was some damage on the suspension. I thought for a half a second, maybe wrong, but that was what I saw on first glance. Either way, he's out of contention in this race, and with 60 minutes to go, there won't be too much he can do. Let's see. This is what Dirk Braun saw, and yeah, there you go. That'll be where the damage was picked up for Dirk, and then for a couple of others as well, including Marsden, you could see in the background. And all of those guys really losing out time, and a few of them will have picked up damage, and that's taken them out of a little bit of contention. So at the moment, the last 10 minutes has been a bit attritional, hasn't it, with cars spinning, going off, getting some contact and getting some damage. We are almost filtering it down now to the drivers that are left in the final 15 minutes.
And I still think there's plenty more to come on that side, so don't worry about that too much. Ryan Woodrow, though, who is leading. We ride on board with the number 19 of Alex Aguado, who sits at the moment in third position. A driver from Andorra. That is a country you rarely see in the world of sim racing, or generally even sport. But there's a country I have visited, though, so at least there's that. I've visited twice. That mental.
It's nice. I wish
it's obviously for skiing. Obviously,
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's only about, what, like 80,000 people in Andorra, so
it's a small country.
Yeah, no surprise that it's a rare one, but it's always good to get more representation. I mean, what we have, we had Andorra, South Georgia and Antarctica today, and we're only on race number 2. Aguado, nearly getting into the wrong part of the back of Kane Halliburton. That could have gone more wrong than it did, but it's under control. They've been running so close for so long that they probably have a lot more confidence in themselves than it looks like they would have from up here. But again, that train running so close together, 10 of them. Christian Flag at the back, he's going to have to start picking his way through if he wants to get a win, because the win is on for him. He's in that train. He's a second and a half behind the lead, even though there's 9 cars in front of him.
Absolutely. I'm not sure the driver Antarctica is necessarily their location of origin for joining me. Look, Starlink satellites, you can never be fully sure these days as to where someone's picking up an internet connection. I'm just not fully convinced that would be the highest priority around that part of the world, that neck of the woods, you know. 14 minutes 15 seconds left. Nathaniel Schramm we're riding on board with. Got Dempsey directly ahead, and like you say, it's 2.4 seconds that separate these 10 cars that are doing battle for victory. Now, unlike with the Formula Vs a little bit earlier on in the day, I'd sit there and be like, as I said in the race, I think if you could go from 6th to 1st in one of those basically in one lap, which is kind of what Michael Bell did on the way to victory. These, not so sure. I think if you are wanting to properly contend for victory, you've got to be in the top 5, you know, on the final couple of laps. You've got to be working your way through. So for the likes of Christian Flag, for Gareth Nyland, for Vince Cussy, for Camden Hibbett and for Jason Green, they kind of need to get themselves involved in that within 5 minutes left to go. They can't like leave it all till the last minute of this race. That just won't work. Too much damage will already be done.
Yeah, and you can gain a couple of spots, well, you know, consistently around the lap, but you're not going to see yourself overtaking 2 or 3 cars at a time. I think that's the point that we're, you know, both agreeing on there, because you've got to work your way up slowly, and by doing so, it means that if you're further back, you have to start doing it now. 13 minutes left on the clock when they cross the line, and with them going at you know, just over or just under 2.5 minutes, we're looking at 6 more laps to go, because they should cross the line. Yeah, they almost certainly will cross the line after completing a 5th. So you're going to have to start making your way through soon. Schramm trying to do that. He's on the inside line of Dempsey, but he'll be losing out on the slipstream by not having anybody in front of him until Aguado jumps out as well.
Yeah, Aguado getting past Kane Halliburton, who, of course, earlier on this race started from pole position, had a great conversion from that race start, and now might see himself off the podium as a look to the inside from Richard Dempsey, making the move at T3 in that distinctive black and green car. Pretty partial to that livery myself. I do quite like the look of it. I just like some bright colours, you know. I know I can feel it that Cameron Rogers is already judging me for having an opinion on livery like that, and I know you and O'Leary wouldn't agree. But then we'll discuss colours ad nauseum, and I'm sure me and our junior will disagree as to what colour what is. Camden Hibbett here going for a big move, all the way up to 3rd position. I'm sure that heart race about to skyrocket up to 129. We're going to break into the 130s, I'm sure. Going side by side for 3rd position, going around the outside of Kane Halliburton as we come out from under the bridge. 135 we now hit as we flick through the right-hander before we drop into the hurry down.
Yep, and he's going to single file out before then, so it should come down a little bit, but it still is tense, isn't it, in these cars to go side by side through this middle sector. Can go so wrong with just the slightest miscommunication with the car that you're racing with through some of these corners, because they're high speed enough that a little bit of contact can very, very easily spin you around. As we've seen, the rear ends of these cars can be a little bit sensitive to a bump, especially when you're turning. So you have to avoid it through places like here at the kink, but they're running so close together, it can be difficult to do so. Look at the slingshot from Halliburton for Aguado on the back of Woodrow as well. Hit it in P4, looking at all of this in the best position that he's been in all race. That heart rate is surely going to go higher and higher. Going to go for the move just yet, but he will sit and wait. It's still not going to keep him from stressful situations in the top 4.
No, indeed. Just it's always fascinating to see the heart rate. Some people don't believe you that it always sits above like about 120 in the middle of a sim race. Everyone's like, no, surely it's about resting. You sat down, but no. The mental focus takes up an awful lot of that, and Ryan Woodrow back into the race lead. Aguado, Halliburton, and then we're on board with Hibbett. Now move up into 3rd position, picking up the slipstream of the top 2, who go side by side between the pair of them, Ryan Woodrow and Alex Aguado. 10 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this race. Still plenty of time, and still 10 for the race lead. Aguado, Woodrow, Hibbett, Schramm, Nyland, Dempsey, Green, Kusi, Halliburton, and Flag. Kane Halliburton down to 9th position after that issue at the final turn. Still, though, battling for the race lead with 10 minutes to go. Sees Woodrow back to the front.
Ooh, goodness me, in the background, there was a big bit of contact between Dempsey and Green. They've just about managed to avoid it. Wide goes Jason Green. Vince Kusi may be able to come through. Halliburton involved in all of that as well now, of course, after dropping down to the back of this train. But it is frantic, isn't it, in the final 10 minutes now. 5 laps less than that to go. Hibbett gets to P2 past Woodrow, who's on that outside line. Hibbett right behind Aguado will be right pushed to the inside. Not the easiest line. We could see Woodrow try and walk it around the outside, and he'll try it. It's not going to work out in the end. Gareth Nyland on the inside now, maybe looking for P3, but will filter out into the single-filed nature of turn 6. And Schramm just on the back of that as well. Dempsey and Green side by side. You know, we're not going to go a lap here without side by side towards turn 6. It's a matter of whose it's going to be rather than if we see it at all. And Aguado at the front for the time being, but Hibbett has been the one to really work his way through consistently over this race.
Yep, indeed. Played the cards very well. Big snap of oversteer in the inset on the bottom of your screen. So battling happening up and down the order, of course. And we are getting some exciting fights heading down into the hurry down. Scott Merchant and Deviveros going side by side. Of course, Deviveros having that big moment going through turn 1 earlier on in the race. Ka-chow, he says, as he finds another spot.
he does. He's at the front of the field as well, no surprise. We'll have to see if he can... we'll have to use his tongue to make a position on the line. We'll have to wait and see on that, because they will run quite close, won't they? Woodrow inside line on Aguado. Hibbett may slip up the inside as well in towards Thunder Valley. It's probably what is the sound going to be like at the moment with so many of these cars flying through. And Hibbett will be ahead, actually. Good move around the outside. Nyland and Schramm just in behind us. Stephen Cody. Not a good day for him. Black flag.
Oh dear, it's all getting very messy here. Merchant was out wide in the Lightning McQueen car. That is a little bit concerning to look at the front of in a car like this, but that's fine. Yeah, it looks a little odd. Obviously no lights and stuff, because the race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit. But either way, the likes of Stephen Cody into the pit lane to serve the black flag penalty, and of course it's Ryan Woodrow who is our race leader. Alex Aguado, Camden Hibbett, 1, 2 and 3 as they were earlier on, slightly working his way up the order. It is Kane Halliburton up into 5th position. So Halliburton, who dropped down to 9th, is starting to knock once again at the door of this top group. And as the timer is ticking down, we're getting close to 0. We're getting close to that final lap of the race. We're getting close to these moves being extremely important when it comes to their track positions on that final lap. Alex Aguado with the inside run, getting past Ryan Woodrow.
And that's also Gareth Nyland on the inside of Camden Hibbett for P3 as well. You've got Halliburton right on the tail now. Hibbett with a good enough exit that he'll feel like he can make this position work into turn 6 and will take the racing line. Gareth Nyland not going to fight that one too hard. Yeah, Dempsey has picked up a black flag. That'll take him out of contention completely from the rest of the train, which is a real shame, but it gives Flag and Kusi and Green maybe a chance to get themselves a little bit further up. But the difficulty is where Richard Dempsey is, if he departs that, or when he departs that train, it's going to leave a few more tenths between Flag and the car in front, so that could be a risk for them, that they can become disconnected in the final 3 laps of this race. But there's a few drivers picking up black flags towards the end of this race. David Veros now the next one to do so. You can't rule out some of these front runners picking up one in the last 3 laps.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, Dempsey is one of those front runners who's a bit of a heavy hitter, who'll be taking a trip down into pit lane. Certainly not the race he was McDreamy of. I don't know, it's a Patrick Dempsey joke. You read into it or you will. Battle for the race lead though, and Ryan Woodrow, Camden Hibbett going side by side. There is Kane Halliburton in the yellow and black car trying to get through the middle and up into 4th position. Was almost trying to steal away 3rd. In all of that, but Alex Aguado's dropping backwards, and I'm sure Camden Hibbett now battling for the race. I wonder what the heart rate's like now. What's the highest heart rate you've ever had recorded, Sarah?
Oh, I don't know. It's probably something in PE from year 7 when I miscounted. You know, measuring your pulse. I don't really know. Probably something too high. Everyone needs more exercise, don't they? Camden Hibbett gets the lead, though. He's inhibiting the race lead, you could say.
Nice. That's good. That is good. Vince Kusi, I think, also is into the pit lane with a damaged car. So we've lost a couple from this group. Ryan Woodrow trying to get around the outside of Camden Hibbett, who is into the race lead. Kane Halliburton as well, knocking at the door, trying to get through onto the inside, looking to the outside, though, of Camden Hibbett. It is still side by side between the pair of them. We have 5 minutes left to go of this race. It'll be 3 laps left to go from this point, including the lap that we're currently on, so still plenty of action still to have had around here. Right-hand side of your screen, it's Ryan Woodrow. Kane Halliburton's also worked their way through. Camden Hibbett's been dropped back down into 4th position, courtesy of Alex Aguado coming through. Make that 5th, because Gareth Nyland also coming through, and Nathaniel Schramm. It's not going so well for Camden Hibbett, whose heart rate seems to be pretty settled with the mix.
Yeah, and you can just about see him working his way through. That heart rate coming down lap by lap as he gets into these stressful situations. Clearly he's getting more used to it, even if just by a couple of beats per minute. But he is in P4 and in range to pounce. Woodrow trying to pounce down in towards the left-hander. We'll see if he can get this one done before Aguado and Halliburton get a bit of an up and under into the carousel. No such thing is going to be occurring. Nathaniel Schramm. Nathan again. Schramm up the inside into the carousel. Didn't go for the move in the end, but I mean, there's so many little looks and so many just sighters at moves that haven't been completed just yet. We've only got 2 and a bit more laps to find out if these sighters are going to work out.
Yeah, exactly. There's There's not too many more opportunities, realistically speaking. There's still a fair few, but not exactly an insane amount of them to pick apart left. They're still going side by side, basically every opportunity that they have. Race lead goes the way of Alex Aguado, Ryan Woodrow, Camden Hibbett once again battling it out with Kane Halliburton as they go through Thunder Valley up towards the Bill Mitchell bend and then the final corner at 14. See once again a switch for the race lead. It's referenced, by the way, the highest heart rate that I've ever had recorded. I actually do know what it is. It was 207. Yeah, I was on a rowing machine and honestly, I lied down next to it afterwards and thought I was about to die. But that's fine. I am still here and I am still watching some of the races. Kane Halliburton finds his way back through into the race lead.
Yep, he's on the inside line now, but with the bump draft from Camden Hibbett, Ryan Woodrow is going to... Ryan Woodrow, that's not how you say his name. He gets back to the race lead. Alex Aguado in the background as well. Hibbett pushed to the outside, further to the outside as Gareth Nyland as he fights with Nathaniel Schramm. Hibbett will have the outside line on Kane Halliburton, but had a little bit of slipstream, so has just about an edge as they run their way into the corner. He'll have the slipstream off of Woodrow as well off the exit to try and pull away of the number one, who of course took pole position, did lead this race for a time, but did drop back in the order, gone all the way back to P2, and with a lap and a half to go, he could be in sight of the race lead at turn 5.
Feels like everyone in this 8-car train has had a bit of a lead during this race. Everyone's had a go at it. Everyone's been up there at least to some degree, and everyone is in contention with a couple of laps left to go. Penultimate lap we're on. Ryan Woodrow has that lead as side by side between Camden Hibbett and Kane Halliburton. Finally returns his way to single file with the number 6 in second position and the number 1 in third. Alex Aguado in fourth position. Gareth Nyland, who's kind of hovering around the top 5, has been in and out more towards the back of this pack, but certainly is choosing now to move his way through. Christian Flagg saw out in the previous race, had a couple of close calls already in this one, of course with Giancarlo Schooler, where it was extremely close with Christian Flagg getting lost in the smoke. Still remains in this race. 8 cars for the race lead. Woodrow, Hibbett, Halliburton, Aguado, then Nyland, Schramm, Flagg and Green. The 8 cars that are going to do battle here in the Spec Racer Forwards in the SCCA Runoffs.
Yeah, you know, you could take anybody really at the moment to be your race winner. It could quite literally be any of them. Hibbett on the back of Ryan Woodrow, bump drafting him in towards Canada corner as he will have the outside line on Kane Halliburton through here. Halliburton did stick his nose up the inside, and that has allowed Ryan Woodrow an extra couple of tenths of an advantage. But we've seen down that straight towards turn 1, it diminishes almost immediately with the strength of the slipstream, particularly running up the hill. It's now at 141 for Camden Hibbett. It's only going to get worse, isn't it, as we have the white flag flying. As Barney will be up in that flag box when the drivers rise to the top of the hill. This is Hibbett's chance. Can he go to the lead now? Does he wait? It's a difficult decision.
He's got Kane Halliburton all over the rear end as he follows the slipstream of Ryan Woodrow. Halliburton was almost going for something himself to try and find his way through. Gives a couple of bumps to Camden Hibbett, who's going to look to the outside into T1 as they start to reach maximum velocity of the car. They can't quite make the move. Hibbett drops back into line behind Ryan Woodrow as Alex Aguado and Nathaniel Schramm. We're going to switch positions here, picking up that slipstream of our pole sitter, and Aguado is going to potentially drop back even further. He's got the inside run going through turn 3, but might be a sitting duck for the likes of Gareth Nyland and for Jason Green behind. Coming out of the slipstream just a touch was Kane Halliburton. He doesn't want it yet. He wants to see if there's going to be side by side between the top 2 and then pick up the pieces of that.
Yeah, I think maybe Hibbett waiting, though, could be damaging. Oh, no, Aguado off the road. And that's Jason Green as well into the barrier. That was a hard hit into the barrier. Those two completely out of contention. They're gone. We're down to 6 at the front now. And it will be Hibbett versus Woodrow. You'd expect Halliburton there as well. Hibbett decided to wait. He didn't want to go for it there. He's pinning his hopes on Canada corner. And he's going to have to hope that it comes up right for him, because Halliburton's right there to pick up the pieces, or maybe to make a move himself if Hibbett doesn't have the greatest of exits. This was the replay. They were 3 wide momentarily. Oh, and there you go, Green going into the side momentarily of Aguado. Aguado going around and Green as well, both of them. Well, not on each other's Christmas card best now, that's for sure.
Certainly not. We're far too close for that to have been forgiven. Before we reach the big day in a month's time. I don't really like Christmas anyway, so I'm fine with it. I'm a bit of a, it's not for me. What I am here for, though, is some good racing, and that's all we've been getting. Ryan Woodrow, Camden Hibbett They are going into battle this final run as they work their way down through the slight kinks going down into Canada corner. Camden Hibbett is right behind. Is he going to go for a move? He does not go for a move on Ryan Woodrow, pinning his hopes on the final corner. That seemed a little bit unlikely, but there is the opportunity for it. They go through Thunder Valley and up towards the Bill Mitchell bend. It's Ryan Woodrow, Camden Hibbett, Kane Halliburton and Nathaniel Schramm that are all going to be battling for the race lead. There's a look to the inside coming in from Camden Hibbett. Doesn't go for a move though. He's going to come through the final corner, but it could be advantage to Ryan Woodrow. Is it going to be a better exit from Camden Hibbett? Look at the heart rate now, up to 160. Through the middle, tries to come Kane Halliburton. Is he going to be able to do it? It's Ryan Woodrow with a big gap towards the line. But look at Nathaniel Schramm, who might just steal it away from 4th to 1st. Picture perfect for the number 7 to get past on Woodrow, Hibbett and Halliburton.
What a run from Nathaniel Schramm. Came from nowhere. He wasn't in the conversation at all and just had that slipstream effect. He had enough of it to run past all 3 of them and get to the race lead. That was an incredible run to the line. He was working his way through, and because it is such a long run to the line, he was able to have the time. He had the distance afforded to him to be able to pull off moves like that. Absolutely incredible. It was Woodrow versus Hibbett, and all of a sudden, he popped himself in the middle of it. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think, some drivers might not be too happy with how this has unfolded. I think Kane Halliburton might be feeling a little bit rough about all of it, but obviously he kind of tried to pick to go through the middle, as we saw a little bit earlier on in the day from Michael Bell in the Formula Vs, but the door just wasn't really there, and the car we're on board with here just picked the right position to go through. Final corner, just waiting for that opportunity to come in for some of those up ahead, and Camden Hibbett waited till now. Then Kane Halliburton tried to go through the middle, a slow run from the number 2, and just an excellent run from Nathaniel Schramm straight up into the race lead. Absolutely incredible. That's so well read.
I really hope you get a word from him, because I mean, what must he be thinking running up to the line? You're just sitting on the racing line. You've not done anything differently than you would do in a qualifying lap. Just put your foot down, run on the racing line on the left-hand side of the circuit, and he's gone from 4th to 1st. Halliburton nearly takes out Woodrow as well with the last hit. That nearly took both of them out of the picture, but goodness me, the number 7 with an incredible run to the line. And that's where the finish line is so far down the track here in America, right?
Yeah, indeed. Nathaniel Schramm then our race winner. Ryan Woodrow in 2nd, Camden Hibbett and Kane Halliburton, all 4 of them separated by just over a 10th, and even a 10th behind them. It was Gareth Nyland, who was far enough back that you could have fit 4 cars between him and the next car. Apparently, if you look at the top 4, Christian Flagg would be up in 6th position with Felix Simos, Manfred Floor, Flavio Andalo and Scott Merchant, the top 10 here, Dara.
Yep, Daniel Wood finished in 11th, just ahead of Daniel Lee. Jason Lee in P12. Michael Schmidt and Joshua Justice were 13th and 14th. Again, 2 drivers running very close to the line. Only a couple of attempts in it between them. In the end, for Aguado, he dropped down to 15th position, but realistically, anything outside of the win would have disappointed him in the first place. Alexander Miller, P16 in the end. JJ Weyer finished 17th. He was just ahead of Ryan Carwile, only 400 split them, with Adrian Rostang and Anthony Ori running out the top 20.
The final cars would be Andrew Movid, of course, in 21st position, Greg Ike, AJ Jesse with Fritz, Braun, Murray, De Viveros, the last driver within a minute, then Green Schooler, unfortunately down to 29th position, and Richard Dempsey to 30th after also serving a penalty. Cody, only 2 retirements from the race, being Kusi and Marsden, which is actually quite impressive, all things considered. That is 2 races down and 2 winners and champions crowned in the Formula V and the Spec Razor Fords. We'll be back in a few moments' time, though, as the MX-5s will take to the SCCA Runoffs and here to the circuit at Road America.
Welcome back to the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, where we have skibbidied our way on over to the MX-5s, and the big boys have shown up in what might be the strongest field that we'll see here today across our 6 races. Our adjudicating party alongside of Dara Thacker. It is officially big and small in the broadcast booth, and let's be real, Dara, we are not going to claim that we intentionally made the schedules like this, but it was scheduled that you and I would get to share what we think is going to be the best race of this iRacing SCCA Runoffs, and we got a field of 40 MX-5s ready to rumble.
I mean, come on, it's an MX-5 Road America. You cannot go wrong, can you really? And with so many cars on the circuit, this is almost certainly going to be absolute chaos all the way through from start to finish, and this is exactly the kind of race we love to see in the SCCA Runoffs. We've had 2 of them so far. This third one almost certainly going to be no different. But yeah, like you said, I circled this one initially as the one I was looking forward to. Delighted that I'm here from the comments booth for it.
Morgan Burghardt joins us. He'll be also racing tomorrow in the IMSA Esports Global Championship under his CSM Porsche livery. Races, of course, as part of the Michelin Pilot Challenge, has stepped his way up through the SCCA rungs. We're excited to see him join us in the esports world, and recently confirmed he is back next year with his teammate Gordon Scully for another crack at the Pilot Challenge crown. We have a whole bunch of other MX-5 specific drivers. I also see a Matt Malone in the field, so will be very exciting, expecting plenty of great racing and hopefully our 3rd photo finish in as many races. The first of the qualifying laps is officially beginning. It's the 5-Star Motorsports number 4, and Wan Chi Lin that carves his way through turn 1 like tap of the brakes. Watch the steering. That's what you got to keep your eyes on here, because Dara, you got to be light hands to pilot a Mazda MX-5 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you really do, and it can be so treacherous as well when you're racing in such close quarters with others. He's confident enough going down that he can look away momentarily from the screen, can Wang Shilin. But you're right, it has to be such a delicate application of steering. It's not necessarily a car that you can just throw into some corners, because that rear end is just not going to stick, and so that application of the throttle, the use of the steering has to be oh so careful, and that's what makes this car a difficult one to be able to control and then drive at such a limit when you're racing in such close quarters.
Up under the bridge at turn 6. I'm looking just to see sector time wise if anyone has stood out. Now, technically iRacing reports 3 sectors, so sector 1 is quite long and lengthy, as is sector 2. Interesting that he's taking his hand off the wheel with that Formula style steering wheel as well to shift gears, so maybe using a sequential. These Mazda MX-5s are, I believe, the sequential variety nowadays on iRacing, not the H pattern that many people, including myself, initially started with in the world of iRacing rookies. Out through the kink, it's foot to the floor. Definitely not going to be side by side to the same degree as we saw with the Formula Vs to open up the session, and then just one heavy braking zone left, and this is where we will see plenty of action. It's the run to Canada corner.
Yeah, and a heavy braking zone that will be so crucial. We saw it in the opening race. Less so in the second race, because we saw that run to the line in the end. We didn't see the race decided at Canada corner, but it very well might be in this MX-5 exchange. Wang Shilin just one more corner to negotiate. That is the final turn before he can run up to the line and see what the timing tower tells him. But the Chinese driver just has to pin the throttle and hope the time is good. It's such a long run. We've mentioned it a few times, but it is worth noting because it is one of the longest runs in world motorsport to the timing line. And Wang Shilin is going to go to, not the top yet, because Schruller had a 32.2, but that's not good enough for Nicholas Shepherd. Wang Shilin's time, first on the board, 31.7, P4 for the time being.
And so Morgan Burghardt's the one that's really laid down that provisional benchmark. They will just about get a second lap on the board as Morgan Burghardt has jetted himself up to the top of the timesheet. Big gaps through the field as well, if we're being completely honest. I mean, Camden Hibbert is 7/10 off in 10th position now, just about 3/4 of a second splitting the field. And anyone who's crossing the line now will not get a chance to finish the second lap if that's what they're trickling onto. There's the heart rate from Camden Hibbett, by the way, steady at 131. This is his bread and butter. Races Spec MX-5. Has been a Mazda Motorsports representative in Spec MX-5 land as well. This is Benjamin Forster running in one of the Full Sense Sims MX-5 machines. Let's see if lap number 2 is going to be slightly quicker. Another driver letting us know how his heart's going.
Yeah, good to get more of these, because it really goes to show how much pressure these drivers are under. They have a very good poker face a lot of the time, don't they? But they really are feeling it in the chest sometimes when you have these really, really exciting finishes and battles. And we're going to have a lot of them over the course of 35 minutes here at Road America. Seems to be pretty calm, realistically. 122, it is lower than that of Camden Hibbett for the time being for Benjamin Forster, but trying to find a little bit more time than he already has. You know, sitting 2/3 of a second off the fastest time at the moment. But again, we've seen trains in both of our races so far really continue all the way through the race. So it's almost just, this qualifying session, is almost about positioning yourself in that train to begin with, rather than giving you a chance at the win, because you could realistically start anywhere. If you work your way up through consistently, you're almost always going to be in that train.
And I do think that qualifying up towards the front is somewhat important. You want to keep yourself out of the danger zone is really what you're looking to do. Pole position might not be the most important, but again, putting yourself in the top 10, that could be crucial. So Schooler's done on lap 2, as is Per Sandberg and Christian Flagg. So a whole handful finding that lap 1, the banker lap time, is going to have to stand. Forster's going to climb his way to the line. Let's see if Morgan Burkhardt, a 10th quicker than the field on lap 1, will find some more time on lap 2. 15 seconds left to go. Who will set their second and final lap time in the session? Morgan Burkhardt is 3/10 off on lap number 2, so he does not improve. Here comes Olivier Heinrich-Hott in the 21. Schultz has jumped to 6th. Heinrich-Hott does not improve, and that is session done and dusted as Camden Hibbett, late in the run, jumps up to 9th. And we've got about 3 seconds covering 31 drivers and about 9 with no time on the board. We got plenty of time to run our way down through the starting grid. But let's start at the very front, where Morgan Burkhardt, a 10th clear of Nicholas Shepard, will lead us to the green here in the MX-5s for the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Olivier Heinrich-Hott will be inside of Olivier Piatek for the Williams Sim Racing Academy, while Wan Ji Lin for 5-Star Motorsports is alongside of Emil Schultz.
Number 4 is Per Sandberg, who is less than half a second off the fastest time, to really rubber stamp how tight this grid is going to be. Jack Veazey lines up alongside him on row number 4. We've seen Camden Hibbett's heart rate throughout the last race, and at the start of this qualifying session, he will line up 9th. Can he work his way through again? Giancarlo Schooler, 3 races already under his belt. This is the 3rd, of course. He will start in 10th, only 2 thousandths behind Hibbett. And then you've got Luca Becker and Christian Flagg at 11th and 12th on the 6th row, 2/3 of a second covering the top 6 rows.
And so draft will be important to keep the likes of Benjamin Forster, Martin Kitt in contention. Samir Kadorura and Franco Buckley share row 8, while Mark Elvidge and Luke Sandega share row number 9.
Ryan Maloney and Gregory Maloney. It's a whole load of Maloney on row number 10, as they are just over a second off of our fastest time. Matt Quilm, it will be 21st ahead of Michael Coates, and then it'll be Matt Malone, Declan Marsden. 2 drivers looking to move their way forward there on row 12.
Bill Daniels, Armando Garcia, 25th and 26th, while the whole of Springfield cheering on for Nicholas Burt alongside the very pink David Bush, Kay Denton, Eric Forbes. That's your top 30, and just a couple more drivers with times on the board.
Yep, Arto Vaxman and Gabriel Asseline were the other 2 drivers to get something into the timing tower. It means that we have got some unknowns at the back of the order. Samuel Sadki and Kai Christopher Dalziel will be lining up on row 17. Khalid Ramadan and Alexander Miller, well, there you go. They start row 18.
And then just 4 more. Ross Loram, Daniel Ponekvar, and David Swig, Francisco Gomez. 40 MX-5s, the biggest field that we will see. And even though it was the biggest field, we took our time somewhat with the starting grid. Guess what? Full formation lap here at the America's National Park of Speed. You have the media building off on the left-hand side of this shot, the pit lane obviously on the right. They constructed a great new bridge for 2025 actually, which sits a little bit further back from where we were on that formation. before getting underway. Road America is such a picturesque track, and haven't seen it much in the iRacing esports land. However, it is going to be included in the upcoming iRacing IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series, which kicks off on January the 8th. So NTT IndyCar Series machines will be blasting around here. What are we expecting, Dara? I mean, bump drafting is obviously going to be key. These are machines which very much can give as good as they can take. But racecraft, what do we think the drivers need to do, especially those buried a little bit further down through the running order?
Yeah, we've seen through the opening couple of races, different really in their characteristics with the Formula V and the Spec 4s that we've seen and how they've been able to race. It's going to be the same again here in the MX-5s. You're going to want to be moving your way through consistently well, because with them being a little bit wider, it's not as easy to make it 3 wide, stick it down the inside of a couple of cars and make up moves quickly in that manner. So you're going to have to consistently work your way through and start doing that early on, particularly if you're sat at the back of the pack. And if you make any mistakes, you're going to find yourselves tumbling a lot further down the order than you may have done earlier on with 40 cars on the circuits. You've got to have that extra level of caution, particularly in those first 15-20 minutes of the race, to make sure that you're going to be in that conversation towards the end of the race, because from what we've seen so far today and from what we know about the MX-5, there's going to be a lot of drivers that are surely going to be in that conversation in the final 5 minutes.
I think, by the way, this is the 3rd race in a row we've seen Christian Flag. Is he going to be the one that runs the gamut? Is Mr. Iron Man here today on the iRacing Esports Network? I will say, though, in a couple of hours' time, the coverage will flick over from this great racing. Don't get me wrong, we are going to be here for the next 4 and a bit hours to conclude this 2025 SCCA Runoffs. But there is some great action in the Formula 4 machines. The FIA F4 Esports Global Championship has 2 races, which will cut us off, unfortunately, meaning that you will not get to see, I believe it is the GT4 race, but you'll pick back up with us for the Renault Clios. All that uninterrupted if you are watching on Facebook or on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, stick here. SCCA runoff coverage to come throughout the day. Well, I think we could be in for a fun one. I know Morgan Burkhardt won his SCCA Championships and Spec Racer Ford, but again, no rookie in the MX-5s by any means. But the problem is, everybody in this field, for the most part, Dara, has got experience in the MX-5s. It's the car everyone starts with on iRacing.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's going to be a lot of drivers who are going to feel at home, and they know this circuit inside and out as well. So it really is a case of muscle memory for a lot of these drivers here today. But it's far easier to drive around on your own or drive around in a smaller race than it is when you've got so many cars on the circuit, which is going to make it a slightly different challenge for a lot of these drivers. But you can just see the amount of metal coming through that final corner just shows you this is going to be a frantic 35 minutes at Road America.
And so it is a SCCA Rookie of the Year that heads up the hill and gets ready to get the green flag waved here at America's National Park of Speed. He's keeping the field waiting. Are we ready to go? Will he punch it? Underway officially, and look at that. Not the greatest launch for Nicholas Shepard. Olivier Piatix jumped to the outside instantly on the run to turn 1. It's a field of 40 on the anchors for the first time. A light dab of the brakes. Piatek alongside of Burkhardt. Not quite. Shepard gets sandwiched. Piatek's going to get spun off into the gravel. And oh my goodness, Morgan Burkhardt runs away at the front of the field as chaos in the gravel pit behind him. Wanji Lin's got to try and now hold on to 2nd spot. It's 8/10 the advantage. They swing out of turn 3 and onto the run into turn 5 for the first time.
Yeah, there was 4 wide in the background, and that was what we saw with a couple of cars going off the road into turn 1. But at the moment, nothing is beating that Jet2 Holiday livery at the front of the field. Good gap in front, about 7 or 8/10 or so. That will be exactly what he needs to try and defend down in towards turn number 5. 2x2, maybe even a 3-wide moment on the stoppers for the first time into the heavy braking zone at turn 5. It's going to be the inside line for P3. Momentarily, it was 3 wide back there, but it's so easy once you're offline to get shuffled back in the order, and that's what you've got to be careful if you're emulsions.
Under the bridge, the Panda, that white Panda, just about held on. That's the 14 of Christian Flag. As they flick through the hurry downs, not quite side by side until you get all the way back to about 11th position, popping out onto the brakes into turn 8. Ooh, into the gravel. That's going to cost you some momentum. That's Luca Becker. Just about regathering things up. And slipping into line in 14th. And behind him, it's a fight between Declan Marsden and Lutsen Dega. As up to the kink for the very first time. That Jet 2 holiday, by the way, not going to last very long, I think. If Per Sandberg and Wanji Lin can work together, although 9/10 the gap that Morgan Burghardt has at the front of the field, as into the Canada corner they work for the first time.
Yeah, and Burghardt does have that lead. Sandberg and Lin not fighting down into the Canada corner for the first time. That's probably important for them, but behind, you can see side by side Heinrichott going alongside Christian Flagg, who, as you mentioned, in his third race of the day so far, and he's been consistently towards the front of the field. So no surprise to see him in 7th. Cars up the road, though. Bill Daniels, one of them, as there was a lot of contact down there at Canada corner. Clearly a couple of incidents getting very close together.
It's all 25th on back, though, for the most part. Up inside of the top 10, one gets shoved off into the gravel, exiting out of the final corner. And it is starting to stretch apart at the front. Here's a look at the start from up above. So Piatek tried to carry the momentum around the outside, but initially spun, but then saved in some ways by Shepard. Piatek does not return the favor and spins Shepard around. Pile into the scene of the incident, and 1, 2, 3 all stricken. A couple of others get away relatively cleanly. But the holiday has ended. Morgan Burghardt is brought with him Per Sandberg, Wanji Lin, and it might need to be a slightly bigger plane than an A320. Maybe we break out a 777 at some point, because the queue stretches all the way back to 21st position right now, as look at that draft fighting through into turn 5.
Yeah, inside line for Michael Coates, another driver apparently beaming in from Antarctica from one of those stations down south, but he's going to look to the outside line. If you can hook it all the way through the corner, it's difficult to do so, but if you're in an MX-5 and you've got commitment, a little bit too much commitment maybe, it might be possible, but he's gone a little bit wide and he will lose out on that spot, and they'll get up into turn 6 just in behind. A line of stern though, and still very much in the battle. There's a lot to fight for still. Such a long time in this race, I should say. Family of 4 forming at the front, aren't you?
So one driver, does not take the start. That means 39, now down to 34 contenders, because a whole handful have been down onto pit lane, and that might become a couple more based on the level of aggression that we have seen so far today. Look at a little bit of contact already showing on the nose of Per Sandberg. The bonnet slightly crumpled on the front of his car. Is that just the bump draft playing its part? Now, here comes a look from Wanji Lin. Didn't think he was going to be very patient. Will he get both? Will he get Morgan Burghardt as well as they touch the brakes into Canada corner? You can use the runoff on the outside to swing yourself up toward Bill Mitchell Bend, and that's exactly what Burghardt has been able to do. Holds on for the time being. But behind it, starting to chop and change. Giancarlo Sculler momentarily was trying to make his way forward, now trying to cut back into line as they head up the hill. Lap 2 complete.
And it is still Morgan Burghardt in control, but Wang Shilin will have a chance in the draft to make the move if he wants to. Will he bump draft? Yes, he will. And happily sit in 2nd place for the time being. There hasn't been too much to gain, is there, from leading the race at the moment? If nothing else, you may gain a little bit of safety from the cars behind, but that is really about it. Per Sandberg's not going to be challenging Wang Shi down in towards turn number 1. He's got his own problems with Emil Schultz behind. Camden Hibbett is up to P5 and has been working his way through as well. So it's almost some familiar faces from the races that we've seen so far at the top of the order. A couple of drivers off wide in the background at turn 1 though in the background, but lots of drivers still trying to fight their way up to this lead train, because there is a group starting to get away at the front.
That was Ryan Maloney that lost some ground after slipping off the track. Heart rate starting to increase in these more tense moments. Fight at the front has seen Wanji Lin slip up the inside of Burghardt, go deep on the anchors, send the MX-5 into the grass on the outside. Now that is taking advantage of the iRacing off track. Now Hibbett unable to do so. He slips back to 8th in the queue through all of that. Now, I mean, Burghardt holds on. Ooh. Off into the grass goes the bright red of Emil Schultz. Now with Giancarlo Sculler in that gold front-ended PRG machine tucked in behind. But Burkhardt can't get away with that time after time after time. He's accruing incident points. Eventually, iRacing gives you a penalty for that.
Yeah, so he's got to be careful with how he manages that through turn 5, lap after lap, and you've got to be careful how you manage the carousel when you're 2x2. Camden Hibbett involved in it, Forster right behind, Jack Veazey around the outside, trying to get enough of a run to be ahead into the kink. Difficult to go side by side through there. What does Camden Hibbett do? He backs out a little bit, and Forster will have to follow in tow. Not able to go side by side. Whoa! Up the inside though, because Franco Sanchez-Buckley, he was going for it. Doesn't matter that it's the kink and one of the most dangerous corners in American motorsport. He's made the move, or he hasn't quite done it yet, but he tried. And the number 10 is fighting for P9, whereas at the front, they are still fighting for P3 as well. We are getting into the frantic stages of the race.
Schooler has slipped by. Just looking through here. Forster eventually has to concede. It's about choosing when to fight. And that moment might not be quite now. Queue still extends all the way back to 22nd. Bit of contact there, and looks like Heinrich Holt gets forced off the road momentarily, and then almost gets run over as Martin Kitt slides past as well. Kai DL, 22 positions gained. And I did not set a qualifying time, but he's up to 12th position, and I tell you what, he has got a chance of fighting at the front of the field. Speaking of, guess what? Schooler hits the point in front of Morgan Burkhardt, slips his way on through. Has he overcommitted? Or back up the inside comes the Jet 2 machine and blasts its way back to the point.
Yeah, and Lynn, he's been, very much waiting and biding his time behind the leader, Morgan Burkhardt, but Schooler was having none of it. Went straight for the lead of the race. Emil Schultz now at the inside of the Chinese driver in towards turn number 3. They'll run towards turn 5 with Schooler almost certainly eyeing up the lead once again, down in towards that heavy braking zone, but they just pile in behind, don't they, with the slipstream that everybody has. They all concertina up in towards the corner. Here's Schooler, though, inside line for the lead.
Down to turn 5, heavy braking zone. Can't swing around in the same manner. Has to keep himself on the terra firma this time, but does have enough momentum. Still a bit of an overlap here. A bit of contact I heard in the background. Now, did anyone lose out through that? Schultz is down to 5th, but that's just because a great move from Christian Flagg has seen him slip by up into 4th position. So Morgan Burkhardt, as Luca back into the grass momentarily. Morgan Burkhardt using his Mazda MX-5 Cup experience in the real world to control proceedings at the front. Behind him, you have engineer Giancarlo Schooler for Nathan Nicholson in the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series. They finished 3rd in the championship in 2025. He's proving that he can drive, not just engineer the car.
Man of many talents, and will be eyeing up the lead once again, I'm sure, in towards kind of the corner. Wang Qilin is there to pick up any pieces, but look at the overspeed. You can get through the kink, the slipstream, in towards the corner. It isn't really enough to allow you to make the move before the fast right-hander, but afterwards you get a fantastic slingshot, and that's exactly what Schooler got. Inside line, we've seen Burkhardt walking around the outside at turn 5. Is he going to do it again? It looks like they very well might do at Canada corner.
Did you see that, though? Did you see how Schooler was on the brakes well before getting to the brake zone? That's not him touching the brakes like they do in the real world for knockback, making sure the brake pads have come back into position. There's games being played, all sorts. 10 minutes complete here, and we will close 4 laps. Slowly starting to see a breakaway at the front. It's 10 cars in the main queue. Everyone else still behind, in contention, but slowly starting to see the pace ratchet up once more. Schooler slips to the middle. Wang Qilin gives him a bump. Morgan Burkhardt might be demoted down to 3rd here as they enter into turn 1.
Yeah, and Burkhardt looking to maybe just keep himself in the top 2 around the outside again. He's loving the outside lines at the moment. Will keep himself in P2, may even have a chance at the lead once again, and in fact will be the leading car in towards turn 3 in the background. I think that was Kit maybe taking advantage of a car going a little bit wide, but either way, Schooler has the inside line at 3. Schooler has the lead. Can Lynn take advantage now because he's the first driver with slipstream?
That was out through turn 1, a little bit of a slip-up for Samir Kadura, I should say. It's a great fight. We knew this was going to be great. Dara Thacker, Arjuna Kankipati, some big moves from further behind. Oh, it is starting to get testy. This time it's Schooler on the outside. Burkhardt, who has been up front for 12 minutes and counting, but increasingly looking more vulnerable. Fight for 4th, see Schultz and Veazey side by side. Can't quite get through the hurry downs in that formation. And it's Schultz that holds on to the spot. Bit of a wiggle. Piatek on his recovery drive. He's up to 12th. He's in the grass. Side by side with Luca Becker, who went back into the grass. I tell you what, all of these drivers putting on a great showing for us right now. Although calm as you'd like. 118 beats per minute. Might as well be having a nice little Sunday walk.
Yeah, but not around the carousel. Look at that, so close as you work your way through. That's Kai Dalzell on the outside line, trying to keep his foot in, and he knew what he was doing, but it was quite an aggressive trot back to that racing line for the Kink. Schooler, great run through there, and he's getting a bit of a bump draft from Burkhardt as well. Lynn on the outside line to Canada corner. He's got Veazey behind, Schultz on the inside line as well. It's all a mess as they work their way through in towards one of the heaviest braking zones of the lap. We have 10 cars with less than a second between them, and Burkhardt looks like he's going to come out in front just about.
Tell you what, haven't quite gone 3 abeam just yet. Maybe that moment is nearing. The gap has come back down, so Matt Malone sandwiched in unlucky 13. He's gained 10 spots, but big mover of the day. Kai DL is up to 5th, 29 positions to the good. You've got to say that's a remarkable effort. He's tucked up behind Wan Ji Lin now as they climb and crest back to the start-finish line. Bit of a sigh there, a breath from Lin as he runs up in that draft, hops to the inside very late as well. Was that a bit of a defensive cover of the, I think, visceral machine behind? Burkhardt has some contact with Schooler, off and into the gravel through turn 1. Now, great car control from Burkhardt to hang on to it, but they've gone 4 wide, down in through turn 3. Piatek and Burkhardt, almost contact between the two drivers that will share a Porsche in tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship. Oh, Wan Ji Lin and Giancarlo Sculo side by side at the front of the field, but Morgan Burkhardt is still alive.
Yeah, Piatek there was just trying to get out of it. He could see that the gap was closing and then very nearly went into Burkhardt, but they've all made it through somehow. Dalziel from in the mid-30s on the grid to the lead of the race at the moment. Schooler and Lin and Veazey trying to go side by side as well. Per Sandberg's to the inside line, but he's not in the best place at the moment. There is Piatek trying to work his way through from P12 right now. Side by side in front, that's Forster and Malone. He'll have the inside line on Forster, maybe even on Christian Flagg, who drifts out wide and into the grass, but this is manic, frantic racing, and we've still got 21 minutes left, Arjuna.
Kai DL leads this race from 34th in qualifying to the point. Morgan Burkhardt, look at the move from further behind. There's contact, it was inevitable. Big drama, Piatek with nowhere to go. Lynn stranded in the middle of the track. Oh, and down through turn 8, you can see the frustration, a bit of afters as well. That's a wrecked MX-5, there is no question about it. I want to look at the replay before I make any sort of judgment, but I saw a missile, a Jet 2 labeled missile, and I wonder if Morgan Burkhardt might have been the instigator. DL back to the inside of JC as they fight at the front of the field. Jack Veazey's found himself up to 3rd as well.
Yeah, didn't take a lip reader to say what Piatek said as well. He was not a happy man as he found his Williams esports car with a big dent in the bumper. Dalziel back to the lead of the race though as he works his way through Thunder Valley. Schooler on the outside line as he will be into the final corner. Jack Veazey, Franco Buckley, who was running in 10th place a little while back with all of that chaos down into turn 8, has now found himself in the top 4 right with Morgan Burkhardt. There's now 2 by 2. Burkhardt attaching himself to the inside line train. Feels more like a NASCAR race than an MX-5 race at the moment, doesn't it?
I will say that was very optimistic from Buckley, and Veazey gave him plenty of space. Great awareness from both sides of what was going on, and effectively bumper cars at the front. Buckley pops out late, although was never going to be able to shove it 3 wide in through the fast right-hander. So still Schooler and Kai DL leading at the very front. This now effectively 11 cars in contention, because of the 39 that started, count 21 or so that are still in contention. So no, this is not Morgan Burkhardt's fault by any means. Instead, someone goes for the look. It's a slightly optimistic lunge. Half loses the rear by himself, and then look at the chaos that it sets off. That's Per Sandberg, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a bit of a nothing incident, isn't it, to begin with? there isn't really anyone clearly, sending up the inside, forcing people wide. It's just a bit crazy, as it is nearly 4 wide towards turn 6 now. Burkhardt in the middle of it. There was a moment where I think Camden Hibbett was going for it and then backed out momentarily in the number 7. But yeah, down into turn 8 last lap, bit of a nothing moment. Everyone just kind of piling in behind, made it look a lot worse than it initially was. But let's see if we can avoid it this time. By Schooler ahead of Buckley, down in towards turn number 8 this time. There is still going to be side by side in the background. Hibbett will be through, but that's Becker on the inside of Malone. They just about managed to sort it out without anybody going around this time.
I love the qualifier you put on that statement. Through the carousel, Luca Becker, who was in a livery in the Formula Vs that could only be described as having the artistic qualities of being drawn by a 5-year-old or by myself with the artistic skill of a 5-year-old, but this one's a little bit more put together on the outside, though, of a certain Matt Malone, who started down in what was that 25th position, has slowly picked his way forward. Buckley has picked his way to the front, but only for a moment, because gets a shove by Veazey. That allows Schooler to slip up the inside, and even before hitting Bill Mitchell Bend, regathering the race lead. 17 minutes left to go. We will have finished 7 laps next time by. I mean, the reality is, it's still anyone's game. Survive. If you're inside the top 20, you could be in with a shout.
You really could, particularly in the top 11 at the moment, as Kadura is at the back of this initial lead train. You've got Morgan Burkhardt looking to try and cycle himself back to the race lead. He did hold off, of course, off the start and for quite some time. Schooler found his way there. Buckley has managed to put himself into the battle. But it is Burkhardt, I think, that is now trying to really impose himself on this battle. Inside line on Buckley. And that Jet 2 car is going to make himself work his way, I should say, up into P2 as Dalziel cycles back up to 3rd. And as we always say, once you're offline in trains like this, you can find yourself cycling a long way back. And that's exactly what's happened to Franco Buckley.
I do like that we have an increase of cars like this, not just on iRacing, but in the world. We have the GR86 Cup machine, which races under the SRO banner. Of course, an introduction into the world. Now, not the same as Spec MX-5 by any means, but it's all about just offering newer and newer entry points down the ladder. Camden Hibbett has slid his way to 6th momentarily. Bit of a hip and shoulder edge off the corner as they head up the hill. Still 119 beats per minute. I tell you what, I'm wearing one of those fancy smartwatches right now. My heart beat range today has been between 49 and 112, apparently. Camden's heart rate is 123. Mine is 89. That doesn't mean anything, because all I have to do is sit here and talk very loudly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sat here tucked up with a blanket on me, to be honest. Mine probably, I'd hope in the low 70s, but you never know. I don't have one of them on me right now, but I'll endeavour next time I'm doing it to get one, and then we can measure it throughout the race to see how excited we get up in the comment box with some of these big moments as well. That's the stat line that we go to. I know, it's warm. I had a hot chocolate early. It's cold here in the UK at the moment. It's freezing. You've got to keep yourself warm.
Ready for Christmas, I see here, is at the front. No one's really going for it just yet, just holding station for the most part.
It is, as we see Hibbett, Buckley up the inside. Oh wait, he was up the inside, but he went so far up the inside that Hibbett now is going to be the one to find the up and under. He will have the inside line if he can find it into the final turn, because he runs around the outside line through Thunder Valley. It's Franco Buckley with the slightest of advantages, but Hibbett with the better racing line, and he puts himself into the top 5. A little bit of a gap forming between himself and Emil Schultz in P4, but it's only about 7 or 8 tenths, and with the battle seen at the front, that gap will almost certainly close. Burkhardt now cycled from 3rd to 2nd at turn 1 last lap, looking to cycle from 2nd to 1st this time by.
And so as we head on to lap number 9, it is still very much 11 at the front. Ryan Maloney, the first car out of contention, as that was a look from Samir Kadura. Slipped off the track earlier, but he's alongside of Jack Veazey, who's gone from 2nd down to 8th now in the space of a couple of laps. Next will be Christian Flagg, Luca Becker, Matt Malone, who's at the very tail end of this field. Bit of contact there, and Flagg gets sent deep into the entry. Also forced wide by Luca Becker, who I'm reliably informed is running a Mad Mike Red Bull car. Mad Mike Widdett from Sideways World, which is a combination of words that unfortunately means little to me, but I will head straight to the YouTube after this. The four, though, at the front have very much now coordinated. They've recognized, look, we can avoid bringing in anyone else behind if we keep things clean and we avoid costing each other time. That is Matt Malone with now some big damage to the left front, and he is going nowhere quickly. But back to what I was saying, Dara, I think these four realize, look, let's just pull away a little bit, open up our margin, let's keep the fight for those final couple of laps, and let's go from there.
Yeah, and I think that's really the aim that you have to set at this stage of the race. We all know that it's going to come down to the final lap. There's no point pretending that you can try and pull away at the front. It's all about that positioning, all about the racecraft to get to that stage, and I think that's what they're really trying to fight over at the moment. Burkhardt knows that he doesn't need to lead the race. He could lead the race, it may help him stay a little bit safer from the others, but when you get to that final lap, you don't really want to be the one suffering with a lack of slipstream. We saw in the last race in those Spec in those Spec Fords that fourth place became first on the run up to the line. You know, you don't necessarily want to be the one at the front. Even though Lewis McGlade isn't here, it does feel a little bit more like an electric Formula race at the moment, where you don't really want to be leading the race, but you want to be in contention at the front.
Absolutely. So of those front four, Morgan Burkhardt continuing to shove Giancarlo Schooler, three of them are all in a shared Discord. Now, they're not in a voice call together, but they all race regularly together. They are somewhat familiar with what each other wants to do. And so Schooler, Burkhardt, DL, I think they will understand the situation. The slight oddball will be Emil Schultz. However, by no means is Emil an unknown quantity, someone that on RaceSpotTV that we may not have seen too much of, but I've seen him in some of the Prodigy Racing League qualifiers. He's come close on occasion to winning a Prodigy pass. And much like Avery Mendoza, who we talked about in the first race, part of his Formula Student program at the University of Georgia, Emil Schultz is part of the Formula Student program at the Kennesaw State University. The driver dynamics lead or some title along those lines. So he's in a weird and precarious situation. He needs to be the bridge back to the Buckleys, the Kadura, the Hibbets, the VZs of the world. At the same time, he can't afford to lose too much time to those front three. On board with Hibbett, Idol Constantina's up. He'll get to the inside of Kadura. This is the fight for sixth position on that run up to turn 6. Hibbett's gonna have to tuck back into line, try and plot another way through.
Yeah, it wasn't going to work up the inside there. Tricky unless you've got a nice overlap to really make that one stick, and we'll sit in behind. I think these guys also know that they do have to get up, as you said, to that top four, so are going to be a little bit more willing to work together for a lap or two to make sure that they are in contention, because there's no point battling over P5 now if it means that is all you're battling over by the end of the race. You might as well wait a lap or two, get yourself in with a shot of the win, and then go from there. That is really what everybody is targeting as we reach the final 10 minutes of this race. VZ, Flag, they were at the front, right at the sharp end of the field in the first couple of laps, and they'd love to get back there. But you do feel like it's going to come down to these 9 drivers, don't you? 2 seconds between Flag and Becker. Feels like it's going to be a little bit difficult to bridge, especially when he's on his own. He's got 3 seconds in hand to Ryan Maloney, so difficult to see how Becker can get back to the train, but target number 1 for Buckley has to be getting back to the top 4, and they aren't fighting as hard as Burkhardt, we talked about a couple of minutes ago, is almost happy to sit and wait rather than go side by side into every single braking zone.
The gap isn't quite at 1.5 seconds. I think traffic may just have interrupted, because look at the timing tower, chop and change. That's Samir Kadura, not just beaten and battered, but looking much worse for the wear. One of the cars in front of him is missing the front bumper. His front hood has come dislodged, and so it's now 2.3 seconds. The front 4 have been given the braking room, the breathing room they have been looking for. And that is just awkward. I don't even know how else to describe it. Oh my days. So Schooler, Burkhardt, and then DL and Schultz almost pushing each other in through turn 1. That was very, very close between them. They've got 9 minutes left to go. I really feel as though right now it comes down to how aggressive does Kai DL want to be. He's already made 31 moves. He's just got to find 2 more to win this race.
Well, he had made all 33, hadn't he, for a moment, but has dropped back to P3. He's still in the contention to take that win, but he's just stuttered a little bit, as you would, right at the front of the field. Difficult to pull away, as we've talked about. 2x2, though. Noah's Ark formation is turn 5 with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Emil Schultz on the inside line, going from 4th to 3rd. Little bit of contact with Schooler on the outside. I thought he was going to get to 2nd for a moment, but we'll have to try and slot back to the racing line. Can't, though, because he'll find Kai Dalziel on that racing line, and the top 4 continue onwards. But it is now this front 4 that are fighting for the race win, you feel.
So coming up next, it's time to look at our USF 2000 race. That will kick off the back half of our SCCA Runoffs, then GT4s, before we wrap things up with the Renault Clios. But don't forget, if you're watching on the iRacing Twitch, the iRacing Facebook, in about an hour and a bit's time, just after the USF race finishes, your coverage will automatically turn over to the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. If you want to keep watching, join our friends watching on the iRacing YouTube channel. Coverage uninterrupted through the end of the day. We'll be back on Twitch, back on Facebook, hopefully, with the back half of that Clio Cup race. Our junior Kanky Party, Dara Thacker, currently walking you through this MX-5 race. Schultz has made his move, has made it up to 2nd, and now just Morgan Burkhardt sits between him and the front of the field. Overcommitted for a moment, and able to hold off Schooler on their run up through Bill Mitchell Bend. Behind some more moves as Buckley drops down to 8th position. It's dropped them further back as well, and so 7 minutes left to go. It's these 4 in contention, and Dara, it's time to start seeing the haymakers being thrown.
Yeah, Schooler has a better exit than Emil Schultz. Is he able to take advantage of that towards turn 1? Can Dalziel get himself back into that top 3? He stuttered a little bit in the last couple of laps after leading about 10 minutes ago. Got the best slipstream, though, of all 3 cars in front of him. Pulls out early and will lose a little bit of that advantage, but he's got enough pull to get ahead of Schooler. Here's Emil Schultz. Oh, nearly 3 wide as they work their way towards turn number 1. That nearly ended very, very badly for at least 2 of them, but they worked their way through. Dalziel wide on the apex of the corner means that he will certainly be 4th in towards turn 3, but will have a chance to get back towards his competitors towards turn 5. Schultz, though, will have a good run on Burkhardt. Let's see if he can get past into this next heavy braking zone.
So the Canadian has some work to do to close the gap back up. And also a member of the Canadian Armed Forces is Kai DL, so fast racing driver, but don't mess with him either. He will know how exactly he wants to now plot his course back through the field. Francisco Gomez, black flag for a couple of incident points. That's the car that was stricken on the inside of turn 5, but it does not faze these 4, continuing to stretch their legs. And if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, let us know who you're cheering for. Not just in this race, but in the 3 left to come after this. The University of Georgia Motorsports team have just given a shout out to their great effort from Avery Mendoza. 3 more races to see some great performances as well. And you've got to say, Burkhardt's done a great job to recover. Back in control of this race, put it on pole, only displaced after a bit of contact. It's going to take some beating to fight their way through, I think, here, Dara, and they've got a chance to slingshot their way. Maybe up towards Canada corner. Here comes Schultz. Will Schooler help him out? Will Schooler get on the bumper of Burkhardt?
Yeah, this is looking tricky, isn't it? Down in towards Canada corner. Is there anybody who's going to jump out of the status quo racing line? They're running nose to tail through here. Nothing to separate them as they run their way in towards Canada corner. A bit wide from Emil Schultz. Just about dipping a tyre or 2 into that gravel, but no bother. He hasn't lost too much time and very firmly still on the back of Morgan Burkhardt. Dalziel, I thought for a moment, will slip it up the inside of the final corner, but it's not going to go for it just yet. There are going to be only a few more opportunities, realistically. 2 more laps to go here for them to really work it out between them, and they're biding their time. You can just sense them twiddling their thumbs, waiting for that final lap to kick it all off.
2 more trips around this historic track, and they are still line astern. A 3.5-second advantage to those behind. The brake lights illuminate. You can see that Schooler doesn't want to go just yet. This is all about timing it. Not too early, not too late. Emil Schultz finds himself, though, in the best position possible. Schooler's lining up this exit, wants to get the slingshot. Will we be 3 wide down to turn 5? 1.5 laps left to run. Can Morgan Burkhardt continue to put the afterburners on in that Jet 2 machine? Oh, Kai DL slips off into the grass momentarily, robs him of some momentum. And crucially, Schooler still content to sit in third, wait for his time. No change down to turn 5.
No, and they all are just sitting in the same place. It's almost a case of wanting to start that final lap in P2 or P3. So realistically, Burkhardt isn't going to feel comfortable where he is right now, and neither will Kai in P4. He'll be looking to maybe gain a position or two towards Canada corner to give himself a better shot in this in these closing stages on the final lap. Schooler right behind Schultz, who is just, I mean, he's pushing Burkhardt through this middle sector. He's not going to make the moves in places where we saw drivers make moves earlier on in the race. It just goes to show how racecraft has changed. He wanted to get up the order quickly in the opening few minutes, and there you go. Burkhardt, a little bit of gamesmanship there. He's going to the outside line, and he's let Schultz through. You don't see that all too often, but that's what you have to do in these MX-5s.
And in the real world, the runoffs this year in the MX-5s, yes, there was some drama, and it was close on the run to the checkered flag. I tell you what, this is where Schultz not having the friends maybe could come to hurt him on the run to the checkered flag. I don't think we're going to see a lunge here into Canada corner. Instead, Burkhardt, Schooler maybe starting to coordinate a little bit wide. There's a little bit of slide there from Burkhardt as well. Emil Schultz gets a great exit, and now 2 more corners and 1 more lap. Almost halfway through the 2025 running of the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Back here at Road America, 4 at the front in what was expected to be the strongest, the wildest of races. MX-5s have not disappointed, and Emil Schultz, Georgia's own, leads as they cross the timing beam to see the white flag, ducking one way than the other. Will he hold on? Burkhardt gets a shove from Schooler into turn number 1.
Already looking for the move. I would have thought he would wait a little bit longer, but it feels like he doesn't have a choice because Schooler is pushing him towards turn 1, quite literally. He will be in the lead in that Jet 2 Holiday liveried car. Schooler trying to do the up and under on Emil Schultz, and he will find the inside line on the run down towards turn number 3. Kai is right on the back of this, just trying to pick a way through, but he won't be able to send it towards turn 3. It will run a line of stern through here. Where's the send's going to come at turn 5? Because someone's going to have to try and make a move from the back of this train.
I think what Burkhardt and Schooler wanted to do was clear Schultz around the outside into turn 1. It didn't quite work, and so now they have got to try and force Schultz the long way around. They will be 3 wide, down into turn 5 for the final time. Burkhardt backs out of it. He might even lose to Kai DL on the inside in that visceral machine. Force wide goes Emil Schultz in the bright red car. He'll drop to the tail end of the queue. It's the PRG Gold of Giancarlo Schooler that hits the point. Burkhardt and DL door handle to door handle as they enter into the hurry downs for the final time for what is second position, and the gap to the lead is starting to grow. Into the grass goes the Visceral Esports car, and JC Schooler's smiling from ear to ear.
He is, and Burkhardt is not going to be a very happy, well, a big friend of that number 16, is he? Because that was a real push out wide. Kai will feel that he had to right to some room on the outside line. Burkhardt had the slight advantage of the overlap and was ahead, and that's what he will argue. But no matter, we've still got corners to go to determine the result of this race. The kink, Canada corner, the final turn, really the 3 spots to look out for overtaking. Not here at the kink, of course. He's just going to get the good run, which is exactly what Morgan Burkhardt needs. He's going to get a lovely slipstream up towards Canada corner. Will it be enough, though?
DL jinx one way, then the other. The Jet 2 Holiday blast to the outside. A shove, though, to the PRG 3. Schooler gets an assist. 2 by 2, they filter out through Canada corner. Burkhardt left on the outside, and he's going to have to now drag his way up to the checkered flag. It is not done by any means. All this fighting has not brought the second pack in close enough to have a nibble. DL thought about a nibble into the final corner. It will be a drag race. In the draft is Burkhardt. He forces Schooler to give him a little bit of room. What happens as they climb up the hill, side drafting, beating and banging off one another? Shove to Schooler from DL. Is it enough? He pokes the nose in front. Turned, but who gets it at the line? By 47 thousandths of a second, JC Schooler wins in a wrecked number 3 PRG MX-5.
Incredible. He crossed that line sideways, and I have no doubt about that at all. Incredible that Schooler has managed to pull that off. He got the help from DL, didn't he, up towards the line, but Burkhardt's going to feel hard done by. He was the one not chosen by the 16 to get a little bit of assistance, but incredible to have a car across the line in the lead, well, to win the race sideways. Crazy stuff.
And we still have 3 more races left to go. Oh, they played some games. Oh, and they'll find out here as well. Oh, hard into the wall for Samir Kadora. I mean, I guess it's a good thing you don't need to pay for the damage. You don't need to rebuild these cars as they would in the real runoffs. Here's one more look at it. So I got slightly juked out when I saw, coming out of the final corner, Burkhardt on the outside, because I thought for a second Schooler might slightly door him and push him into the grass, but no, he left him just enough room. And from here, if DL had tried to make it 3 wide, who knows what could have happened. Instead, he shoves the PRG 3 not once, not twice, but thrice. The third one tips him on the nose of Burkhardt. But spinning at the line, it doesn't matter how you cross it, it just matters that you cross it first.
Yeah, it's weird. It almost feels like Clio gets to the line first as well from that camera angle. I mean, it's so close. I mean, 47,000 is what, half of a blink of an eye? Crazy margins, really, at the end of a 35-minute long race. This is what he saw. Let's see the run up towards the line then. There is the outside line then from Burkhardt, and he had enough speed to come to pull ahead. And Guidiel saw that, didn't really push for that inside line, but gave the help to JC. Then there's the turn, and there's the crossing of the line. It's so close, isn't it? But, I mean, Barney probably scared for his life for a minute there.
To your question there, Dara, about the finishing order, it's based on transponder position, just like in the real world. So Schooler, 47 thousandths clear of DL, who's only 5 thousandths clear of Morgan Burkhardt. A photo finish, albeit maybe not the photo that they all wanted. Emil Schultz just misses out, but a valiant effort from him, while Camden Hibbett, the best of the rest, in 5th. Christian Flagg just behind, with Franco Buckley, Luca Becker, Jack Veazey, and Ryan Maloney, the top 10.
Matt Malone was 11th place, but he had a big gap behind him with Wang Shilin in P number 12. He was sadly very lonely. And Nick Farr inside the top 16. David Bush the third, and Alexander Miller not a long way away. Only had a second to split them for 17th and 18th. Martin Kitt and Sammy Kadora inside the top 20 in the end.
And keep scrolling down. Big gaps through this race. Gabriela Selin, Kay Denton, Bill Daniels, Luke Sudenga, Armando Garcia, Per Sandberg, Mark Elvidge, Ross Lorem, Nicholas Burt, and Benjamin Forster, all within about 90 seconds, but still finishing the race.
Yeah, and we had so many drivers just about getting to the end, and a few non-finishers as well. Vaxman, Heinricho, Francisco Gomez, Michael Coates, Oliver Piatek, of course. We saw him around at turn 1 and working his way through the order and then involved in that collision. Nicola Shepherd, Declan Marsden as well. Very busy race, and goodness me, we've got even more to come, Arjuna.
I tell you what, we do have some post-race interviews, so let's not dawdle. We've also got that next race to jump into. So let's bring in our winner, JC Schooler and Giancarlo. I mean, what a race. Couple of friends at the front, I think, that helped keep things interesting between you, Morgan, and Kai, with Emil maybe being the odd man out. But talk us through that run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, like you said, you know, having friends around you makes it a little bit easier. You know who you can lean on and know who's going to help you. And obviously, I've raced with Morgan now on the sim for close to 5 years, so I know how he races, and he knows how I race it, so it goes both ways. But, you know, I know we can trade some pain, and it'll all be all good at the end of the day, so that really goes a long way. And it was just super fun, all worked out in the end, and I'm really glad it all worked out.
You, of course, have experience not just driving these cars in the real world, but engineering Nathan Nicholson on his championship quest this year. How does that experience help you jump into the virtual world when you have the time to jump back on?
Yeah, I mean, the draft is a little bit different, I think, in real life compared to the sim. And obviously, it's very hard to push, you know, more than 2 cars in a train in the sim, where you might get, you know, 3 or 4 in real life. But the setup aspect is just spot on. iRacing did a really good job with this car, and most of the changes in the sim correlate directly with real life, so it's really good to see that. So, especially when it comes to setup, I feel like I had a really good piece today, and I think, you know, all the hard work and experience paid off.
And well, we'll not see you for the USF race, but we'll see you in a little bit to jump back in for the remaining rounds of this iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Congrats, JC, and best of luck for the rest of the races.
Thank you.
Let's jump down to Kai DL standing by with Dara Thacker. Dara Thacker, who's forgotten to unmute his microphone. Kai, talk us through that race then. A rather interesting run on the way to the checkered flag. You helping out JC and it working out in your favor as well.
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to thank my sponsors, thank Visceral for the amazing work over the years. Yeah, that race was pretty interesting. I'm not too much of an MX-5 guy. So we did qualifying. Qualifying went pretty bad. Started very far at the back, 30th, and just didn't know if I was going to get there. So I had to put the horses on and try to get myself to the front. Luckily, I made the moves early enough to get up there and try to kind of get into reach of the others. And after that, it was kind of just figuring everything else from there, trying not to burn too much tires, just kind of try to get a plan in my mind. And it was a little bit chaotic, and considering I had like 11X, so I was trying to kind of just conserve, making sure I don't disqualify myself. But coming down to the last couple of laps, that's when the planning really kind of settled in of like what I needed to do to kind of get up there, because I noticed I did burn through my tires a lot trying to get up there. But luckily, yeah.
Well, and talk me through the mindset after qualifying as well, because you kind of disproved what I've kind of been saying through the day so far, which is that qualifying well gets you out of the danger zone. You prove that you can pull yourself into contention.
Yeah, after qualifying, it was kind of pretty heartbroken. I was kind of like thinking, oh, this is going to be pretty good. I usually put in good qualifying laps here, so I was excited for, very excited for it, but I was just kind of heartbroken when everything went exactly wrong. But yeah, no, it was good to not give up and just try to throw myself in the mix as early as I can, just to kind of try to get up there.
Well, great drive, Kai, and hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of you on RaceSpotTV moving forward. Best of luck for the rest of the year.
Yep, thank you very much.
And let's not forget about our third and final podium sitter, Morgan Burkhardt. I mean, Morgan, a great drive, just not the result in that Jet 2 machine, but talk us through that race.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. It's always a great time with these guys, especially MX-5 at Road America. It always puts on a good show. The draft is just absolutely insane. But it was a good time. I just tried most of the race to stay up in the top three. It's really difficult to get back into the lead pack if you get shuffled too far back. So when I did get shuffled, I had to get on the high horse and make sure I got back into the top three quickly. Because as you saw, like the last 15 minutes, there was a big pack separation. You just want to make sure that you're as far ahead of that pack separation as you can be. But lots of strategy. And it didn't quite work out for me in the end, but had a lot of fun regardless.
And well, in some ways, you're kind of replicating your past today, both in the runoffs and MX-5 perspective, you know, reliving some of your history as a younger racing driver. But tomorrow, we'll get to see you in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. How excited are you about that? You'll be sharing a Porsche GT3 car with Olivier Piatek, racing against some of the world's best in sim racing.
I am beyond stoked. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I've done a lot of things. I've had the pleasure to do a lot of things within the motorsports realm. Against the world's best in sim racing, I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. So I'm really excited to hop in and see where we stack up. It's going to be a lot of fun. And like you said, teaming up with Olivier it's a lot of fun. We work really well together. He's a great guy. So I'm excited to see what we can do tomorrow.
Thanks, Morgan, for the chat. We'll see you tomorrow on the iRacing Esports Network.
Thank you.
And one last chat before we wrap things up. Hopefully Dara Thacker's unmuted his microphone. He's talking to Wangji Lin.
Yeah, Wangji, welcome in. It was a decent enough qualifying for you. It was a very busy race. It seemed a little bit quieter towards the end. Took us through the start, though, because it was difficult to come through the opening couple laps clean.
Hello? Yeah, I mean, it is indeed difficult. I qualified 6th last year. I got wiped out on lap 1, so I guess I'm already luckier than last year. But for me, it's just always take the inside to try to conserve yourself, you know. And for me, you know, a lot of people like to sit back, but for me, I like to be in the front, so the whole picture is more under my control.
Yeah, and of course that race was difficult to stay in that front trim. They pulled away a little bit throughout the race. How did you find the pace despite the battling at the front of the field?
I mean, we are all very skilled drivers in front. We have raced each other many times, but the only reason why the back of the pack caught up was because our race winner, Mr. Honorable Schooler, was forcing side by side with the leader to let his buddy, Mr. Danzio, to catch up. That's how MX5 racing is in the official these days. You just, I mean, personally, I believe this is an individual sport, but I think Mr. Schooler has a very different interpretation compared to me. I think sometimes I'm taking advantage of that, but it's at the end of the day, it's still come to myself. Maybe I should have driven better to prevent that from happening, but I was unable to do so. So I'm fine with a 12th finish this year.
Yeah, well, it was a race that we all enjoyed, Wang Shi, and it was great to see you a part of it. Congratulations, and hope to see you again in one of these SCCA runoff races.
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Actually, Lin there. I luckily didn't ask no question, because otherwise I would feel very bad there, actually.
Oh, well, don't worry. It's a slightly darker, cloud-covered Road America that we now turn our eyes to. And I tell you what, unfortunately, Dara, great having you for the last couple of races, but it's time for you, unfortunately, to be kicked out of the commentary booth. No longer time for small and tall. Instead, it's time for tall and relatively tall to continue walking you through the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Our junior Kanki party joined alongside by Cameron Roger. And Cameron, we've got these USF cars, which slightly ramping up the speed and, if anything, the ability of the car itself relative to what we've seen today. We're in for a relatively intriguing race, albeit with a slightly different feel to what we've seen so far today.
Indeed, we get some downforce on these cars, and yeah, way different to the Formula V that we had at the very first race. Similar idea, but yeah, some wings, some downforce, some speed coming through. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see what these cars can do here at Road America. It's going to be yeah, a lot more frantic, I think. It was very calm, very settled in some of the previous races with the longer straights and stuff, but this car is really starting to get to be, you know, a proper high-level one.
Yeah, next up's a GT4, which you and Lewis McLeod will get the chance to walk through, which, again, that's ratcheting it up even more. But that's what the SCCA is all about, right? The runoffs in particular, dubbed the Olympics of amateur road racing, which I think is a fair description. You think about how many entrants they sometimes get, hundreds into specific of the classes that they run. Christian Flagg back in action. I think that makes him 4 for 4 in showing up for our races so far. Swings out wide on what is his first attempt in this qualifying run. And he is the #1 seed, which I believe means that he is the highest I-rated driver in the field. Doesn't mean that he scored the most points in qualifying in the week building up. But traditionally, Cam, the way that many people think about it, the higher I-rating you have, the more adaptable you are as well to jump between different cars and adapt quickly.
And a lot of it is also about experience as well, because to get high I rating, A, you've got to be good, but B, you've got to do a lot of races against good people. So yeah, it's definitely a very good mark. And do you remember back in the day before we could more easily choose the numbers, like 5-10 years ago, everyone was looking to be on those high, I guess the low numbers, because obviously it shows you your skill out there on the track. We've got 4 minutes to go in the qualifying session. This lap is a lot more yeah, the time is a lot more realistic compared to what we saw well over 2 minutes on some of the previous categories. But now up towards the final corner, we're just going to sneak over the 2-minute mark as we come into turn 14.
They will just about get time to set their 2 laps, which is a benefit. Not all the cars have the power to do so. I believe this car has about 175 horsepower, so plenty to kick it around Road America in a lap time just over 2 minutes, which is only, what's it, about 10 seconds or so, maybe a bit more, slower than a GT3 car, so not slow by any means. Rhett Nichols has set the benchmark for the time being. We'll see how everyone else trickles in. Jacob Collins has jumped to the front. He often races in these open-wheel Road to Indy machines, and so his bright orange #4 is a full 2/1000ths, Cam, of a second clear of Jarrett Corey. Very tight between the front row right now.
Yeah, that's what we love. Barely, not even a blink of an eye. You barely think about it, and then that is the difference between those two drivers. And even just a 10th back to Nichols in 3rd place and 2/10 to Chinsky in 4th, very close up towards the front. It's such a long lap though, and with these long straights, if you lose the momentum onto there, you can see the lap times really jump out and be some quite big gaps. So to have 2 thousandths between the top two drivers, it's just showing you how close they are out there. I think we're going to see quite a few drivers get within that half a second of the pole position by the end of these second laps. The first lap is often a sighter for some of these. They just use that as to get some reference point or final reference points in these track conditions specifically, and then they'll go out and send it on this final lap. It is a very long lap to sort of have that concentration though. And you know, going to the first couple of corners, you start thinking a little bit too much halfway around the lap, and then you get to this point up towards the kink, and then all the way down towards Canada Corner. You have a lot of time to think about the final couple of corners, and hopefully not mess them up.
It's easier said than done. My timing is indicating that Jarrett Corey could just be on a slight improvement. Jacob Collins, on the other hand, the timing is indicating as trending in the wrong direction. So I'll keep my eye on that. But we're looking for 2 thousandths of a second right now. If Jarrett Corey can find just over that, he grabs pole position. He might be in the spot to lead us to the green. And just a reminder, if you're just joining us, in about 50 minutes time on the iRacing Twitch and Facebook channels, our coverage would automatically change over to the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. 2 races to come, and then you'll rejoin us for the final race of the SCCA Runoffs. If you want to watch the GT4 race, well, join us on the iRacing YouTube channel, because we'll get some great action, just as Jarrett Corey, by a quarter of a second, finds his way to pole position.
Yeah, lovely jump there on his second lap. Collins needs to try and improve, but no, he doesn't on this lap. He goes back to the pit lane, so second place will be it for Collins. Oh, big touch of the grass there as we come with Sajenko out through the final corner at T14 and up the hill, and that's going to lose a lot of time. I think we also saw Chinsky jump above Nichols in that battle for P3 and 4 just a little while ago. I was expecting a few tighter laps up towards the front, but drivers obviously having a couple issues here on their qualifying laps. It's such a difficult one to lay down a great lap. As we come a little bit further back, this is Benjamin Carlisle in the number 21.
As he heads his way up into Canada Corner, I don't think he'll get time to finish this one. It is a second attempt in the session as well, but as soon as that clock strikes 0, that is it. We are done and dusted. A busy time in the world of iRacing esports. Yes, FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship later on. Tomorrow, the IMSA Esports Global Championship has 3 different races starting at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Then on Monday, the World of Outlaws iRacing Pro Series is back in full form. eNASCAR College iRacing Series and other eNASCAR related events continuing in the off-season from the main Coke Series, and inching closer to January the 8th when the second season of the iRacing IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series will kick off. There is so much to keep your eye on here on the iRacing Esports Network. Let's dive into the starting grid then, as we get ready to run for another one of these 35-minute races. Jarrett Corey gets it done by just about a quarter of a second over Jacob Collins, maybe the 2 to watch on the front row. Joshua Chinsky and Rhett Nichols will then line up behind them in some colourful USF 2000 entries, while Alexander Miller and Luca Becker share row number 3 cam.
And we have Georginet in P7 with Parada in 8th. Justin Knoll in 9th place, and rounding out the top 10 will be Andrew Lanning. Then there's Christian Flagg, the number 1 car, but down in P11, and then we'll have Kyle there in P12.
Mr. Carl Strykar's 12 back-to-back rounds, I think, for him in this runoffs. David Veros is in 13th alongside of Dan Skilton, already 1.2 off the pace on row 7. Lilac Zier and Tyler Langenberg are alongside of one another on row 8, while Evander Jonesyfield, that's a fun name, is alongside of Ricardo Reese on row number 9.
Rounding out the top 20 is going to be Sajenko and Alessian inside the top 20. That's a nice livery there. The number 20 car in P20. We have Howie Burrows, RaceSpot's very own. Tommy King is in P22. Trucker in 23rd place. And Delobak in 24th.
Benjamin Carlisle, Jax Richards, Sarah Spiller, and Garrett Lilly. That's the field of 28 that will get ready to rumble for our 35-minute race. There's our weather conditions, and the wind is something I will pick up on because track temperature is cool at 73 Fahrenheit, or if you use the correct units, 23 degrees Celsius. But 11 miles an hour of wind, if it gusts around this track, it's something that they will feel around some of the elevation changes, Cam, and they have to be aware of how that wind is blowing on circuit.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially when we get to a downforce car, it's going to push it around a little bit, and it's not like it's going to obviously push you off the road, but it's enough that it just makes the car a little bit unsettled. There'll be certain corners where you're going into the wind, they have a little bit more downforce. When it's obviously pushing behind you, the rear is going to be a little bit loose. So it's just the little things, a couple of hundredths of a second in each corner here and there, and you'll feel it on the rear end. As you turn into the corner, you'll feel, is the front going to push or is the rear going to come round? And every single corner that will change depending on the direction. So yeah, enough to the drivers to slightly think about, but hopefully they've all done enough practice that they will have enough feeling in the car to sort of regain control, let's say, when they're working their way through the corners. But you might see a few wiggly steering wheels if they catch it at the wrong point.
Hopefully getting some warmth into the tires. I can see some ducking and weaving further back in the lines as that temperature is built into what I would assume is either Firestone or Cooper tires underneath these USF 2000s, one or the other. This is a car as well that does do some racing on the oval, so if you are the type of open wheel driver that wants to do some oval racing as well, this is probably one of the few cars that you can race. And of course, they've recently added the Indy Next IL15 Dallara to this platform as well, the car currently being used for the Indy Next Thrustmaster qualifying series. On board with the Team Watson racing car that's going to start on the outside of row number 2. That was Rhett Nichols. I think right now, I'm looking at all these cars, I'm looking at the somewhat fragile front wings that they're all carrying, Cam, and I'm thinking once again, qualifying at the front gets you out of that danger zone.
You'd hope so. But you never quite know, because even if the top couple tangle, there will be a chain reaction in behind. But yeah, hopefully if you are in that top 3-4 rows, you should be able to get away with any major dramas. But as you say, this is a important thing that these guys need to think about. They are going to be having a little bit of a flimsy bit of paper just in front of their front wheels, and if they start having a bit of contact, then that will be going from underneath them. They need to obviously be careful. It's a 35-minute race. They've got plenty of time to get round this track and work their way towards the front. But I guess one thing that we may see Arjuna for the first time is we may see a little bit more of a breakaways in this car compared to what we saw earlier, especially looking at some of the gaps outside of the top 10 in qualifying.
You know, the MX-5s did have more of a breakaway than I thought we were going to see. It was kind of like a mini Tour de France where you had the lead group and then a couple of pelotons trying to chase them down, split up in amongst themselves and everything there. But you are right. I think because as soon as you start fighting dirty air, maybe plays its part a little bit more, we could see a little bit more shaking on through. Pace car ready to get sent off and away. This is also, though, I will point out, Cam, the smallest of the fields I think we've seen so far today with just 28 cars, which means the chaos factor might be slightly reduced.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Yeah, obviously, 40-odd cars in some of them. A little bit lighter means there should be, at least for the back half, there should be a pretty solid start. But we come side by side, the pace car will come in. We'll get going for the USF 2000s.
And so Jarrett Corey, Jacob Collins, just under a quarter of a second between the two of them in qualifying. What does that translate to in race pace? Crest over the top of the hill and finally a punch of the throttle. And we are green for the fourth race in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. And Jarrett Corey has got the whole shot. He's left Jacob Collins to deal with some pressure behind. Look to the inside. And Rhett Nichols slides through. Just a dab of the brakes in through the first corner. And so Collins rolls the speed around the outside and holds on to the spot. Now, down into turn 3. Is it going to be single file inside of the front 6 or so? There was a big send, and it didn't quite work out, although a wiggle of the steering wheel. Josh Chinsky brings the car back under control, loses some ground, but still on track in 7th to make that 8th.
Yeah, ran wide already in T1 and out through T3 as well, having some issues dropping down outside the top 4 with 2x2 down in towards the braking zone, in towards turn number 5. Who wants to break the latest? That is the important factor at this point. Chinsky looks like he's going to be losing another place. Junaid's gone through. Zalparada in the white and green car on his outside to work way up to turn 6.
Ooh, and move on for the lead, but now Jacob Collins is having to fight for second spot. Rhett Nichols roars around the outside. Luca Becker will slice through on the inside through the hurry downs, and 2 spots lost in 2 corners. Bit more grass being kicked up as they swing into turn 8. Big lunge from Genet. Jacob Collins from 2nd down to 5th. And might get worse. Parada around the outside, not through the carousel though. This is where that tighter line is surely going to pay dividends as they now squeeze on the right foot, put the 175 horsepower down. And the tighter distance of the kink actually might see Jacob Collins lose out here. 2x2 they work. Collins drops down another spot. He's into 6th.
What a move there from Parada. He was so brave to keep it all the way around the outside, kept his foot in it through the kink as well, and was able to make up that position. So he is looking like he's going to be working his way forward. Already Becker, Genet, Parada, those 3, they've all made up 3 places so far. Obviously that was helping with Chinsky going down, but some great moves. So side by side, landing around the outside now. Collins might be losing a 2nd position here in a matter of just about a minute. The 7 goes up the inside, tries to hold it. You often squeeze to the outside. Oh, there's contact in the background. There's Chinsky has further dramas.
Oh, and there's 2 cars inside of one another. It's Alexander Miller. And oh goodness, there was a car stricken in the middle of the track in the 12. Not enough time to react, and Alexei Shevchenko, unfortunately, T-boned another USF 2000 machine, rather. In my mind, stuck on Thursday with those Indy Next machines. Jarrett Corey, Rhett Nichols, and then Luca Becker and Genet. The top 4 with a breakaway. Parada trying to close the gap. We're not even 5 minutes in, and the biggest gaps that we've seen so far. However, what we are also seeing is a draft, a slingshot effect that might be a bit stronger than before. Very aggressive on the run into turn 5, pushed into the grass goes Luca Becker in that Red Bull liveried machine. Title line on the inside. Is he going to be able to hold on as Nichols in the Team Watson racing machine into the grass, bobbles back onto track. Luca Becker has the inside. Will he have 2nd?
I think he might just about do so. Squeeze out. Junet's looking so aggressive in this race already. Trying to go to 3rd place round the outside. Nichols, who's going backwards a couple of places, lost in a couple of corners. And that leaves Parada now in 5th place on the back of his opening train. The number 2 of Corey is getting way at the front. This is the number 11 Chinsky. Just a slight contact in the background. Ping-ponged in front of 3 or 4 cars. And he has about 5 car pile-up there on the exit of the final corner. Bodywork flying everywhere as the drivers managed to work their way through. This surely would have been a scary shot with, oh yeah, cars going off to the right. Oh, straight into the middle we go. Just couldn't avoid that one.
The worst part was he locked the brakes, and then he's trying to steer, but the car is basically on skates going straight. There's no steering once you've locked those front wheels up, and that was a rather unfortunate onboard with that number 12. As Andrew Lanning, now up to 6th, displaces Christian Flagg in the black and yellow USF 2000. The gap between them and the leading 5 is 2.2 seconds, so well and truly out of drafting range. Let's see if they can work together to close the gap back up. And you have to feel for Jacob Collins. And my mind initially, Cam, was also wondering if there was potentially any side pod damage or something for Collins, but he seems to have picked the speed back up and maybe picked his rhythm back up as well. Looks to the inside of that number 1 car, gets some drafting help from Lanning on that climb to turn 1.
Well, this is such a long straight, isn't it? Down to turn number 1. His Flagg on the outside. He's making up some good positions already. He's up 4 places. Collins is down 6, but he gets the up and under. Through turn 2 we go. Down in towards turn 3. Can the number 4 brake late enough? No, he is going to go in behind, but all that battling's done is let the 7 of Lanning get away. We go back up to Genet. Goes to the right-hand side as we work our way through turn 4. He's got the run. Such a long straight once more, and he's going for the lead already. He's made up 6 places. To the outside is going to be as they're going to go side by side.
So Luca Becker started down in 6th position. Genet started down in 7th, but they've worked their way forward. Almost bobble into the grass. We saw Morgan Burkhardt do that a couple of times in the MX-5s, which you can get away with a trip through the bumpy runoff there. Not going to get away with it in these low-slung USF 2000s. We're only 5 minutes complete. Grab a breath. We'll be here for 30 more minutes. Excuse me, says Genet. No time to breathe. Back up the inside, and at turn 8, the lead swaps hands once more. Oh, Luca Becker thought about it into the carousel, but he has to defend because Rhett Nichols was looking the long way round.
Does Genet know it's a 35-minute race and not a 10-minute sprint? He's working his way forward, and it's great to see such aggressive driving. Of course, one of the great open-wheel drivers in this category. Becker gets the run, though. He's got to push from behind. Nichols is going to push him to the lead. You can't stay in the lead for long here at Road America, and around the outside, it is going to be Nichols now leads, and Genet down into 3rd position. He's going to break late, though. He's going to try and follow Becker through. Nichols on the outside, so he's going to get squeezed out here at Canada Corner. We'll have to drop into 3rd place, but we're getting Corey as well from the pole back up into 3rd place as he works his way past Nichols.
And guess who? That's the sound, the entry music for Mauricio Parada, who has joined the queue. Andrew Lannick is only 1.2 now adrift. So I tell you what, this will be 8 cars at the front. Jacob Collins will rejoin this leading battle sooner rather than later. Just a reminder, we are only about 40 minutes away as well from the start of the next round of the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. Coverage on the iRacing Twitch and Facebook channels. Don't move, don't blink. We'll switch automatically for you. If you want to keep watching, join us on YouTube. Wiggle there from Genet as he dips the tyres into the grass through turn 1. Rhett Nichols slides back past Jared Corey as they exit down through turn 3. And now the blast to turn 5. We're only on the 4th lap of this race, but it feels like the 40th.
And you see what I'm seeing. The drivers in behind, Lanning, Flag, Collins, etc. They are catching up as well. It's going to be an 8-car battle in a few minutes' time. As to the inside, we're going to see from Corey. Can he make it? Oh, he's way too far back. He's going to think about having his nose up the inside, maybe just blocking off from Parada. They're in 5th position. Yeah, Lanning has caught up now. So it's Lanning, Flag, Collins. We now have an 8-car lead train with just about 7 minutes gone. 35-minute race, plenty of time, and even in the background, Skilton might be thinking about getting involved with this. As they battle, they slow each other down, and it just obviously brings in everyone from behind. At the moment, Genet's leading. It stayed stable for a couple of corners after cooling down a little bit from those first couple of laps. Let's see if there's going to be any more battles. I think we don't have to wonder what the answer to that question is going to be as we work our way up towards the King. Genet leads still. Becker trying to keep hold on that slipstream. I tell you what, Genet's looking strong. There's no way he's going to be able to hold on for this, especially as Nichols is going to do the push again.
It's one of these races which commentated on my fair few in sim racing where all these changes at the front don't really matter. It only really matters what happens on the last lap. It's not quite an endurance race. It's more like a super speedway race in that regard. The drivers behind have well and truly caught up, by the way. So 1 through 8 sit in drafting train. See Gordon Scully jumps into our YouTube chat to defend his Michelin pilot teammate, Morgan Burkhardt. What Morgan has to do, Gordon, is much like Tony Kanaan did when he went into the grass at Indianapolis, make 2 t-shirts out of it. That's the lesson that everyone needs to learn. Back up to turn 1. Jared Corey popped out a draft to try and pull alongside of Rhett Nichols, but the problem is here, Cam, he needs some help from Luca Becker or someone in front to be able to pull alongside. Without that, he's really struggling.
I tell you what, Genet's just looking fast as well. He's keeping away, despite all of this. Becker running a little bit wide there. I think he's got the pace to pull away. It may take a couple of laps, but this is looking really, really strong. As now we've seen Corey get the run. He's now got Lanning behind him, by the way. Lanning got Parada in towards the first corner. Now what we're going to see Corey in the number 2 machine do, down the inside. He's going to have to brake late. He was looking by nose on the previous lap. This time he's way further alongside. He's got his nose up there. Nichols goes out wide. They stay side by side as we work our way up the hill. We go in towards the next braking zone. The number 2 brakes later, and that should be job done. As in the background we go side by side. Parada maybe losing 2 places on this lap as we see Flag trying to get past.
Don't want to see that gap open back up if you're any of those drivers. I think that's got to be the most important factor. Genet up front, by the way, has so many credentials in European karting that he carries over into the sim racing world, so we'll see what he can do. If he is able to break clear of drafting range, that is a statement, because I don't think we're necessarily thinking about tire wear as a big factor by any means in this 35-minute sprint. It is still only 2.7 between the front 8, and then a 4-second gap back to Dan Skilton in 9th, who's got a Q of 5, still checked in behind him. And of the, always my favorite stat is looking at the number of drivers who have headed down pit lane. 28 saw the green, of which 8 of them have made trips down pit lane, Cam.
But the important factor is they're back out on the track. No DNFs. Oh, as Ferrado goes wide. 2 cars going to be getting past him. Flag and Collins. That is Ferrado, who's looking to battle for P3, P4 a couple laps ago, is now dropping off the back. The issue is the number 1 is now over a second behind Lanning, up towards the front for second place. You know, he's actually being pushed. So Becker decides that this is not the time to have a bit of a battle. He wants to try and go side by side. Lanning's working his way forward. Nichols is his opponent this time, down through turn 2. He's just holding his nose up the inside. He wants this move as we get onto the back straight. Nichols holds it all the way around the outside, uses the curb, and he will get the draft too.
I will say it does look a bit weird watching open wheel machines, not with halos nowadays. A little difference on these USF cars is that little exhaust on the left side of the bodywork. Corey's going to pop to the inside on that plunge down to turn 5. Will he steal second away from Luca Becker? Yes, slides through with confidence in the Husky Chocolate USF 2000, and now closes back up to Genet, who maybe isn't thinking so much about the breakaway, looking in the rearview mirrors to see how quickly the pole sitter is going to re-emerge as a potential contender. All of this as, by the way, it's re-established itself as 5 cars, because Jacob Collins, up to 6 through all of that fight, now has some work to do to close the gap back up front.
I wonder if Becker, he pushed Genet into turn 1, trying to be smart, but now he's dropped down to 3rd place half a lap later. Maybe he should have gone for it and tried to hold up Genet, because now they're losing time, and once again it looks like the number 5 machine might be able to pull away. Corey's doing his best. He's from pole position, he dropped down, and now he's coming back up, so it's definitely a bit of a game of yo-yos at this moment in time. Looks like you're not going to be staying in the same position for long, and you mentioned this earlier, it's not of course too important where you are now, is where you are on that final lap, but you don't want to be going backwards and backwards and backwards, as Parada is now in 8th place and dropping off the back. So let's see what they can do. I don't think he's going to be worried too yet, but Becker maybe next time will go for the overtake.
Fight for 12th, or fight for really 11th position as Tyler Langenberg looks to hold on. A little bit further behind, it's the fight for 15th as Howie Burrows has got the rearview mirrors filled with a couple of these USF cars. Meanwhile, we are back side by side, although Genet's going to hold on by covering that inside. Jarrett Corey jinks off the exit of the corner down low on the run down to the next right-hander. Sweep out onto this back stretch. And as the sun starts to poke its way through the clouds, maybe going to see the track temperature begin to rise, albeit slightly. I did not realize that they built USF cars so strongly. Bump drafting down to turn 5 once again. Luca Becker has clearly decided here, Cam, that it's not worth fighting. He is in a much better position to wait and bide his time. Almost ran into there, though, by Andrew Lanning down at turn 5.
Is he in a better position? I don't know. The last 2 times he's done that, he didn't get the lead. That put him down to P3. He didn't get P2, and now he's looking to go down again. So every time he decides it, he looks like he's losing position. So let's see how this one is going to come out, as our Strikeouts is having a meatball. He's dropping down the way in the number 15 machine. I'm sure we'll see how that one worked out in the end. That's another driver to add to the list of cars going down pit road, as I think Ricardo Ruiz is also involved potentially, because he's got a meatball at the same time.
Try and put that together. I do see that incidents were somewhat close in time. Let's see, this is the SRT machine. Oh, that's hardware. Pulls to the left and just, smashes the wall, and then, yes, smashes Ricardo Ruiz. So put 2 and 2 together. That was quite elementary, Mr. Sherlock Roger. Back at the front of the field, Luca Becker's going to get to the inside of Jarrett Corey, although through Bill Mitchell Bend, that's maximizing track limits, and then some. Becker down to 5th position. Nichols and Andrew Lanning sweep through at his expense, and now 15 minutes complete, 20 to go. Becker wiggles the car just to make sure the suspension is A-OK. They come over the crest, and as Genet has hit the front once again, Lanning in second, Corey's had a terrible exit out of the final corner, might even drop down to 4th.
So Janae and Lanning, they're up piece 6 and 8 places apiece. Oh, that is a little bit of a wiggle there. Nichols is going to get the run up the inside through turn number 2. So definitely showing you that qualifying is not everything in this category. Pole position driver now down to Pete number 4. Nichols is looking racy. And look, once again, you have a bit of a battle. It opens up a little bit of a gap. Janae wiggling once again to say, please don't battle. He wants to be leading at the front. Lanning can push him, and this might work actually. You've got some battles in behind, as Nichols, 3rd place, is now defending from 2 cars. It's firstly going to be Corey in the red machine on his inside, but he's also got Becker trying to make it potentially 3 wide down in towards, oh, we're going to see almost a steam train in towards the braking zone. Lanning was going way, way wide. That's opened up the door for Corey, but it held up Nichols in behind.
Beautifully judged, though. He just about wound it down in time. Janae's got a bit of an advantage. Comment in the Twitch chat, by the way, by the sounds this car makes, it could be called Formula Mosquito, which, you know, I can kind of agree with you on that. However, I think that would be better suited to describe the sound of the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup cars if you ever get to hear them. Because basically what happens is, instead of the exhaust pointing out the back, because the MX-5 cars bumped her off so much, they've had to cut the exhaust off and point it down at the ground. So it literally, in my opinion, sounds like a mosquito. But that's neither here nor there. 18 minutes left to go. Janae still leads. It's a field of 8 once again at the front, because Jacob Collins is just about within drafting range of these drivers. Really, at this point, Cam, it's the story of a typical endurance race. Stay within touching distance of those final couple of laps, and you'll have a chance at the win.
Certainly will, but Janae, he looks strong. If this first front straight wasn't so long, and then go into the second straight after turn 3, I think he would be able to pull away if we just had the second half of the lap, as Lanning has a terrible exit out to the final corner. So Corey's going to go through. Nichols is going to blast by him as well. Where is Becker? Becker might be the 3rd car getting involved in this one. Interesting for Corey to move back to the left-hand side. I guess he wants a bit of a push from Lanning to try and hold on to this position in towards the braking zone at turn number 1. Who's going to be? Nichols on the inside, Corey on the outside. It looks like Corey way later there, able to slide around. Lanning, though, gets held up because of that, and now he's going to pull out, get the slipstream in towards turn 3, almost squeezes Becker off the track. Somehow they all stay going in a straight line. What this has done is let Janae for the first time get over 1 second at the front.
And he's almost clear of the draft. The problem is, in through turn 5, he's still now seeing that advantage shrink. He will need a flying middle sector, and the chance may very well still be there. Further behind in the queue, Becker wheel to wheel with Andrew Lanning. I mean, the amount of side-by-side action we have seen in this race, Formula One wishes it could have this sort of action, but again, that's what happens when you shrink the car sizes. You reduce the amount of aero wash that they put out, and most importantly, maybe reduce the power. You encourage the racecraft to be dragged to the forefront, and we are seeing our racers being tested. The question often, if they should make a move, not when to make the move. Howie Burrows having a couple of technical moments there, and it's scaring the rest of the pack. Benjamin Carlisle still waiting patiently through the hurry downs as they now blast up to turn 8.
Ooh, that's very off-putting there for Carlisle. As you say, Burrows not having the best technical situation right now. And let's see how that one works out. We go back to the front though. 2nd place Corey, 3rd is Nichols. And once again, Janae is going away. It's now 1.1 second up towards the front. That might be insurmountable, depending on how much these guys are battling in behind them. By the looks of it, they do want to battle. And we also have, as you were mentioning, Collins Flagg and Parata just getting close on the back as well. So 8-car train up towards the front. Slipstream games once again. Nichols wants to push. He wants to get up in 2nd place. Lanning finally gets closer, but Nichols almost needs to get back in the slipstream. He's almost trying to block him here from getting through. He certainly does so now. We get our way to the braking zone. Nichols is going to send it finally down the inside into turn 1. But once again, Corey's way later on the brakes.
Well, the most important thing is off into the grass goes Andrew Lanning. Jacob Collins able to slip through. Here comes Christian Flagg as well. Most important thing is last lap. 3, maybe 4 tenths gained by your race leader. He is breaking this draft. He is breaking the slipstream and putting himself in a great spot. Corey now has got some clean air behind him, though, to focus on good sector times. Is Rhett Nichols going to spoil the party? Looks to the inside as they shuffle down to turn 5. Luca Becker opens up the corner. Surely not going to think about making it 3 abeam as they climb up. This is all music to the ears of your race leader. He is now 1.9 seconds to the good. Rhett Nichols is through as he swings through the hurry down. 2 seconds the race lead. 14 minutes to go. Genet has blown clear of the fight behind.
And unfortunately, there's too many drivers in this. Oh, that's way too late for Nichols. Can he save it? I think he can. He rejoins on the inside of the carousel, but every single driver in that lead pack goes past him. Hopefully he gets back into the slipstream. That was a big mistake, though, because it's going to take him a long time to get through all of these cars. And once again, that just adds more time. It's now over 2 seconds, almost 3 at the front.
I'm a little bit speechless at how this is playing out. Genet is loving this, but clearly the red mist has descended at this point, because 3 wide into Canada corner, all they're doing is growing this lead even more. If it was 3/10 last time, it will be a second and a half on this one. Yes, Andrew Lanning has hit second. He's forced Luca Becker out wide. Oh, Parada gets collected with Jacob Collins sweeping up through Bill Mitchell Bend. One of them hit the wall hard. The other one just avoided all of that. And so Lilac Zier is now up into 7th with Dan Skilton behind. 2:08, 3:32 from your race leader. 2:10, 1:70 from Andrew Lanning. Almost 2 seconds slower on 1 lap alone.
These guys need to calm down if they want to be getting this race lead, but to be honest, I think it's already gone. I don't think they're going to be able to push themselves back to the front with the amount of battling. Here we are. This is Collins. It's going to be Parata in front of him, around the outside. He's already sliding before he gets off track, and then rejoins and collects the number 4 machines. So that is not ideal from Collins. He should be okay in terms of damage, actually. He should be able to continue from there. Here comes Nichols down the inside of Corey in towards the braking zone at T5. He has the inside line once again. These two been side by side quite a few times already. They know where to give each other space. Sliding on the outside is that number 2 machine, and Flag just has to sit there and watch on with side by side as you come down the hill.
I mean, Cam, what a welcome to the SCCA Runoffs for you. I don't know if the GT4s is going to be as good as this, but if it will be, boy, oh boy, are you in for a wild one. Lewis McLeod will be back in the commentary booth in about 15 or so minutes time, just as we are flicking over on the iRacing Twitch and Facebook channels to the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. If you want to stick with us here on the SCCA Runoffs, now's your chance. Head over to YouTube with what appears to be a relative break in the action. Jarrett Corey has dropped a full 1.3 off of the second and third battle, which is now reigniting, and so podium up for grabs here as Luca Becker slips on through. Almost overshoots the corner though. Oh, digs into the gravel. Here comes Lanning once again. Oh, and guess what? Genet's now 4 seconds clear at the front of this field.
This is so funny. If this group was smaller, 1 or 2 drivers, I think they would have been able to work together. Oh, Lanning has a big slide, 2 corners in a row. That's going to lose him a lot of time. And Becker's going to be on his own out in 2nd place as here comes Corey. There's just too many variables of all these drivers, and they're not able to work together. Genet is loving it. If with 2 drivers, they'll be able to bump draft, get up, back up towards the front. But all these drivers now, they just see, you know, they're in 5th, 6th place. They're, oh, I can get to P2. And then they just push forward. Before you know it, the gap to the lead is now, as you say, over 4 seconds. So we are looking at Becker in 2nd place. It's Corey 3rd, Lanning in 4th position. Nichols and Flag sit in behind as we lost a couple of drivers in Collins and Prata about a lap and a half ago.
I did think there was going to be one race in this runoffs that was not going to be a photo finish. I thought it would be the GT4s. I didn't think it would be this one, Cam.
Definitely not. I mean, especially in an open wheel, low power open wheel, there's such a long run out of the final corner to the line. There's, for sure, if there's 2 drivers, you know, batting, for sure it's going to be a photo finish. There's all the drivers. These guys are pushing so hard. I tell you what, there is nothing being left on the table from these drivers. They are really going for it. And there's still 10 minutes left, so we've got about 4 laps or so when we get to the line. Still some opportunities. And it seems like none of these drivers want to finish any lower than 2nd place. They are all going for it as if their life depends on it.
I don't want to finish lower, but also didn't want to finish higher than the 2nd place as well. As they fought so hard that your race leader broke away to great effect. Slightly different lines there from Andrew Lanning to Jarrett Corey, just trying to put some clean air on that front nose. We're not talking big amounts of downforce that the front and rear wing will generate, but even that little bit of dirty air that they throw off will impact you when you follow that closely. And Andrew Lanning now just taking advantage of the fact that really slowed up by the cars in front, gets to the inside of Luca Becker, not quite past though, as they now get ready to flick it left through Bill Mitchell Bend. You could use that runoff that's available on the outside, but as we've seen once before, it gets uncomfortable to do so. Less than 10 minutes to go, there's one car off. It's Rhett Nichols that will drop out of contention for a podium spot.
Yeah, no way of getting that one back. We go 2 by 2. Every couple of laps, we just lose a few drivers from this battle, and it is now just 5 cars. Well, really, just these 4 for second place. We're going to be 4 wide in a moment here. Lanning in the white machine is holding that inside line. He's got Becker to his outside. As Flag and Corey sit in behind. We go 2 by 2 through the first corner. They all give each other space. Corey's trying to make a 3 wide situation as we work away through turn 2. Doesn't get the momentum that he needs, so Becker's going to hold on from Lanning, and Flag will sit in behind. All these drivers have made up so many positions, by the way. Lanning's up 7 places so far in this race, just showing you qualifying doesn't mean much here at Road America. Flag is trying to get the push draft on Corey. He does pull out a little bit early though to not battle too much down in towards turn 5. Up ahead looks like Lanning's going to the outside of Becker, trying to make that all the way around the outside. He's got his nose ahead as well, but Becker on the inside line holds strong.
I've got to say, this is one of my favorite tracks in the US to actually go and visit. The experiences second to none as a spectator, the access that you get, the fans themselves are great too. Looking forward to being at next year's 6-hour endurance round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. RaceSpot's Howie Burrows holds the inside line on the plunge down to turn 5. It's the fight for 13th as Benjamin Carlisle uses that little bit of extra track on the outside. This fight has been going effectively since minute 1 of this race. We're working lap 13 of an estimated 17. 7.5 minutes still left to go. Meanwhile, fight for second still starts to ebb and flow. Now Andrew Lanning is the one that's hit the point of that group. I mean, if this was a Vegas casino, the odds on who would actually get onto the podium would be wide open right now, because there is no guarantee with the exception of Genet.
Yes, I don't think it's worth putting money on any of them. You might as well put money on all 4 of them, to be fair. Then at least you're going to be
evens out
something. Although I say that, they could still crash, like we've seen before. We go almost 3 wide. Burrow's still having some issues, but it's not putting off the drivers in behind. And this is a very close call down in towards Canada corner. Not enough to make a move this time around. So Carlisle is going to hold on. I say that. He's going to now lose the places. Dulubac gets past and in towards the final couple of corners. Oh, Harry Burrows loses the rear end there. Keeps it. What a brake check there to hold on to the car. Between 2 loses 2 places.
A little bit of shuffling on the pedals there to bring it back under control, but well judged after the bobble. The danger that is Bill Mitchell Bend. It looks simple, but it's a silent killer, that is for sure. So 6 minutes left to go should mean, I think, 3 laps left to go at the line. Genet now only 5 seconds clear. Only 5 seconds clear of Andrew Lanning, Jarrett Corey, who are squabbling for 2nd and 3rd. Then tucked in behind is Luca Becker and Christian Flag. Oh, very close there between Lanning and Corey as they turn left over the top of turn 6. Yeah, Christian Flag, by the way, in his 4th consecutive race, putting in a very, very solid showing, Cam. Anyone who can adapt to these different cars so quickly, it's got to be commended.
Oh, absolutely. As much as it's the same track, every car will feel quite a bit different. And I guess, there's some similarities, but the braking zones are completely different, for instance. The style of racing is completely different, and the speed as well. You have to readjust your brain. And also, it's just the fatigue now after doing basically a 4-hour stint in the cockpit, as Lanning now is getting the push up towards Canada corner. The number 2 isn't really going to be challenged that much. Lanning thinking about it. Oh, he's way later on the brakes. Corey was so early there. That was a bit unusual. I guess he saw the car coming, decided not to battle with that one. I wasn't expecting Lanning to get such a long side, but Corey now opens up the door, the opportunity for Becker on the outside in towards the final corner. who's thinking about it, is actually trying to get up the backside and in towards the slipstream as they work away onto the front straight.
Here we go. 3 laps left to go. It's not a fight for the lead, unfortunately, because Janae has blown clear here. Instead, Lanning, Corey, Becker, Flag. Brett Nichols now locked in fight with Zier and Skilton. That's a fight for 6th position just further down the road. Long way around for the pole sitter, who just holds on in that husky chocolate red and white USF 2000. We ride with Luca Becker. Tries to get a good exit off the corner. Gonna try and now drag into turn 5. Maybe get a bit of a push from Christian Flag. He has to lift off the throttle, actually, and that's going to check up some of that momentum on what will become the outside into the downhill run, into what is the best passing opportunity on the track, the heaviest of the braking zones. Lanning left on the outside, gets shoved wide by Jarrett. Corey, they're still tussling for 2nd and 3rd. Those final 2 steps on the podium. And there's 2 drivers on the wrong side of the podium steps right now. Luca Becker with a chance, if he sees an opportunity out of the hurry downs, to jink one way then the other. He's being very, very patient for the time being right now. Corey holds on to 2nd.
Yeah, I'm surprised from Becker. The whole sort of race so far, he's been a bit cautious. I guess he's still sitting there. He's got the opportunity. He's landing up the inside. Corey round the outside with 2 by 2 in towards the carousel. On the exit is going to be Corey, who holds the line up towards the king. What a run this is from Becker. He's going to have to back out of that one. Do not want to go side by side through this corner if you can avoid it, and he might be able to push Lanning in this position. Actually, it's all Corey. He's been hit from behind. Contact is made, and he goes into the wall. That's a huge hit there from the number 2 machine. Takes him out of contention, and Becker now to the outside, down towards Calendar Corner. But we know that Lanning loves the late break there, and it is the meatball for the number 2.
That was about 120-mile-an-hour contact. Dan Skilton might have been tangled up as well, so replay will tell us more. 2 laps to go at the line. So now just 1 driver looking outside of the podium spots. Brett Nichols a bit closer, but not close enough, you'd argue, to take advantage of all of this. Next up, GT4s. After that, the final run in this iRacing SCCA Runoffs with the Renault Clio Cups. Here's another look. Lanning just runs into the rear.
Yeah, and there was still some, some sideways movement. They weren't quite on the straight yet. There was still some turn in the car, and at that point, it's just a nice, easy pivot point for the car to flip around. The 2 could not do anything. Probably he shouldn't have kept it so tight to the inside, because that actually slowed him down a little bit more. But either way, not his fault. Car in behind, always at full, and that car now is in 2nd place with Becker and also Flag now. So 1 by 1, this group has got smaller. Janae went off the front. We've lost 4 cars off the back of this. Remember, it was an 8-car battle for the lead at one point in this race. Brett Nichols is doing his best to try and keep up, but as this group gets smaller, the battles will become less severe, and I don't think Nichols will quite have enough time to catch up, but you never know.
No, I think time is not on his side unless these guys in front want to start tussling just that little bit harder, which there is no real incentive for them to do by any means, you would argue. Your leader very comfortable at the front. Haven't talked about him much recently. That's exactly how he wants to keep it, you best believe. But Andrew Lanning carves his way up 8 positions. Christian Flag is +7. Benjamin Carlisle is +13. There's some big movers in this race, while equally some big losers as well. Into Canada Corner then for the penultimate time. There's 2 podium spots up for grabs between these 3 drivers. Lanning and Becker hold on right now. Christian Flag 4 for 4 in our races so far as a participant, still searching to try and show us exactly what he can do as the number 1 seed in this race. He's got 1 lap to find his way through.
So Lanning leads Becker, leads Flag on to the final lap. Janae is gone unless he makes a mistake. Race winner is sorted. But for the final 2 places on the podium, we have 3 drivers in contention. The number 7 leading the way, but it is the 3 of Becker who's now going to finally pull to the outside. He's been conservative in this race, but his final lap time, he might get the tiniest push from Flag in the background as well. So the outside Becker's going to go. He's got his nose ahead, but Lanning brakes late, and he's going to slide, go wide. He holds onto it though, but look at the run from Flag into turn 2. Backs out of that one. Becker has got his car ahead, but Lanning is thinking about it once more.
I didn't realize a downforce car was able to slip and slide that much through a corner, but great car control. And now all 175 horses gunning down this back straightaway in the draft as they dive under that Sargento bridge. Into the trees. Now start that descent. Open up the entry to the corner on the right side of the track. And Christian Flag does not see his opportunity just yet. Lanning's tires are starting to go. The car's pitching on him as he turns in once again. But it's all stations as they were. Half a lap still left to go. And at this point, there's 3 real opportunities, Cam, on the brakes for a pass to be made.
I'll tell you what, if Flag is in 3rd place, surely he's going to have the best run to the line. We'll have to find out where he wants to position himself coming out the final corner. But this is what we're expecting. Remember, this is not for the race lead. Gené's up the way. We've had all the races so far, less than a tenth of a second pretty much, but now it is going to be a big gap for first, but for second place, it's going to be a photo finish, I'm sure. Flag is sitting there waiting for his time, waiting for his run, but we know Lanning, he's good on the brakes. Does he want to get ahead already? Well, surely if you're a car ahead out the final corner, you're not going to be getting second place today.
Just a reminder, the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship is coming up on the iRacing Twitch and Facebook channels next. Luca Becker has been passed, almost standing still by Andrew Lanning. Slips once again out through Canada corner. I've got to say, those tires have given their all. They've just got 2 more corners left to hang on. Out of Bill Mitchell Bend, and now that final corner. But silence the doubters. Gilles Gené, a dominant win by more than 9 seconds in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. In the USF 2000s, Luca Becker's lost the front wing. Christian Flag's going to fly past a second. Andrew Lanning will get a penalty, which means Luca Becker will hold on to 3rd in a dramatic 4th race here in the Runoffs.
I said it without knowing what was going to happen, that Flag being in 3rd in that battle surely was in the best position. I thought it was going to be a slipstream to the line, but no, it was contact. Lanning and Becker out of the final corner, trying to squeeze themselves, not get the slipstream gains, but they make contact in the end as Howie Burrows finally loses a position, and it's going to be Alexander Miller who gets past him in the number 8 machine. That's for P13 and 14 out of the final corner. But for Lanning, unfortunately, getting the penalty, as you say, might just lose his podium place. I think it was the wrong decision to go and dive there up the inside of Canada corner. Probably want to be second place. But for Gené, I mean, from the start, he was in so much control. He was moving up places, he was looking fast, and even at the start, he was getting that half a second gap that no one else could.
And Luca Becker said it best. Well done, whoever let Gilles get away, because our combined gaps in the first 3 races in the SCCA Runoffs, 1/10 1/2. In race 4, 9 seconds. For those watching on the iRacing Twitch and Facebook channels, don't go anywhere. FIA Formula 4 esports action to come. Join us though on the iRacing YouTube for the SCCA Runoffs final 2 races. We'll continue to run our way down through the results. Grab a chat with our race winner as well. Flag, Lanning, Becker, Nichols, Zier, Langenberg, Collins, Asselin and Parada the top 10. Before we quickly scamper through the rest of the names and transition into those next couple of races. Chinsky, Carlisle, Miller, Burrows, Dlubak, Lillies, Sergenko, Jonisfield, Noel and Richard. And then as you scramble onto the final page of results, 21st for Sarah Spiller, Pierre Viveros in 22nd, Michael Kocher in 23rd with King, Ruiz, Skilton, Corey and Strykars the field. Let's grab a quick word with Gilles Gené, a dominant race win, but I've got to say, Gilles, you were kind of handed a gap that you broke away from and from there never looked back. Did you ever think you would get a chance to break the draft like that?
Actually, I didn't think I would broke the gap like that, because in USF 2000 the slipstream is like mega, and like the gap was like 1.1, 1.2 at some point of the race, and they just started barreling and the gap just increased during the race, and I ended up with like nearly 10 seconds to the P2, so yeah, very happy.
Are you going to be doing any more of these races? Are we going to see you in the GT4s, the Clios?
Actually, I did like the Formula V at the Spec race effort, but I didn't know, you need to do some races during the week to be sure to be in top split. So I was second split both races. And USF 2000, I say probably I have some chance to be top split, and yeah.
Well, we're glad to have seen you. Hopefully next year you get a chance to be in a few more of the top split, Gilles. A great run from you, and congratulations on your win in the USF 2000s.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
A great drive, and again, a 10th.5, the combined gaps between first and second in our first 3 races, 9.985 in our 4th race of the day. Time for us to step aside for a moment here as the USFs start to slip into the twilight. It's full focus next on GT4s at Road America.
Just a couple of races left to go in the SCCA Runoffs, but of course we are in position for the GT4s to take to the circuit. It is the only time across this competition where we have multiple different cars out on the grid, not just the one singular one, of course. It'll be split between the Porsche 718 Cayman, McLaren 570, Aston Martin Vantage, Mercedes AMG, BMW M4, and of course the Mustang. Look, we've been enjoying some of the racing. We've had 4 absolutely fantastic races. Cam, great to be in the booth with you, and hopefully we'll get another 15 out of 10 race here, especially with some of the cars we've got going around. I love that Mustang.
That does look pretty mean, doesn't it? Yeah, it's actually pretty cool, as you say, to finally have some different cars out there on the circuit. But is that going to change anything? We will certainly have to find out. We had some very close races so far. The first 3 all within a 1/10 of a second. Basically, you know, drag races up towards the line on the final lap. But in the previous race, Janae was able to pull away. Are we going to see something similar in these GT4s? We'll certainly have to find out how the deception goes, how everyone is able to stay close together. But they are in their qualifying session. Got a couple of laps out there on the track, and they should have plenty of time in these cars to do so. But to be honest, I've got an idea of what to expect with a whole host of 40 GT4s on this racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, a few that we've already seen out in action today. I mean, look, you've mentioned before some of the drivers that we've had. Obviously, you've got Matt Malone, who's out there. We saw Malone out in the MX-5s a little bit earlier. We've had Christian Flagg, who we've seen out before in all of them. He's been a busy man today. Richard Dempsey back, seen him a little bit earlier on in the day. A few drivers that are jumping in, and of course JC Schooler, who we did see racing in 3 of the 4 races we had. The only one missing from was the previous run. We're right on board with Jaden Comright around the circuit and kind of get a vibe as to what the track's going to be like. I agree with what Arjuna was saying in the previous race. I don't necessarily suspect that this will be the same style of pack race that we've had in a few of the other races that we've had so far this afternoon.
Yeah, you'd expect not. A little bit less on the old slipstream, a little bit more variance out there as well, potentially with the cars being a bit heavier, a bit more weight transfer going out there. But let's see what happens in the previous races, especially in the last one. We saw a bigger gap in qualifying actually than I was expecting. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, but then in the race everyone can stay close together, so I have to see that is the important bit. Even Jay started in sort of 7th, 8th position on the road and then was able to work his way up, so that is certainly going to be good fun. And also, to be honest, Lewis, Road America is a massively raceable track. There's a lot of long straights, a lot of big braking zones where you can make the overtake, so it should be quite a nice battle out there, to be honest.
And there's a couple more cars than what we just had in the USFs. We had, what was it, 26? Was it? I think it was 26. Yeah, we got 40.
Yeah, there's quite a bit more out there on the track. I don't know if that's really going to cause much issue for the leaders, but for those in the mid-pack, certainly pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it's going to be tight out there. As I say, seeing Jaden Comright around the circuit and down into Canada Corner, slightly longer shadows as well than what we've seen in some of the other races as well. I wonder what the conditions are really going to be like on the circuit, up through Thunder Valley, out of Canada Corner into Bill Mitchell Bend, and trying to navigate the way around with all the sights and sounds of the Mustang. Again, I always used to lean towards the Aston. I did quite like the Aston, but the I know a lot of people like the M4. You're more of a BMW guy. But that Mustang, I mean, come on.
Yeah, the GT4 M4 I have less preference to be honest. Don't know what it is, just something about the ride height style, I don't know. This AMG does have a little bit of soft spot for me as well, but I think the Mustang's just so aggressive on that front end. Whatever they did to it a couple of years ago, not so good, but then the facelift, etc., that they brought out recently, so much better. So yeah, hopefully we see a nice array of cars when we get to the formation up. We'll have time to go through some.
Yeah, indeed. I actually think the Mustang, maybe it is a controversial, but I actually quite like the GT3 variant, but I almost prefer the GT4 variant. Like visually, I just think it looks. I think it just looks fantastic. I think it looks absolutely superb. Christian Flagg up towards the line, trying to beat the 14.4 set by Sublachero. See if Flagg's able to do it. Sets a 14.1, does indeed do it. And by a fair margin. Oh, sorry, that tap lap didn't count. Sorry, it was Matthias Beer who went up to the top by 7,000ths of a second. I wonder if Christian Flagg looked like he was particularly pushing towards that final part. We'll get one more lap in around the circuit. It is quite long, as you can see. Matt Malone. Wonder what country Matt Malone is from. Wow, well, that's cracking, right? I love that.
Yeah, the bald eagle screeching in the background. We got the stars and stripes livery out there for Matt Malone. He's got his name on the car as well, so we'll be able to work out who he is when we go through the race. But yes, and also that screaming V8 as well. Sounds like a NASCAR, to be honest. We work our way up towards the king. He's currently not set a competitive lap time outside the top 30. Minute and a half to go. Final lap times coming in. We have a 10th covering the top 6 drivers. That is what we want to see. Just the blink of an eye between all those cars. And then we have the final laps where maybe they can make up those final couple of thousandths to jump here for the pole position. But you never know. It's so difficult around this lap. So long. Got to keep concentrated for a long time. Not make any mistakes. That's a big jump over the curb there from Malone as well as he comes through the final corner.
Yeah, smacked it at Bill Mitchell. Bed now through 14 and back out onto the start-finish straight. A bit of a kick of oversteer there whilst departing the apex. Soblachero retakes the provisional pole position by a quarter of a second. We'll have Guides going up to second position. There's Alessandrini going up to the pole. Good first driver to break through into the 13s, a 2-minute 13.917. You'll see Matthias Beer, who was obviously provisionally on the pole position. They're going to be an improvement from the purple BMW.
Car number 8 is currently in P4. Half a second off the pole position. Needs to be making it up as he work away out of the final corner. Such a long run to line. 25 seconds remain. Straight's not that long. He'll have enough time to finish his lap. He needs to be inside the 13s to even have an opportunity of that. It's going to be a 13.907. Oh, no, not quite. 14.2. I was getting excited there for a minute, but not quite enough. Half a second off in the end. And he'll be in P3.
Big gap then for the pole coming in from Alessandrini by more than a quarter of a second over Soblachero. That is the qualifying session coming to a close. 40 cars to take to Road America. Alessandrini with a comfortable gap for pole position, but there are some tight gaps up there. I'm excited to see how this one's going to unfold, Cam. We'll take a look, though, at the starting grid first. It is a Porsche of DJ Alessandrini starting from the pole position with Soblachero starting from second. We've got Matthias Beer, who was able to improve up to 4th position alongside Tomasz Guides from 4th position. It's Norwich and then JC Francis, the top 6, Cam.
We have Conrad, who rode on board with for a little bit of a while before we get to Schooler coming back in, who won the MX-5 race a couple of races ago sideways as he went across the line. VZ, Monchavastin top 10, Noel and Parrish round out the top 12.
Still a lot of drivers to get through. Daladon in 13th position with Mazzocchi in 14th. Gimenez in 15th position with Calver, Tsudenga and Christian Flagg. Yet another race for Christian Flagg today.
Dempsey and Abrams round out the top 20 with Kevin Zhu, Ivan Falcone in 22nd place, Victor Perez, and then Zachary Smith inside your top 20.
Birkeland in 25th position with Heasley. Then it is Patriti in 27th alongside Arcos in 28th. The final couple of positions inside the top 30 being Schneider and Zachary Robinson, who also we have seen a couple of times so far today.
Dave Bush III will be in P31 with Gamma. Matt Malone down there in 33rd. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get inside the top 10 today. Alexander Miller, who we saw in the previous race, in 34th. Leslie and another driver doing multiple races with Chan inside the top 36.
2 more rows left to go with Higgins, Hernando, Agan and Akapov finishing the 40-car grid off. It's a fantastic grid of cars. You were quite right in pointing out that we'll have a whole lap. Take a good look at some of them. An estimated 16-lap race with Alessandrini then on the left-hand side. We want starting from the pole position. We've got Porsche up there. Quite a lot of BMWs up in contention. But it is a Porsche starting from pole position. Cam Roger, which car would you take? And I already know what the answer is because you're boring.
Because I'm boring.
It's always a BMW. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I've owned a few.
What's your road car?
Well, since 2016, I've only had BMWs.
Well, you had it. Well, I mean, the Mini sort of counts as BMW. Yeah, fair. You had a Accord.
I never owned it.
There was an Accord as well.
Also that is the BMW Mini. It was the first generation Mini, which is BMW. I quite like the Porsche, actually, to be honest. The Cayman. There's something about this chassis that I really like, and you know, my normal day job working at a garage. A couple of customers have these cars, and they are very cool, and they're actually quite spacious inside, considering the size of the chassis. So to be honest, if I had to choose, maybe I'd choose this one.
It seemed as though the mighty Mustang might not be the competitive choice around here, and it does seem as though, at least in the top grouping, you either really need a Porsche, a BMW, or maybe even one of the Mercs. I would, of those, I would generally lean towards the Porsche. I do quite like. I'm a bit partial to a Cayman, even though sometimes I look at it and I think I'm not sure. And then you take one around the track on iRacing here, and you think, actually, they're pretty good fun.
Yeah, and also just the sound as well. Such a unique engine in that, and I don't know. All of these would be very good fun to drive. A lot of BMWs out there. I tell you what, BMWs and Mustangs. So front engine cars with the AMG as well, heavily propped up towards the front, but. You know, the rear mid-engine Porsche seemingly getting that pole position. The driver's wiggling around quite a lot, trying to get some heat into the tyres, but I don't know if that's really going to make the biggest difference. They got 35 minutes to warm up the tyres here at Speedville. This pace car is certainly going at a very leisurely speed. So a lot of Porsches, BMWs, all of the top 10 basically, all Porsches and BMWs.
I was going to say, I don't think you can classify the Cayman as a rear-engined car. To be fair, a lot of Porsches in the modern era you actually can't classify as rear engine. They are actually mid-engine. We discussed that quite a few times on various broadcasts and stuff, but it almost feels like sacrilege to suggest that the engine's been creeping forward. It is what it is. 35 minutes, though, will be ahead of us. Obviously, they won't need to stop for tyres or fuel or anything like that. And just as a quick shout out, by the way, if you have tuned into this on YouTube and thinking, wait a second, where's the Formula 4's at? The FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship is also live on YouTube as well as on Twitch. It's already moved over on the iRacing Twitch channel. But of course, might as well stay here for some entertainment as well. I'll be checking out what's happening in the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. We've got a couple of drivers that we're closely following, Cam, in that championship as well.
Certainly, and you've got a spreadsheet to update for it as well.
I know, it's better. I've got a spreadsheet for everything, mate.
Yeah, to make sure you got all the results there. So yeah, definitely we'll be going to check that one out afterwards. But this certainly should be a lot of fun. 35 minutes of action, and we have all of the cars lining up. Pace car is about to come in. Alessandrini is going to be on the pole position in that bright yellow Porsche, but will he hold the lead down into turn one? That is certainly going to be a more difficult task.
Tricky run into the opening corner in any car, but especially with the high speeds they even pick up in these GT4s. It's Alessandrini alongside Soblachero. It's Beer, it's Guides, it's Norwig, it's Francis, Conright, Skula, Avisi, and Monchaves, the top 10. 35 minutes onto the clock and a long hold for Alessandrini, who finally gets going, and the green flag is waved. Good start and a good catching of the field from Alessandrini, who's comfortably leading on the race down into this opening corner, with Soblachero trying to keep Beer at bay, who's in that purple BMW on the right-hand side as they work their way through the opening corner. A couple of side-by-sides for about 8th on back. Over the top grouping, it's a comfortable run through the opening turn. Down into 3 they go, and move the 3rd position as Guides makes the move down the inside of Beer.
But I don't think it's going to be over as we come down this back straight away. We've got some side-by-sides in the background because Skula's already got Conright for 7th position. Oh, huge crash there on the exit of turn 3. One of the Mercedes got absolutely flying. He's going to be out of the race so far. In towards the braking zone, though, a bit up ahead. We've got Skula making some more moves. Makes it up the inside there in that Porsche. Gets past, and it's Francis this time who's been able to get past.
Oh, there's more sliding in the background. It's not quite as clean in this race, that's for sure. There is drama up and down the field. Unfortunately for a few of our drivers, they are paying a costly price in the early stages. We were kind of expecting these early moments of drama in this. 40 cars, and they are quite big. And there's even more drama. Matt Malone has been off the road.
Certainly has. That's not going to be fun for all of his fans out there, but he should be able to get back on the track and regain. It's just a matter that he's not going to be able to gain all this time in such a short race. We work our way up towards the king for the first time of asking. There is Skula already making up 2 positions. Francis and Conrad, the cars behind, are the ones he's been able to get past, and slightly off onto the grass as well. I think that's Norvig in 6th position. We got a bit of a breakaway from Alessandrini at the front as well. Oh, huge crash again in the background on the exit of the king. One of the Porsche goes absolutely flying. Fortunately, no one collecting him. That might be Zhu.
Yeah, either way, that was a big old hit going through the kink, and an unfortunate moment there. Might have also been maybe Cole Gannon, a couple of drivers having some big moments. That's all we know. Here's Zach Smith going on the attack. We ride on board with Kevin Zhu, also trying to find their way into it. Zach Smith's a couple of cars ahead, just outside the top 20. We've got Richard Dempsey, who we have seen out in action a couple of times today. Was it the Spec Racer Fords? Must have been the Spec Racer Fords a little bit earlier on in the day. Again, put on some decent performances in that, as Kevin Zhu will get to the outside and we'll go full send. That's surely going around the outside in a not conducively fast way.
I love his livery as well. Just noticed.
Oh yeah, Nürburgring.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. As the 38 just up ahead of him, that is Akos. He's lost the front of his car already. He can't be flashing anyone today, but actually Zhu's going to be losing a position. That is Sudenga on the outside, who's trying to work his way through. Zachary Robinson is the next BMW, trying to get past him, as it looks like to the inside. We're going to see Sudenga diver. He's in the Mustang, trying to get up the inside. He's got his nose there left. Space was being left, and it looks like that's going to open up the door. We work our way back up the hill once again. Zhu's gone to the outside, trying to keep it all the way around the outside, but it's slightly off camber here. You can't really do that, and you have to fall in line.
Indeed, so much damage on the front end of that BMW. That looks uncomfortable to be lapping around this circuit. Again, one of the many cars that's had some form of drama in the form of Akos there. Further up the order, this is towards the back end of the top 10. We've got Parrish and Monsevis going side by side. Parrish has got the inside line of the AMG, but the outside working plenty well enough going around the carousel, and it will be the BMW holding on from Mercedes with a whole string of BMWs behind, led by Deladon. Some already larger gaps appearing on this field, including even up at the race lead, where 8 tenths or so separates us. This is what happened with Petretti, and that was basically sent. Tried crowding out and then went off the road.
And it was a little bit unlucky that he hit the very end of the wall, which pirouetted the car. If it was a flat wall, it would have been a little bit okay. This was a little bit further back as well. There's Boken, unfortunately, 39 going around. Oh, huge hit there, down in towards Canada corner. As from Victor Perez. This literally, just happened. Meatball flag comes out. Just a bit of concertina effect, not braking early enough and having to avoid, but in the end, wasn't able to slow the car down.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones, like, you'd sit there and be like, well, surely you can't miss the braking zone by that much. And Stephen Calvert, I think, also has had a bit of a problem where he's going down pit lane to deal with some dramas. But yeah, into Canada corner, it's so easy just to miss that braking zone. As soon as you touch the grass or that gravel trap, unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, you will be in that barrier. I know from personal experience. My first time ever racing Road America in sim racing was here on iRacing. It was over 10 years ago. And yes, I am old. And it was in the legendary Star Mazda. And boy, did you have some whoppers in that car.
Certainly did, as that was a bit wide there from the 22 machine, and unfortunately that's going to create contact. The 9's going to drop down 2 places here. That is Parrish losing to flag. It was Daldoni in the 22 machine who's going past, and actually this is going to be another position lost. This is really not working out at all for Parrish. He's dropping backwards and backwards, and finally just about holding on from Mazzucci and his flag, who's got away up ahead. Mazzucci there just holding on, getting back in line after fending off with the battle. But look how many cars are lined up in behind trying to get past. We've seen on board of Smith here in the number 20.
Yeah, in case you get lost around the circuit you're racing on, boom, there they are. Now Cam Roger quickly is looking around being like, yep, know that one, know that one, know that one. I'm not sure I know all of them. The second one down the left, I'm like, wait, where is that?
Is that? Oh, I was going to say, is it called Blisterberg or something like that? But I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's the one though. So that is
not.
I need to ask him after the race.
Yeah, I was like, well, it's not Simmons Plains. I'm thinking like, that's honestly, I'm more focused on that than the racing now. Drop me your best guesses in the chat, because that one's even stumped Cameron Roger, who knows his circuits like the back of his hand. You tell him to drop a circuit around the world, he'll open Google Maps, and he knows exactly where it was. Either way, for Smith, he's gone straight through. You are the nerd on the side. Look, I'm a nerd when it comes to track maps. So sorry, to spreadsheets. You're a nerd when it comes to track maps and stuff. Zach Smith then has gained that position. Falcone behind, and Michael Abrams has lost a couple of positions in all that. Akash, who we were looking at a little bit earlier on, thought it was going to be him now, but no, he's dropped another couple of spots as well. This is back up with Schooler, who's just ahead of Francis, Veazey and Conright. The battle of those that start with the letter J.
That's true, a lot of J names there. The issue for them is they're behind till Norvig, the number 6 car, the Porsche just up ahead, but they're sort of losing a bit of ground. It's almost 3 seconds now, 2.5 seconds to Beer up ahead. Side by side we go in towards the braking zone. Francis on the inside of Schooler. Francis in the Porsche and getting himself past Schooler in the BMW 2 Bilstein cars to work our way up the hill. Veazey's looking in behind, can't find a way through just yet, as it looks like Schooler's now going to have to push Francis. They need to try and bridge that gap to Norvig and then do something about getting up to Bear, but unless the top guys start battling, that is going to be a difficult one to overcome, but they have plenty of time if they got the speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Riding on board with Jaden Conright, who we saw the onboard lap in qualifying of 9th position at the moment, has got Veazey directly ahead. Bit of a gap growing and brewing potentially between, like you said, JC Francis and Till Norvig. Front of the field, things are still relatively close between Alessandrini and Sobolacero as the wipers go on there. As we were on board with Conright, just trying to get some of those rubber flecks off of the windscreen and just tidy things up slightly. I'm sure those windscreen wipers are in slightly better nick than those on my car, but it's fine. We've discussed and joked about that. You were the last person to change windscreen wipers on my car, and that was not yesterday.
That might be something you need to look at. Get yourself to the shops, because it's very rainy and cold outside, but fortunately here at Road America, not quite so much. Sunny out there on the track. 26 minutes to go. We're looking at Schooler. He's the second car in this line, the BMW. He's just been overtaken half a lap ago by Francis, and he's being pulled along. What is the slipstream going to be like down and towards turn number 1? And number 3 machine getting closer and closer. It looks like, to be honest, Lewis, I think if you lead out the final corner on the final lap, I think you will be able to hold on to your position.
Yeah, I think we're not going to get the big drag race to the line unless you're making a move at T14 and then having the side-by-side up the hill. We've had some cracking finishes in the SCCA Runoffs so far today, including, I think, arguably the closest and most exciting of all of those would have actually been in the Spec Racer Ford. That was absolutely mental early on. We're on board with Jack Veazey going for the move on Giancarlo Schooler. There comes a look to the inside, going full send on the brakes, careful not to hit the Porsche Cayman, and Steve works their way through. So Veazey up now into 7th position, just finding that pathway between the two blue and yellow Bilstein cars.
2 laps in a row, Schooler losing a place at the same corner, being schooled, if you were, at that point of the track, turn number 5. Let's see if Conright is learning from that and is going to try and make his move in about a lap's time. Look a little bit further back. This is Parrish in the Zebra-style car, number 9, as he's got Mazzocchi in front of him. He's got Noel just in behind. This is the back end of the top 15. It's a battle of 13, 14, 15 there on the track. They've got a little bit of a gap behind to Richard Dempsey, who's not quite keeping up with them.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about what that circuit was. Honestly, it's like, that is going to keep me up at night.
It was backwards as well. It was flipped backwards.
Was it?
Yeah, we'll have to get up again.
No, I'm genuinely baffled. I've never been. It's as much as I'm taking the mick about Cam though in his circuits, very rare that I'm baffled by what circuit it is. And I was looking at it being like, thin along and the curves of that. I'm like, Salzburg ring, but then Salzburg doesn't go that way.
No, that's yeah. I know I'd have to look at it again, and then there must be some sort of AI program that can that one out if we get. Oh, Akosh Meatball. We were looking at him a bit earlier on. He was having a few issues, and now that 38 car is going to be going back to pit road.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, but not a surprise considering the damage on the front end. It had lost its the entirety of the bumper on Akosh's car, so that BMW M4 will return its way into pit lane. About 12 minutes into this race, we've just about scratched off a third of it. We've still got plenty of time left to go. Let's see what happens. Akosh on the the one that got sent off into the barrier. Then obviously you can see the front end damage. One hit on the barrier and then one skip into the next one.
Yes. It's never a small crash at this track, is it? It's very fast. And if you go off, you are having a few issues here and there. And also, I've just realised what's on the side of that number 7 car of Guides. Good old Oreo. That is a fun livery to have out there on the track. Good to see some of the drivers having a little bit of fun with the paint scheme of their car, even though it is certainly a competitive race out there. It's always good to show your light-hearted side.
Matt Malone's obviously in this race has had the best livery, just because I think that is an absolute meme, and I love it. There was a Jet 2 Holidays MX-5 earlier. That was a good one. I say there's the odd good one. I say it's good. It's good. I respect the ambitious choices from some. Also, I didn't realise that on Zach Smith it also said Vince Cusi approved. That's fun. I'm sure he's watching at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah, I just like the fact that you can have a bit of fun, because we're used to all these esports races where it's all super serious, get the sponsors out there, etc., which is fair enough. That's what it needs to be for that type of race. But for this, have a little bit more fun and show your creativity as we get to 21 minutes left in the race. This is Joe getting closer and closer to the 23, trying to find his way past. Easier said than done, of course, on this track. Sudenga, 23, lets the car just ahead. We work into the final corner. Eyes are way later on the brakes. Half thinks about a dive to the inside. But now just needs to get the run down into the first corner.
Absolutely. The slipstream is being well used here at the moment by Zhu, and we'll see if the position's going to be switching around anytime soon. Not sure the slipstream is it's just not potent enough, and into the right-hander at T1, no position switches. Can I just say, I've just posted a photograph of that all of the track maps into our little commentary group chat, and one of them was Spa, which Zach Sweeney was like, it's Spa. I'm like, well, obviously I don't know. I know which one that is. I'm fuming at that response as we ride on board with Zach Robinson trying to find a way into 25th position.
As Francis Norvig, so Norvig has been caught. They swapped positions momentarily down in towards turn 5. So this is the moment of the race that could be quite crucial. But to be honest, I think the podium is gone, unfortunately, for these guys. So this is why it's an important place. Norvig had a good second or so advantage over JC Francis, but now they are pushing their way forward. Skulder did lose his place to Conwright. So he's gone backwards and backwards. So it's now Francis, Veazey and Conwright all getting on the back of Norvig.
Yeah, absolutely. Slips out wide. I was going to say Slipstream could take them to side-by-side to Canada corner. We could have side-by-side before it. Big slide coming in as well from Norvig, and Francis was still looking to the inside, going into the fast kink. Now, out wide they go onto this back stretch. We flick through a couple of left-handers before the short braking zone of Canada corner. We've got that side-by-side between Conwright and Veazey. It's Veazey with the inside run as they head into Canada corner, and the side-by-side remain as they head their way through Thunder Valley and through the left-hander, of course, at Bill Mitchell Bend.
Conwright completes the move. As we get towards the final corner, have a tiny gap to overcome to the Porsche as Francis hanging his tail out at the final corner. So these guys are pushing, but Norvig is holding on for now. Car number 6 in P number 5, working his way up the front stretch. It looks like the front straight isn't quite long enough for an easy move, so you're going to have to do it on the brakes down in towards turn 5. That will be the best opportunity. So hopefully for Francis, he can get the run that he would have wanted through turn 2 here in towards turn number 3 and get on the gas as best that you can. It looks like Comrade is looking fairly racy as well, working his way forward, so don't keep him out of this battle. I think Norvik's going to have a big job here to hold on from all of these cars behind.
Absolutely. It's not going to be an easy run for the next 18 minutes and 30 seconds. And I mean, look, we're going to see a lot of positional changes between this group, and they're showing that you can race around the circuit in these cars, and they're putting on quite a show in doing so. Deep into the braking zone goes Till Norvig, and there comes the move to the inside from JC Francis into the left-hander. That is going to be the move done and complete. One came in against another. JC Francis into the top 5.
This is a lovely battle that is forming. Big send to the inside by Norvig. No, backs out of that one. So Francis getting that move done. Is it going to be over though? As Monchevas there, number 14, getting the meatball, dropping down. There's been a big crash actually. Flag is involved. Deladoni, those are 2 cars we were looking at earlier. They were towards the back end of the top 10. There's been a big crash, 3 cars involved. All 3 of them have the meatball. As we stay on the pictures for now, Francis running out wide, trying to hold on to P5.
Through the first kink they go, and like I say, we are going to get another couple of switches. This is a replay. What we saw in the background just tipped into the barrier. Okie dokie. Awareness from those behind, not ideal.
Absolutely not, as they all focus forward. Maybe not looking either in front of them or at the relative order, which is always a good one to work out if cars are coming up very quickly in front of you. Have a bit of a breakaway. Let's see this once again, though, as we're going to get just the tiniest bit of contact. To be honest, is not the biggest at this point. Bumps him out wide. He's going to cut off his nose once again, and then Bosch. No way to avoid, as you see the contact working the way through turn 7 there.
Now, obviously, they will have assumed by the car blinking ahead of them that they'd returned into pit lane. Alas, it was just lag. A terrifying moment that I'm sure opened the eyes of many in that incident. But alas, we move on from it, and Till Norvig moving his way down the field, unfortunately. JC Francis got through, Jaden Comrade got through, Jack Veazey had got through, and Giancarlo Schooler's not too far behind, realistically, for the potential pass for a move. There is a pass for third, though. TS Beer will go through on Tomasz Gides and up into 3rd position. So on to the podium now for Beer.
That's a bit more like it, that's for sure. Norvig is just going backwards, isn't he? So it's very interesting on these races. You see some people, they qualify and then they just, you know, get a bit lost in the race, and it's not by much. It's just a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, and it really adds up, and that has brought Schooler back into the battle as well. They've completely lost Noel Parrish, Mazzocchi, who we were looking at earlier, and actually Noel has swapped around that battle at some point as well, so some small swaps. Is the top 2. We haven't looked at them much, but Alessandrini, he's being held firm by Sobrachero as well, so it's not over for the race lead, as we're now over halfway, 15 minutes to go. And there is still a battle here.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly so. And a bit of lap traffic as well to deal with. We've got BMW versus Porsche at the front. Alessandrini, Sobrachero. I think it is most certainly a 2-horse race, unless there is any incident between the 2 of them that could bring any of those in behind back into the mix. And to be fair, any of that lap traffic which could cause its fair share of drama. Just 15 minutes left to go in this race. Time is ticking away, and Soblachero's remains close. We've seen that on the timing sheets. The gap has seldom been more than half a second. However, I do wonder if it's not Soblachero sitting there saving fuel. I wonder if it's just because there isn't really the opportunity to try and make that move. There's just nothing really there.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for the best opportunity, and also if Alessandrini's pulling the pace out the front, I mean his last lap was only 3/10 off his fastest, then it's high speed at the front, and therefore it is a little bit more difficult to overtake. That is some traffic though for Alessandrini. Soblachero is going to get the run, and this might be an opportunity to swap over the race lead, but not quite close enough to actually punish him for that, as it's going to be the traffic getting not really getting out of the way nicely. So in the end, it's going to be Solitaire having a bit of an awkward run down to turn 5.
Yeah, Schneider just trying to. I agree with you. I said trying to get out of the way would be pretty kind, but just being there, which is fine. You're all occupying the same racetrack, and I'd hasten to suggest what the blue flag rules would be. Generally, class to class, it is you kind of should get out of the way. It's only in multi-class racing where it is kind of keep doing what you're doing and let them drive around you. In this kind of stuff, it is more of a excuse me, pardon me, I'm coming through. But that's fine. It is what it is. Malte Schneider has dropped down a lap on this group now as we keep our eyes on board with Alvaro Sanchez Solitaire. And again, there is just I'm just not sure where the opportunity really is, and it's just about remaining close. But this circuit is actually pretty difficult to race around in GT4s, GT3s and beyond, because they don't give off that punchy slipstream like what we see in the USFs, in the Formula Vs and the Spec Racer Fords, or even the Clios that we'll be seeing bouncing their way around the Road America circuit in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and they just have more power as well. So if you look at the lap times, they're fairly similar, but these cars have at least double the horsepower that we saw last time, but then they're also double the weight. But at some point, power always wins. When you get down these long straights, they're just able to keep going, keep accelerating for the whole straight, whereas the lower Formula cars, for instance, they just run out of juice very, very early on, as much as the actual wake coming off the car. So it's, yeah, certainly a little bit more difficult. You need a few harder braking zones, and actually, despite the way that this track is, the braking zones often, Lewis, aren't very hard around here. They're quite medium speed corners.
They are. Is it a track that you enjoy? Don't enjoy? What's your vibe on Road America? Of the two roads in the United States, America or Atlanta?
Overall, Atlanta.
All right, fair.
Overall, but I do actually like this. But more so, you know, top class like IMSA, for instance, GTPs overtaking the traffic around here. That would be what I'd like to do.
Yeah, that's true. Again, I actually really do enjoy Road America, apart from one heinous crime it commits. Do you know what it is?
Road America. Oh, because it has turn 2.
Yeah, just any of the corner numbers. None of the corner numbers around here make sense. Me and our junior did really well in the first race, not to talk about it, but the more race I've done, the more it's made my blood boil. Here we go with Zach Smith into the barrier. Wonder if he's got any of those circuit maps that will help him find his way back onto the racing line. I think he'll have to. Imagine he crashes and he turns to his left and like, what corner was I at?
Yeah, right.
B1, as we have, thanks to Vince Cussy, we found out what track it was.
What was
it? In a second, because we need to see this. Oh, he's flipped the wrong way. One bumper goes flying, and then his own. So unfortunately for Smith, he is actually able to get back going. Unfortunately, he's lost quite a few positions. It was the Wellington Street track, you know, the really cold one back
my
from
goodness.
touring car days.
Wow, that is a throwback. Yeah, I would not have got that in a million years. Cracking track. Is that the one that went over like the? No, that's actually it might have been the one that went over the railway tracks. No, it wasn't. That wasn't.
No, that was San Jose.
US. Oh, San Jose. Well, there's a few. Either way, there's some racing going on here. Let's keep our eyes focused on that as we've got a couple of cars going side by side here. This is obviously outside of the top 20. And they still remain. Kevin Xu here for the, it's not outside the top 20, it's inside the top 20. Kevin Xu, of course, in the Nürburgring King car, trying to find that way through. Top 15 now for the Cane.
This is awesome. As Guida's a best swap for P3. I don't think that battle is going to be over inside the final 10 minutes of the race now. But this is a huge battle down for about P15. This is certainly not ideal, as I saw Zachary Smith actually has got the meatball, by the way, after that crash. Zhu goes to the left-hand side, is going to be able to hold on to that one. Falcone on the inside is going to be able to hold off from Abrams. They're going to get back in line just about as they work their way down through turn number 2, although I say that, I don't think this one is over just yet. Falcone on the yellow car. He's going to dive on the inside of Zhu. He was a little bit late, a bit of a day late, dollar short, but he's made it work.
Certainly did. Like I say, couple of side-by-sides remaining in this fight with Zhu, Abrams as well involved in the fight, and they remain side-by-side down the hill. Zhu on the outside. Can he hang on in the braking zone? The push from the Mustang going to the inside, and the move is not going to work. That Mustang's definitely going in a little bit deep just to close off the corner. The Merc coming through as well. Stu dropping back a couple of positions, and the Mercedes going for another move at the top of the hill.
These guys are just about giving themselves room. We go through the kink of turn 7. Stu's going to lose out on that one. Falcone is going to hold on all over the grass in front of them from Abrams, but it looks like he's been able to hold it on, and he gets it back to the racing line for turn number 8. And this is working out nicely for him, making up those couple of positions. Now he leads this battle back. They've got almost 2 seconds up to Jimenez, so not too much more that they can do right now. Just needs to be looking in his mirrors. As the Mustang works his way up towards the kink, it looks like he's going to be settled for now, but you never know when this battle is going to reignite.
Am I right in thinking, though, that Mercedes is not for position in this group? I think that is Victor Perez, is it not? The number 37 car is in 30th position, a lap down. Is it? No.
Well, it's definitely too close for 2 seconds. So I think you might be right. There's definitely some lap traffic out there, but we have had quite a few drivers already go down pit road, everyone from 27th place downwards. That's about 13 cars who've all had issues.
Yeah, either way, we'll come back to that in some time, of course. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Still less than half a second for the battle for the race lead between Alessandrini and, of course, Soblachero. This is the fight for third between Matthias Beer and Tomasz Guides. That Mercedes in the background is not for position. That car is a lap down. You see the lead battle there just in the distance, which is, of course, BMW versus Porsche. This is BMW versus BMW, one purple, one blue. I prefer the purple livery, but I do like me some Oreos.
Absolutely, good old McFlurry is always the best version of that. But any sort of milkshake variant, yes, that is my guilty pleasure at any fast food restaurant chain.
Any of them.
Genuinely,
one in mind, all available.
Yeah, but I mean, literally anyone. There's some chicken shops out there, I tell you, that do some cracking sort of Oreo or similar milkshakes.
That's fine. I do that myself a bit. Just I can't really have any at the moment. It's not doing well. I mean, I'm becoming rounder and rounder as the days go on, and we were talking about heart rates earlier on with a couple of our drivers, where they've been building up their heart rates throughout the race. We've had a couple of heart rate monitors that have given us the information as to what the heart rates have been. Was it Gogo Bowley in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship where we had a heart rate monitor on? And then I obviously brought up the fact of what my highest heart rate ever recorded was, which was 207, which is not great.
207? Were you walking up the stairs? Oh.
No, I was scoffing the Mackies down. No, I was on a road machine, and I pushed it to the limit. I did not feel great afterwards. I think in the middle of a race, it's been like 160, 170.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean,
yeah, right.
You know, good old friend of mine, Mitch Hoyer, used to get up to 180 sometimes, although he's certainly spikes a bit more than other people. But yeah, it can definitely get to that because it's just the adrenaline that's just going through your veins. And if you haven't, I'm sure everyone watching this has done their own bit of sim racing, but if you haven't been in a competitive race, you just won't understand the feeling. It is, it's just like you want to win so much, you want to compete so much, and it's just adrenaline like any sport that you go and play.
Yeah, and the adrenaline's going to be pumping between these two because this is as close as it's been, about a quarter of a second between first and second now, and the gap really tightening up, the slipstream being given to Soblachero. Alessandrini is our race leader into the braking zone at turn 5. A look to the inside from the BMW of Soblachero, and a look and an attempt for the race lead. Out wide goes Alessandrini, kicks up a little bit of the dirt on the exit of 5 as they go under the bridge, up the top of the hill through 6 and then 7. Will hurry down from that short braking zone of turn 8, but I do get the feeling that the Soblachero getting closer is starting to mean business with less than 5 minutes left to go in the race. We are on the third to last lap. Again, I'll drop it again, the ante-penultimate lap of this race, and Alessandrini's dreams of running to the checkered flag without too much pressure on the shoulders, well, that one's definitely gone.
Oh my word, the FOV on that camera is making my eyes go weird. So zoomed in on the back, on the front I should say, of the BMW behind him. Oh no, Hugo, thank you for that one. Hugo Louise on the production, just having a good laugh there. I do like that one. Fair play. Alessandrini leads the way. He's in the #1 machine. He's in the #1 position, but Soblachero is coming. He's had over 30 minutes of pretty calm action out the front, hasn't he, Alessandrini? He's not really had too much to worry about, but that was the first call that Soblachero is coming.
Yeah, and the gap growing to around half a second once more in this final sector. Soblachero, I'm sure, used a bit of tyre temp to really throw the BMW up to the rear end of the Cayman. We'll have to do it again. Penultimate lap of the race starting now. And of course, we've got those fights. We've got fights further down the field as well, as the likes of Falcone, Abrams and Shu all involved in this. A couple of laps, tracking a little bit back markers involved as well. It's all getting a little bit sketchy.
Certainly is. Drivers know the final couple of laps are coming up. Final couple of opportunities. We've seen how difficult it is to pass. So when an opportunity comes, when the door opens in front of you, you have to send it down the inside, and that is when the fun happens. A couple of laps to go. Let's see what is going to happen here. We're trying to see Abrams get on the back of Falcone, almost try to push him up towards the BMW ahead. Falcone on the yellow car on the inside. Abrams thinking about it around the outside. He's going to have to get the up and under down through turn #2, but this is Jimenez. They caught up that couple of seconds gap, and this is the next position.
Yeah, Jimenez is the BMW that's at the front of this. Ignore the fact that it says 37 on the side of it. That is actually the 19. That was what was throwing me off earlier. I was like, wait a second, what? But Ivan Falcone is actually in the 19. You can see on the windscreen it says 37 on the side, because why make it easy? As Michael Abrams is now closing in, using the horsepower of the Mustang to get to the outside, coming down to turn 5. Falcone with the move to the inside though, and will get past Jimenez in the braking zone.
P14 up for grabs for him, but also P15 in the background as Abrams is going to get the run up the inside. Oh, he runs a little bit deep though, and that is not going to be a nice easy move, because we're going to be side by side through turn 7. This is really, really awkward now, but he keeps on the outside. He goes all over the grass like we saw him do about 5 laps ago, and it looks like Jimenez is going to battle on the outside. He's in the white BMW, and he's going to be squeezed off. Oh, that's way too deep from Abrams. I think he was trying to squeeze him off on purpose, but it hasn't worked out, as Francis gets a black flag from 5th position.
And that's a big one. That is a very big one indeed. I'm sure there would have been a 4X or maybe even just yet another off track. They don't have too many to deal with, but that penalty is going to cost them a solid position, as JC Francis will need to return to pit lane or have a much larger penalty when it comes to the checkered flag later on. So I suspect you might see that Cayman pull its way into pit lane onto the right-hand side here as we get ready to begin the final lap of the race. Or maybe they're saying, actually, do you know what? I'm just going to roll with it and say, never mind. Why not? Just see how it unfolds and just take the big pen at the end.
Absolutely, you might as well have the battle on the track, see what happens. He's going to pull to the left-hand side. He's got the penalty looming over him, but he's going to go for it on the outside in towards turn 1. Conright's going to hold that inside line, though, and he's going to be able to keep that position. He runs deep. He doesn't get the best run through turn #2. Veezy's looking strong on the back of this battle as well. He's in that second BMW in the black one with the gold wheels, and in the middle, Francis is holding on.
Exactly. It's some exciting racing around here. JC France, as much as they're going to drop backwards quite a lot at the end of the race, still got to enjoy the fight. Francis will look to the outside on Conright. The BMW going to drop back behind. Doesn't really need to fight this one too much. So the Porsche is going to go on the attack and is going to squeeze as they work their way through 5. The race lead, though, at the bottom of your screen is looking relatively done. It's certainly not done at the top of your screen. Jaden Conright with a look to the inside, pushing his way past JC Francis. Jack Veazey as well, looming large in the background in that BMW.
I love the racing room that these guys are giving them. Conrad giving the space on the outside as Francis holds on. In the background, though, is Norvig. Oh no, up ahead, contact is made. Francis is going to go off the track. Black flag for Norvig as well after a 4X, I'm sure. And that is both of their races done. Small issue from Francis, and he gets his second penalty within a lap.
Exactly. Well, to the front of the field, it's been a brilliant drive from DJ Alessandrini, our most dominant drive of the day. Obviously, Charles Genet, really, fair enough, but you know, he had to work his way up into that position before being afforded the opportunity to run away in the USFs a little bit earlier on in the previous race. But for Alessandrini, it's been picture perfect from the very start all the way to the very end. 35 minutes of excellent driving. A little bit of slipstream for good measure. It's going to be Alessandrini for pole position up towards the line to win here in the GT4s of the SCCA Runoffs. And behind, Sobolachero was keeping pressure on all the way up to the checkered flag, but it just wasn't enough.
And in the background, the battle is going to be looming on for a couple of these drivers up towards the line. It looks like now we're going to see Noel. He's held on for about 10 laps now in this position. Parrish is getting the run. It's not quite going to be enough, I don't think. He's a couple of car lengths back. It's a long run to the line, but as we come across it, it looks like it will be Noel. But there's some penalties up ahead, so they're moving forward. Norvik is dropping down, of course, as we're side by side in the background with Joe.
Absolutely. Let's see what's going to happen with all that. It does seem as though the Nürburgring King is going to lose a position here up towards the line, just at the line. She will indeed drop the single position. So, well, I say drop because he was trying to fight his way through on Michael Abrams, but wasn't quite able to do so. Like I said, some penalties moving around the order as well, but definitely not at the front. Alessandrini 9/10 clear.
And what a race overall that was in terms of the pressure that everyone was putting themselves on. It wasn't quite as side-by-side, wasn't as quite as slipstreamy, but it was more elongated battles over the course of the race. And at the front, it was Alessandrini who was able to hold on to that pressure from start to finish. Sobolachero. So the top four are all in their starting positions, but Bear and Guides, they did swap around a few times. Sobolachero was doing his best to try and get that P1, but in the end, Alessandrini just held on. He didn't get the fastest lap though. That will go, I think, to Sobolachero. Let's see unless there's anyone further down the grid who was able to do a cheeky lap. But overall, his average pace on the track is what was important.
No, we can talk about cheeky drives. Sergei Arkhipov was able to go up 22 positions, started from 40th and went up to 18th. Superb drive. Like we said, there are a few drivers out there that have been putting on quite a show, and we've only got one more race left to go, Cam, in the SCCA Runoffs. So we've had a great day of racing. Really has been exciting. We've had some cracking finishes. I get the feeling the Renault Clios in a few moments' time are going to put on quite the show. Unfortunately, though, with that, we do have to drag our tuner back into the commentary booth. We'll do that in a little bit, though. We'll delay that as long as possible. And we'll take a look at the race results. Alessandrini will take victory by 9/10 of a second ahead of Sobolachero. The two not separated by more than a second across the race. A lot of BMWs behind that in Beer, Guides, Comright, VZ, Schooler and Noel. And Mercedes inside the top 10 in the form of Kevin Parrish, and Mazzocchi inside the top 10.
Indeed, Norvik in the end will be given P11. I think it might be dropping down a little bit more once penalties are applied. Dempsey in P12, Falcone 13th. Abrams, Zhu, their big battle to the line, and it was Abrams who just came out ahead by about 3 hundredths of a second. Then it was Sudenga, then Jimenez, Archibald with that amazing drive up towards P18, Hlisi, and also Bush rounding out the top 20.
We've got Zachary Robinson in 21st position with a few more drivers within a minute of our race lead, being Birkeland, Miller, Chan, of course, and Higgins. Outside of a minute, it was Zach Smith, who we were playing games with trying to figure out what the tracks were. Finally, we have our answer. It was Wellington. Petretti, who we saw have a bit of a crash as well, with Asseline, Perez, and Hernando, the top 30.
And on to basically the final page, the final 10 drivers. There's Francis in the end after his penalty, dropping down to P21. Gamma will be 32nd place. Schneider is the first and the only driver one lap down. Monchevas is in P34. Then Daldoni, he was involved in a big crash with Flag and Akos at some point as well. Then it says Gian, Calvert and Matt Malone, fan favourite, down at the back of the field.
We do have an interview, though, with our race winner, DJ Alessandrini, and DJ joined us here in the comedy booth. What a superb drive. Absolutely perfect through that one. Qualifying went well. Race went perfect. You were able to keep Sobolachero at bay. He did have a couple of looks, though. Were you worried at any moment during that?
Guys, I'm sweating like crazy. I am drenched right now. I'm glad I don't have a webcam, because I would just do myself a disservice, honestly.
And trust me, our broadcast producer, Hugo Luis, would put it on. Maybe not to the betterment of anyone in mankind, but you can understand, at a race like that, 35 minutes, and there wasn't ever more than a second between yourself and Sobolachero. How hard is it to keep that focus?
You know, I'd make a little bit of a little mistake. It would cost me like half a tenth, and then he would be a half a tenth closer. And I'm like, I literally have to cut like mistake-free laps, and then the gap more or less stays the same. and I would see him make a little bit of a mistake, but then my mistake would get rid of it. And guys, that was such an intense race. According to my watch, I burned 700 calories in that race. So, like, iRacing is the new Wegovy. Is that what it's called?
Either way, it's some cardiovascular exercise. Let's go with that. I'm sure your heart rate was through the roof at various points. An excellent drive from you. Barely made a mistake. DJ, thank you so much. Great drive, and what a performance.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There we go. DJ Alessandrini, of course, our race winner here in the GT4s. Cam, we've only got one more race. I'm going to hoof you out of the comedy booth in just a moment's time because it's time for us to get ready for one final race here in the SCCA Runoffs. The Clios are just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Time for one final hurrah in the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs as we turn down the power from the GT4 cars but keep the roofs. It's time for our Clio Cups in a very foggy and muggy sort of a day to run their way around America's National Park of Speed. Our junior Kenki party alongside of Lewis McLeod. As we started the day off, we will finish as well, Lewis. Great to be back alongside you. And I think we should be in for a pretty good race as well. A strong entry list and some great racing already seen so far across of our 5 previous cars and races.
Well, Arjuna already paying one truth and one lie there. We do have a really strong entry list. I'm not sure he's enjoying being back in the comms booth with me, but that's fine. Miguel Freitas, obviously a quality driver behind the wheel, and very excited to see what he's able to do. Matt Malone's back. I don't think it'll be quite the American machine that was appearing in the previous race, of course. We still have Christian Flagg, who's been with us all day. Even when we've been part-timers, Arjuna, there's a few drivers that have done the mileage today around the circuit.
They're working harder than us, I think it's fair to say. Our producer Hugo has put in an awful pun into our chat, so I'm going to read this. And I just want to say that because the viewers shouldn't get angry with me. They should get disappointed with our producer. Christian Flagg has been waving his flag all day long.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No, Hugo.
But you did read it out.
He typed it out.
Yeah, it's all right. Look, listen to the absolute roar of this Renault Clio around this circuit. I believe Hugo just said thank you for reading that out, actually, Arjuna. Freitas then through the Thunder Valley with the thunderous Clio. It feels like a little bit more of a joke, I don't know. I love this car.
It kind of does. I think he's saying thank you, by the way, for me throwing him under the bus.
Absolutely.
So,
that was it.
You really appreciated that one. They will get a chance to complete 2 flying laps here in qualifying, and so as Freitas heads up the hill, 2:29, or is it going to be a 2:30? No, it's going to be in the 2:30s, and he will have sufficient time to set his second lap. Not everybody will, and so the Impulse Racing driver, number 1 on the board, Christian Flagg's going to jump up into 3rd as a couple of cars now put themselves between him and the pole sitter. Not everyone, though, will get a chance to complete second lap, though, sorry, Lewis. And anyone from now on won't get a chance to set 2 flying laps.
Yeah, David Wardy Ward. I want that. Can I do that? Lewis Luli McGlade. Stick that in there. Lewis Luli Lulu. Can I have that as my middle name on iRacing? Is that possible?
Can we get that to be your real name?
Well, no. I'd rather not. It's a lot, isn't it? Either way, Peter McIntyre, as we're seeing slide his way through Bill Mitchell Bend, as I'll quickly change the topic, and through the final quarter. Like I say, this is going to be the one and only lap for some of these drivers further down the field.
And I'm just looking at weather forecast. Unfortunately, there is not a chance of rain. I was really hoping, but instead it's just very high humidity. Not expecting McIntyre to challenge the timesheets. 2:35 for him. Here it does come, Mr. David Wardy Ward. Sorry, it's just... it's definitely not his first account, I'm assuming. Or there was someone else with David Ward, and he put himself as Wardy Ward just to make sure he had a unique account name. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I respect it. Do you think some of these drivers as well, they're like, these drivers, these commentators, they've been talking about random flags. I'm going to be Tuvalu. It's fine. Isn't Tuvalu the one where the .tv web address comes from?
Yeah, very good. I think so indeed.
Yeah, which is obviously one of the most used web addresses on the planet, or like whatever it's called, the end of it. I'm not a coder or anything like that. I don't know what it means, but I know the .tv is one of the most used, and they sell it. So there you go.
RaceSpot.tv.
Exactly.
Look at that. Look at the...
That's it. He's one of us.
Look at that plug. Just in case you wanted to learn more about the team behind the scenes. Up to the final corner. 30 seconds left to go, so Wardy Ward will get a chance to set lap 2. Miguel Freitas is going to actually break the timing beam first, so we'll see if he improves from that 2:31.057. Was already about 3/10 clear of the field. He is 31.079. So within 200ths of a second of his best lap time, Wardy Ward does improve up to third. Does anyone else find themselves in the green?
Yeah, well, we are getting El Harry going up to third position. Rajewski up towards line 14th position. A few drivers making some improvements. De Veros returning and did improve. A few drivers weren't able to set a lap time, but yeah, it's all right.
Very windy day, it would appear as well. Quick rundown of the starting grid for the final of our races in the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. It's Impulse Racing and Miguel Freitas, the Portuguese driver, starts from pole, but Raul Hernando, within 36 thousandths in the closing stages, finds himself on the front row. Mohamed El Hariri alongside of David Wardy Ward on row 2, with Roman Passearch in the Team Hoisingveld machine alongside of Matt Gwillim.
Behind that, we've got Cedric Gibrat from 7th position. Christian Flagg, another drive in this. See what he can do from 8th position. Kevin Anfield, clearly not a fan of Newcastle there, in 9th position with Andy Oakley, John Duncan, and Kadora, the final driver in the top 12.
Patrick Gallick just 1 second off of pole and 13th with John Cook, company on row 7. 15th for Clement Godet with Marcin Rajewski for company on row 8. Behind them, Richard Dempsey rolls from 17th with Pierre de Viveros alongside in 18th position.
We've got Henry Mantle in 19th position, Ralph Aro with Sean Malloy, and of course Matt Malone. He does have another one of these. I wasn't sure he was going to get one on the clear, but that's fine. It's fine. He's got to sort it out. Ellis Spice, another returner, 23rd position, and Peter McIntyre, who we saw across the line earlier.
Yeah, quite a few returning drivers, to be fair. Michael Pratt, Neil Rocks, Howie Burrows, Sarah Spiller, and Jax Richard. Mario from the back of the field will work his way through what should be, I'm assuming, plenty of chaos and carnage.
Clouds.
We've got and clouds as well. We've got a full formation lap, so plenty of time for us to talk about weather conditions and all that we need to focus on. It's a cool day, that is for sure. And the coolest of the track temperatures, I believe, as well. 20 degrees Celsius, the number that I saw in the sim, works out at about 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Look at that window.
Indeed, I think the formation lap is almost about ready to go. You can actually see here, as we were having a little bit of a look, I think that was Michael Pratt, there is one driver who's not taken to the grid. We've got 29 cars in this, so 28 onto the grid that will take the rolling start. Neil Rocks, I believe, will be starting from the pit lane. Not sure Neil Rocks is the appropriate name there. Surely it'll be Neil OK, because it's Neil Rocks. Neil's all right.
Can we get Cam back?
No, I think he's occupied.
No, okay. Well, Judah Kengubadi, Lewis McLeod ready for another 35-minute sprint. You know what, Lewis? I haven't commentated on one of these SCCA runoffs before on iRacing. I've always had a chance to watch from afar and always enjoyed them, but we've seen some great racing, and maybe most importantly, you and I, we commentate on a lot of the endurance special events, right? The VCO Grand Slams, Daytonas, Sebring, Watkins Glen, the Redlines, the Coandas, the biggest names. But here we've got a chance to shine the spotlight on some new names, some new faces, and that's what makes this event so great.
Yeah, obviously we've had the joy of covering things like the Formula Ford Festival as well, and I still maintain this a lot of the endurance races, whilst they are, especially the big ones, they're the ones that you want to do, they're always really special, and there's the other. A lot of them can become, if you're doing them all throughout the year, can become a bit samey. Right, they can all feel pretty similar to each other. A 24-hour race, whether it's at Daytona or Spa or whatever, they can feel it's that same grueling challenge, and that's great. That's exciting. That's what we'd like in sim racing. But sometimes the special events, I like the uniqueness of some of them, the difference from them, like the Formula Ford Festival, like here with the SCCA Runoffs, Chili Bowl, that sort of thing. Like, we do like a few that are a bit different. Even the production car challenge at the end of the year, it's not got the same vibe as a Daytona, but in a really good way.
Yes, and the iRacing special events, of course, crisscross across the disciplines. December we'll see an oval, a dirt oval, and a regular road course event. So 3 different of those disciplines mixed into the action. The Clios at the tail end of the field have plenty of things in front of them, and this is the look on board driver's eye in the heart of the pack, sweeping through the carousel. Run up to turn one's going to be interesting, I think, Lewis, how aggressive they want to be, because we don't often call racing contact racing, but touring cars, well, they definitely end up being a bit more physical than most other forms of racing are traditionally.
Yeah, the GT4s that we've just raced in are very much not really, to be fair, none of the races that we've had today have been not really a contact sport. The GT4s can be a little bit tricky sometimes to race in, to get seriously close, and it's more about, making those mistakes and whatnot. These Clios, they probably won't be quite as much of a pack race as what we had in the USFs and so, but I do expect it will be a bit of a pack race. And the important thing with this car, as you quite rightly say, you can lean on each other a little bit. If you know what you're doing, I'm not saying it's not about punting people off or anything like that. That's not touring car racing, but a little bit of leaning on each other through the opening corner. I'm well versed in my touring car racing. It's where the entertainment is, right?
It happens. That's what you're pointing out. The reality is we end up seeing a bit of contact, a bit of argy-bargy, as some would argue. A friend of ours, Jaroslav Honziks, had a chance to go and do some Clio Cup racing. I had a chance to chat with him at Sim Racing Expo about what crash damage bills can sometimes be like, because that is a reality. Here we go, they're ready to run the final of our 6 races for the iRacing's 2025 SCCA Runoffs, and a great launch from Miguel Freitas. Wasn't much that split him from second in qualifying, but he's instantly left everyone behind to fight on that run up to turn number 1. It's wheel to wheel, door to door, 3 wide, just about now tucking back into line. Sweep that momentum around the outside. Raul Hernando will hold on to that second spot, but it did take a bit of fighting, and now down to turn 3. It's 3 wide for 8th position, but everyone else single file in front of them.
Yeah, indeed, a perfect launch for Miguel Freitas. Just caught the field napping, went at exactly the right time. Hernando keeping El Harari at bay for second position, and our guy Wardy Ward.TV is able to hang on to 4th at present, giving a little bit of bump drafting as well. There's a couple of drivers giving each other the push. Christian Flagg's not made any major progress from the middle of the top 10 there. Still has Kadura and Anfield right behind them, as they are still single file ahead, but like I said, there's still a lot of side-by-side in this train.
Yeah, no, and they are starting to cost each other some time here. Let's see if they eventually are going to start to settle things down. Everyone inside of the top 7 is where they started for the time being, I should know. Wheel to wheel off through the hurry downs. I see a couple of drivers queuing up their voice chats. A lunge to the inside. Very, very aggressive from the red and white number 15, Samir Kadura, able to make it work though, and now alongside of Kevin Anfield as they sweep out through the carousel. The longer distance in this front-wheel drive car was never going to work, and tuck back into line.
Exactly, but then you can pick up the slipstream all the way on this run down towards Canada Corner. Interestingly, 3/4 of a second for Freitas over Hernando. That's kind of what it's been like basically from the run out of T1. It's not really changed so much, but it's interesting that Hernando's not been able to close that gap down really at all. We'll see what the start and finish straight beckons when it comes to that top group, as to whether it is going to have any closing down. It does seem as though at minimum it's going to be a 2-horse race in front, because El Hariri is not able to keep up. We've got some moves further back as Flag is able to keep Anfield at bay, who was looking for the move coming down into Canada Corner, and there was a car off the road.
That, I believe, is Sarah Spiller. Also off the road, though, has been Henry Mantle, Clement Godet, so all sorts of things happening as we close the end of lap number 1. About 2.5 minutes complete in this race, and already a couple of defensive lines as they crest up over the top of the hill and continue to climb on the run up to turn number 1. This is all outside of the top 10. John Duncan alongside of John Cook on that run up to the brake zone.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a little bit stringing out for some of those cars, but certainly not in this pack where it remains side by side basically constantly. But this is what you kind of want, right? You go racing in some Clio, you don't want it to separate out constantly. You want it to be nice and close, nice and tight. It's what these are so good for at a junior level when you're starting out here on iRacing. This is one of the first cars you'll really come across, and that is for good reason. It races really well. You can be really close to each other. You can lean on each other a little bit, but you learn that kind of base racecraft. And then if you're a top level iRace driver, you still get a lot of fun out of this car because you kind of really throw it around.
There is an element to touring car racing that is underappreciated, I think, by many. Take IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, for example, the GT4 cars versus the TCRs. Now, one of them is a lot closer to a road car than the other, and it's the GT4, which oftentimes is 60 to 80% road car. A touring car, purpose-built TCR, is a proper racing machine, and so always interesting to kind of understand the mindset that a casual fan maybe looks at the fact that it's not so, I don't know, it doesn't look as mean and menacing potentially as a Audi R8 potentially, I don't know, and somehow associates touring car racing with being less for some reason. Miguel Freitas and Raul Hernando, by the way, pretty much matching each other at the front of the field for the time being. They aren't that far away though from the chasing train behind, who are starting to swap positions. Dave Wardy Ward is now down to 5th spot, the first now swap inside of the top 7.
Yeah, it was Pershka who was able to get through, I think, down into T1 on the previous lap, certainly around that T1, T3 kind of area. And like you say, if they can remain relatively single file, maybe do a little bit of bump drafting between them, which you can most certainly do in this car, if you're close enough, they can maybe catch these top 2. But Freitas and Hernando are at a dangerous point where they might be able to pull away from those groups in behind. Al Hariri, Pershka, Wardy Ward, Willem, Sibrat as well, Oakley. I think there's a bit of a gap back to Christian Flagger, obviously has Anfield directly behind. We're seeing now, this is the battle for 9th position, with Anfield looking to move to down the inside of T1, but not able to do it.
Long laps, that's for sure. Maybe a bit of a breakaway starting to build. Hernando, we did see a lap ago down into turn 5, was close enough, but didn't really force the issue. No one further behind, forcing it too much either. This has also been the cleanest start to a race so far, I want to say. We saw Neil Rock start in pit lane. He's now up to 26th position, and only one driver has taken a trip to pit lane for their fast repair. Everyone else is still out there and running. That's showing not much of the battle scars. The Austrian tucked up behind 3rd, and now that gap 1.3 seconds up to the top 2.
Exactly, it's kind of sitting at an uncomfortable position for the rest of the field where, for these drivers that are in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, they're going to be thinking, I've got to find my way through at some point in the near future, otherwise the gap for the race lead is effectively gone.
Well, welcome back to those watching on the iRacing Twitch and iRacing Facebook channels. The FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship, 2 more electric races across the world, both at Laguna Seca and the Fuji Speedway. We are back with the final of the races with the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs Clio Cup action. And our pole sitter at the front still controlling with just about 7 minutes complete as you join us once again. It's Miguel Freitas from Raul Hernando. Gap opening up to the rest of the chasing pack behind. Our junior Hanky Party alongside of Lewis McLean. And Lewis, it's a busy time in the world of iRacing esports. We've seen the majority of a fantastic British Formula 4 Esports Championship as well. And even as we head into the close of the year, it's not done by any means. World of Outlaws Pro Series action kicking off last Monday as it's kicking off behind, and there's some bodywork on the track.
Yeah, Matt Malone, who was off there. Could definitely see the stars and stripes in that car. But you're absolutely right. British Formula 4 Esports has just a single week left to go. We'll be racing in Brands Hatch, of course, on Wednesday next week to see who's going to be out on top. 19 points separates the top 2. That was how Malone got sent off into the barrier. Absolutely gone goes Malone's Clio. But like I say, there's great racing, Indy Next and such, plenty of esports. I don't want to know what's happened, by the way, in the global FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship. I'll be watching that a little bit later on.
Oh yes, I definitely was not watching that while
You were watching it. I know you were.
While you were commentating on the last race. Definitely not watching it. Christian Flag, who's gone from flag to flag, 6 races, and you forgive me, Lewis. How did he do in that last race?
I actually don't remember. I don't know who I am.
Well, he was, at least before that, on course for 4 consecutive top 6s. So if he made it 5 in a row, doesn't look like he'll make it 6 in a row here. But I think he can be pretty proud of the day so far. The fight, though, just in front of him is starting to heat up. Kevin Anfield has lost the queue in front of him. Kadura slides into the line, Cook, Duncan, and then the rest piling in.
Indeed, unfortunately, my memory kind of stops every 5 minutes, and I completely forget who I am and what I've been commentating on. But I do know it's the SCCA Runoffs, so at least there is that. Yeah, I mean, look, it's actually been a really good day for Flag. There's It's a Me Mario off the road going down into T5, and Jacques Richard will bring it back onto the racing line, bringing all of that gravel back on as well. Just that feels technical.
First technical thing that we've seen today. It's our equivalent of the engine going boom or a gearbox going up in smoke sometimes, is when you have those unfortunate mechanical technical issues. John Cook slips up the inside of Samir Kadura, who got a terrible run off the exit of the carousel. Loses out to John Duncan as well. Don't think he'll lose another spot in the line, but you can just see how much momentum and speed he's lost as they get onto the brakes at the end of the into the entry of Canada Corner.
Yeah, it's a tricky one there into Canada Corner. It's good for overtaking if you're brave. Bill Mitchell-Benn, not normally one where we see the overtakes come in, as Kadura was looking down the inside and does indeed what gets around the outside there, and now the inside at 14 as well. We're seeing John Duncan getting a little bit complacent behind John Cook, and Kadura went, all right, here we go, here's the opportunity. And this battle pack is really kicking off for the final spot inside the top 10 with 25 minutes still left to go. There is loads of time left to go in this race. Now back on board with Christian Flag, who you're absolutely right, is definitely not going to finish right. As fair, it's unlikely a top 10, but still a solid result. Bit of contact there, and a couple of Clios going for a big slide at T1.
But the advantage of turn 1 is you got the gravel trap on the outside, slows your momentum slightly in these cars. Does look like a slowdown penalty there for 1. Maybe John Duncan giving up a bit of ground. And we're back out of turn 3, which I'm amazed, Lewis. We are in the 6th and final race of the day. And I don't think we've complained once about the fact that turn 3 is not actually turn 3.
I've lightly mentioned it.
Okay,
I lightly mentioned it in the first race, and I've lightly mentioned it. I kind of more aggressively mentioned it in the previous race with Cam, because I said it was a heinous crime.
It is.
I maintain it is. I actually really enjoy this circuit. I really like the flow. I really like the raceability. I cannot accept the corner numbers, because the first corner is absolutely fine. I'm glad they haven't messed that one up. Everything after that point is wrong.
Yes. No, because turn 2 is not turn 2.
And if that's wrong, then everything else is wrong.
Turn 4 is not turn 4. Turn 9 and 10 should be combined into 1, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Carousel should just be one corner.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
But it's so turn 2. For anyone that doesn't know, go and look at track map. So you've started me off now. Go and look at track map of Road America, right? And you go through turn 1, you go down the hill, and we'll see a couple of cars having some big moments here as Sean Malloy. That's a great save. Obviously, front-wheel drive just slammed the throttle down and hoped for the best, and it did indeed work. And we got the battle for the race lead, so I'm going to get through this really quickly. You go down the hill, and then the right hand that you meet is apparently turn 3 because there's a slight kink before it. Fair enough, whatever. You want to start counting all the kinks around here when we're going to hit like 100 corners.
Well, it's worse than that, actually.
You go down the stretch afterwards, and you go to the right and then back to the left, and then you come across turn 5, which means they only count one of the kinks, but there's 2 on that stretch.
Well, the really bad part, actually, Lewis, is it's based on Marshall posts. So it's not actually a corner number. It's a Marshall post number. Anyway, we are finally starting to battle for the race lead. Just over 10 minutes complete. And I don't know if Miguel Freitas is going to fight this one too hard, because every defensive move he makes brings those cars behind a little bit closer. It's the first time today, new race leader, Raul Hernando, but only for a moment, because cut back underneath and down the hill, in towards that braking zone of turn 3, nose in front for the impulse machine, and that will allow him to just open the steering, escort Hernando out wide, and then here comes the rest. El Hariri's already passed. Here comes the Austrian and that Team Hoisting Belt machine too, and they're giving each other a bit of a push and a shove. Outside line on the run to turn 5 for Hariri, who will have a chance to sweep to the race lead.
Again, great battling, but it has opened the door for all those behind to close their way in, and that's how the likes of Hariri and Pershka were able to find their way through. Hariri looking to the outside for the race lead as they work their way through 5. Pershka and Hernando doing battle as they come up and under the bridge into 6, and Hernando with the outside line surely going to lose out here. It does seem as though that Hoistingfeld livery is going to work its way into 3rd. You know my opinion on the Hoistingfeld livery, I think it's one of the best in sim racing, and so I'm happy to see it involved in this battle.
Yeah, great to see. Not often that we get to see them much nowadays, if we're being completely honest. Such a staple of the past in iRacing special events and whatnot, but great to see them once more. Comments in chat, by the way, say this is a familiar top 3, so maybe not a surprise to see some of the veterans in this car showing their expertise, and in particular 1, 2, 3, 4 now running in their iRating order as well. A couple of spots gained from where they qualified for the number 3, as in the tow. Is he going to look to force the issue here? I feel as though give him a bit of a shove, close that gap to Freitas, exactly what ends up happening.
Tiny bump from Pershka there, just to try and push El Hariri up to the rear end of Freitas ever so slightly, and those tiny little bumps, those tiny little pushes, they can make a fair difference and add up around lap. The only problem that you've got, right, when you bump the rear end of someone's car and you push them forward, obviously they're going to go faster, which is fine, but that actually increases the likelihood of them making a mistake in that braking zone, where they're going a little faster than they expect. Obviously, these drivers are all far better than that, but you know what I mean. I'm just saying about my mistakes in sim racing at this point. But either way, we've got a cracking battle for the race lead, and Wardy Ward's not exactly out of it, nor is Mac Willamette either. So he should have some decent battling. Hernando looks down the inside of Pershka at T1. Now, if they battle too hard, they are going to lose a whole bunch of time.
Well, I don't think you're incorrect when you talk about mistakes, because I do feel as though front-wheel drive car, sometimes it can be difficult to remain uber consistent, especially with the load that you put through the front tires. If you slightly over scrub them, especially here on iRacing, that can really compromise you and cost you some ground. And so that balance of pushing versus just sitting back slightly and nursing the rubber underneath you till the closing stages, that might be the crucial difference. We ride on board though. Hernando with a whole head of momentum down the hill, and he tries to carry that forward. Can't quite open up the exit, has to leave some room, and so power back down for the Team Hoisting Belt number 3. Pops the nose in front, cuts under the bridge, sweep out through turn 6, and now side by side once again in towards the hurry down.
Yeah, this is going to lose him a whole lot of time though. That's the problem. Pershka and Hernando going side by side. Advantage Pershka, not really, not yet. You can see with the onboard here of Wardy Ward on the bottom of your screen, that side by side takes them all the way into, well, basically down towards the carousel as they work their way through 8 and then into the carousel at 9 and 10. And that has lost them nearly a second over that top group. Look, these Clios look easy to drive, and they are relatively easy to drive, but they have their oddities. They have the weirdness that makes front-wheel drives, I still maintain, actually quite difficult to drive. What I still maintain, I think if you are new to sim racing, I think you shouldn't turn your nose up at driving front-wheel drives, because I think they do teach you a fair amount about racing in general, and even just driving, where there are some things that you can use front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, that you kind of don't really know until you've driven a front-wheel drive, if that makes sense.
Yes, but I maintain...
Don't rear-wheel drive me. Don't do it.
I maintain rear-wheel drive superiority.
Okay. But
you're not there.
But a good friend of mine, here we go, get a name drop, Eric Strana, head of esports at the Fédération Internationale de Automobile. I don't know if you've heard of it. He's well versed in the world of sim racing, and he once told Robert Wiesenmuller, who's a very experienced sim racer himself as well, that it is easier getting out of oversteer in a rear-wheel drive than it is getting out of understeer in a front-wheel drive. And I agree. So for that reason alone, rear-wheel drive's still better.
Sounds like he needs to be driving cars that are set up better. I will say it's interesting. We'll get back to that slightly later on. As wheel to wheel, bottom of your screen, Sean Malloy, after what was a great save, has got some fighting just in front of him. So got to be somewhat careful here. Pick your lane wisely, as Kadura just holds on for the time being. Can't quite get in the middle. Not a hole there. He's getting checked up here. There's no question about it, as Gallic in the 21 tries, over tries. Rear end steps out, but very easy to save that front wheel drive. Stomps on power, holds it through. But when you talk to some of the TCR drivers, Lewis, in the Pilot Challenge, what they really say is, you know, sometimes we wish that we didn't have to get caught behind some of those slow GT4 drivers, because then we'd really get to unleash our cars and show just how quick they would be.
Yeah, the TCR cars are actually rapid, almost to the point where I'm looking at them being like, are they a little bit too quick for touring cars? They are rapid. They are, and then also they are actually quite hard to drive. Well, I thought they were, and then I drove the Elantra, and I was like, wait, this car's banter. I do like the Elantra. Now I'm thinking about it.
You mean the car that's kind of dominated the world?
Yeah.
Of touring car? Easy to drive?
Oh, no. I used to drive the RS3 quite a lot, right? And then it was Red Lantern. I was the only one driving it. And I was like, sorry, Red Lantern. I was the only one really driving an RS3. And I thought, fine, do you know what? I'm going to give the Elantra a go. And I did one lap and I was like, oh, mate, this car's amazing. It's so good. It's just really smooth and easy to drive. You can obviously get the pace out of the RS3 or the Veloster or the Civic if you're good enough. But that's the part that I struggle with.
Right, the consistency to eke it out. And, you know, I love looking at the touring cars as well. This is specific to TCR more than Clio Cup, but they're just so intricate when you get to see the nuts and bolts, itty-gritty of what makes them quick. I know we don't have it on iRacing, but that Cupra, oh, it's me.
Yep.
It's so engineering-wise cool as well. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
I was going to say, we're going to start suggesting cars need to get into iRacing, because that new Genesis GT3 car they were showing off or whatever, I'm like, go on.
No, Valkyrie first, please.
But yeah, Valkyrie first. Touche.
Michael Pratt alongside of that very quad-end looking car as it sweeps out through into the final corner. That's Henry Mantle in 23rd position now. You can just see how much the momentum meant there as well, because that bright yellow machine got a great run out of Bill Mitchell Bend and opened up a couple of car links pretty quickly.
I'm just seeing a lot of the nations today, and I'm like, I'm not sure you're actually from Tokelau. I'm not going to lie. I don't think you are. I think, yeah, we've had a lot of that today, where there's a lot of drivers that just from random countries, like Team Blue or obviously Antarctica. Yeah, there's been a couple of Antarcticans today. I think that Bhutan earlier. There's some very weird ones, which is don't get me wrong, if you are actually racing there, excellent to see. Love that sim racing's a global thing and all that, but a bit wild as we've got some side-by-side here between Christian Flagg and John Cook. Up into the top 10 goes Christian Flagg.
Nicely executed in his 6th race of the day. 6 top 10s wouldn't be bad as well. Someone in chat, by the way, Lewis points out, there is a new TCR coming, mentioned in the most recent dev update. Not named yet, but it is real. Does that mean we're allowed to speculate on what it could be? Cupra.
Potentially. Didn't they do? There's a couple. Was there a Subaru one? There was a Ford TCR.
Well, I'm trying to think of ones that are in the Pilot Challenge. Ooh, John Duncan slams the door shut on this fight for 12.
Yeah, no, the Ford one I think only raced in Australia.
Yeah,
it looked good.
So we're not getting
Oh, definitely not. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist.
I say
anymore.
that, speaking of dev update, the first thing mentioned in there was one of the new tracks coming to iRacing in December's build, the Adelaide Street Circuit. So you know what? Never say never. As Christian Flagg holds off John Cook. John Duncan holds on to that spot as well as they sweep out through Canada Corner. What else was mentioned in that dev update? Miami International Autodrome debuts in December. 5 configurations of that track, including the full Grand Prix layout.
And the one I'll be commentating on next year.
Oh yeah, Formula E's heading there.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Will be fun. And very interesting. Miami's one of those circuits where I was like, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And I drove it, I was like, give me back up. It's not bad. It's pretty bad, but it's not great. It's not as bad as everyone kind of says it is. You drive it, you're like, it's all right.
John Cook continues to give the bumper to Christian Flag as Cedric Gibrat jumps in front of Matt Gwilym for 6th position. Other things, iRacing announced a new dirt track. The Lucas Oil Speedway is going to get another configuration, I believe, if I understood it correctly. Bathurst as well is going to get an art update. That's going to be pretty cool.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's your favorite track in the world, isn't it?
It is indeed, number 1.
What's
Not
number
ashamed to admit it.
As Gwilym cuts back low.
Number 2 is Nordschleifer. Gwilym going for the move though, up and under on Andy Oakley. And but a squeezing between the two, and they're able to keep going in the order they were in, and yeah, that's fine. But yes, it's Bathurst, then Nordschleifer.
Going through the rest of the things announced, the new cars. The new Porsche Cup car will debut in December. So that will be quite interesting, especially since ABS is going to be turning itself on across of all configurations, while iRacing has said that they will turn on traction control as well. So driver aids to help you out, and we'll see how that all unfolds. Cross car, there is also going to be, as off the track goes one. That's the type of stuff that a cross car would be more familiar with for Samir Kadura. So we'll get something that I'm not sure if you saw any of the videos, Lewis, but Mr. GoPro Lopez himself, Pablo, used to own a cross car. Did some great racing videos about what it's like to compete and throw one around.
Oh, that sounds good to me. No, I'm all about things like that. And then obviously, look, I just want to just casually drive some bits. I'm looking forward to iRacing Arcade, mate, as well.
Oh yes, December 2nd. If anyone at iRacing's listening, yes,
I know what you're going to say as well.
Picking up what I'm putting down. I very much appreciate a chance to try out iRacing Arcade. But don't forget, iRacing Black Friday. Scan that QR code, 25% off. Not just renewals, but resubscriptions as well. If you're coming back from some time away, 50% off all new memberships. Never been a better time to jump into iRacing. And I think I'm due to lock myself up for 2 more years as well. So I should get on that before December 2nd, which coincidentally is also the release date of iRacing Arcade.
Yep, absolutely. And I will be playing some of that. I did try the demo. I enjoyed it quite a lot, actually. More so than I thought. But either way, Christian Flag still trying to battle to get inside the top 10. Alas, the fight between himself and John Cook has been going on for quite a while. In fact, probably 26 of the last minutes this battle's been basically going on for. John Duncan as well involved in that, but maybe slightly further off. But I get the feeling, obviously, as they've fought, they've kind of dragged back in to the group behind, including Rich Dempsey and De Ferreros as well. So they're not certainly out of the woods yet.
No, and up front, by the way, it's all just holding station, as we are seeing even through some of these other battles. I wonder if tyres are also starting to give up the ghost in the final 8 minutes of the race. It is, yeah, I guess it is cool conditions though. I was just going back to check the weather. 20 degrees Celsius to start off, if I remember correctly. It's up to 22 now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously them being front-wheel drives, they really do lean on the fronts quite a lot. The rears would be fine to basically just keep going all day. The fronts, however, less so. Now, on these Clios, they will be, generally speaking, fine to just keep going for a fair amount longer than this race distance and then some. But here comes the move to the inside from El Hariri, and there was the cut across coming in from Miguel Freitas on Raul Hernando. He didn't really have anywhere that he could go going through Canada corner. We've got 4 cars separated by under a second. And like I say, I think as they've been overheating those tyres, it's getting closer and closer.
I think Hernando's got a slowdown through that one as well. Yeah. We cut back to Christian Flag on the inside of John Cook, but yeah, keep an eye out. Now Hernando might drop out of contention. He's got to work hard to close back up in these final 7 and a bit minutes. They come under the bridge, they cross the line. And so with lap times hovering at 2 minutes and 30-ish seconds, I make it 3 laps left to go. And so finally, a bit of urgency from Miguel Freitas as he pops to the outside, which is definitely not the preferred place to be. He's not going to try the cutback here. What he's really trying to do is set himself up through turn 3 to get a great exit. Already alongside on the plunge down the hill, though, we sit on board with Team Heisenfeld's number 3 in a great spot to be our camera car. Has a bit of hip and shoulder. Oh, Impulse Racing's Freitas shoves himself into the lead and now tries to hold on to the run to turn 5.
Yeah, Pershka wants to be more than just the camera car. The problem is that El Hariri and Freitas, they're basically bump drafting, which means that Pershka is going to struggle to really get fully involved in that fight as they work down into turn 5. Freitas has the race lead. Pershka's going to the outside. There's a clear run on the brakes to get to the outside. Straight around at 5. The Heisenfeld car's going to go. Clips over a little bit of the gravel as well. A look to the inside coming in from El Hariri. This is going to end in tears.
No! Oh, and gets tagged around. Freitas for a moment had hung on, but he'll drop down behind David Wardy Ward. Here's another look at Flag and company sweeping out through turn 5, but Hernando looking on the offense straight up the inside at turn number 8. He will not overcommit surely. Has he gone too deep? He'll hold the inside as they switch out through the carousel. Big advantage for these two though, with 5 and a bit minutes left to go.
Yeah, and Freitas even dropped behind Gibrat as well, so into 6th position for the number 1 car. That was a costly bit of contact as well. It's kind of a tricky one to say. We'll see it once more from up here. They kind of get locked with each other a little bit. Freitas maybe moved a bit left, but you know, such small jinks can really cause the big drama on these cars that have so little weight on the rear end. As Freitas confident enough to send it back on Gibrat going through the kink.
Up towards Canada corner, running out of opportunities. These drivers costing each other potentially a podium opportunity if they work together and those up front come together. We've also got to wonder how close are they to the incident limit, because we did see a couple of drivers in that last race in particular get black flags towards the end, if I remember correctly. And it's been a physical one for some of these drivers, Lewis, with now just 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be, I'm sure it's going to be even more of a physical one all the way to the checkered flag, and I would not rule out Roman Pershka from being a part of this victory battle where Raul Hernando and Mohamed El Hariri are fighting over the race lead at the moment. You can see this one ending in not so great of a way, because it's it's tough racing around here, and I get the feeling that we're certainly not done yet.
No. Freitas has gone out wide through turn 1. I think he's just pushing to close a 3-second deficit in the time remaining. That is never going to happen, though, I feel, as much as he now leads that queue. So the pole sitter is not going to finish any higher than 5th, I have to assume. It's enough of a gap between these top 3 that it's going to take another couple of corners, if not a full lap, to compress them up and potentially see another lap, another fight rather, could come down to the final lap here.
Certainly could. I think it will. I think it almost certainly will. Christian Flag going for a move on John J.C. Cook once more, and there is the move at the bottom of your screen. It's Christian Flag that we're looking at here, who I did go back and look, by the way, retired from the previous race, unfortunately. But still could get you know 5 top 10s from 5 of the 6 races. It's not bad.
That's not bad at all. And given that I don't think we've ended up seeing Giancarlo Schooler in more than 4 of the races, he is our Mr. Endurance, Mr. Ironman.
Big time.
Is Christian Flag today. I hope he's had a chance to run and use the bathroom between a couple of these races. There's enough time, but sometimes maybe you stress yourselves out. For top of your screen, a bit of contact there is not the best for Howie Burrows, as awkward with, I think that's Michael Pratt. Here comes Clement Godet to sweep up the inside. This is all the way back in 23rd position and continuing to drive off the track. A little bit clumsy, you'd have to say.
Indeed, as we've got the French livery here, and trying to hold on. I mean, it's very appropriate with it being a Renault Clio, isn't it? Doing battle, and I say a couple of chops and weaves and darts and ducks between the group, but I've got to say, in front of the field, there is absolutely none of that happening now. Raul Hernando, 1.3 seconds clear at the front. Absolutely wild.
It's a impressive showing to pull that advantage onto the final lap of this 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. The first 3 races, the gap between the race leaders coming to the line totaled a 1/10.5. In the last 3 races, we've seen a bit more of a buffer established, a bit more dominance from our eventual race winners. Behind Miguel Freitas, there's a couple of drivers out in the grass. It's not quite slowed their momentum down. Cedric Gibrat's got Matt Gwilym up the inside and charging his way through, but you can roll that speed the long way around and now power down on the back straightaway, charge to turn 5.
Andy Oakley is also there, ready to pounce whenever there's an opportunity open. Those behind are far too far arrears to really play any part in this battle, and so we'll see them all fight amongst themselves here for the midpoints of the top 10. I say Cedric Gibrat, we've got Matt Gwilym, and we've got Andy Oakley down the inside of Gwilym, and that move might work out in favour of Oakley by the time they reach the top of the hill and flick it through the left-hander going into turn 6.
Road America, a good choice, I think, even though we're in lower powered cars for a big track. It just presents so many passing opportunities, Lewis, and so next year we'll be back here, you'd assume, as well, much like the SCCA Runoffs is in the real world. We might see fights like this for second all the way to the end.
Big time. Love using a track like this. Sometimes with the low power cars use a big track and it makes it incredibly exciting. I think Road America's a cracking choice. We've got such great race ability around here, so for the SCCA Runoffs next year, I mean, surely just leave it here, just until the end of time. But why not? It's so exciting and thrilling, but for the race lead, it's no longer exciting nor thrilling, because Raul Hernando said, right, okay, now's my time to check out. Good day, sir. Mohamed Al-Harari is the one keeping his eye on his rearview mirror to Roman Pershka. He's only got a few corners left to go to try and steal away second place. And
Lewis, the gap in that last race was under a second, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we've had 6 races. 3 of the races, the gap being under a 1/10 of a second. 1 race, under a second. And then 2 races where our leaders have been able to stretch their legs. Hernando did it in the closing stages. Yes, he started on the front row, but his life was anything but easy. The final race winner in the 2025 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, conquering the Clio Cup, it's Raul Hernando.
Great drive from Hernando. Picked to the pieces when El Hariri and Freitas made contact, came through and basically didn't look back from that point with a couple of laps left to go. Flag will have a drag race up towards the line, but will take 10th position, so I think it is 5 top 10s from 6 races, which, by the way, is pretty mental, and like I say, definitely the endurance figure of this 6-hour event.
It was proper endurance for some, wasn't it? That is for sure. And looking forward to doing this once again. If I remember correctly, this is the 3rd year in a row that we've held this iRacing SCCA Runoffs, so a slowly growing fixture on our iRacing special event calendar. Will there be a drag race to the line? Michael Pratt's dug his wheels into the grass, and it really slows your momentum nowadays. He's just got a couple of 100 yards left to go, and even in the draft, I think Howie Burrows has run out of ground. Oh, Pratt will hold on to 23rd, but a couple more moments in the grass, in the gravel, it could have been different.
Absolutely. Honestly, really enjoyed the racing here in the Clios, and of course across the entire event. I think we've had some absolute crackers in the SCCA Runoffs. Always exciting racing, always door to door. Thrilling pressure in the GT4 race. A lot of drag races up towards the line, and like I say, pieces being picked up here from our race winner.
Here's a look at the race results. A 1.5 second margin. It's not quite 10 seconds like we saw. Second, just in front of Roman Pashurk, with David Wardy Ward in front of Miguel Freitas, who will be a bit frustrated to drop down to 5th. Cedric Gibrat in front of Andy Oakley, with Matt Gwilym, Kevin Anfield and Christian Flagg. 5 top 10s, not bad on the day.
Was able to keep John Duncan at bay, John Cook as well. We've got Pierre Olivier de Veros, who finished in 13th position. Richard Dempsey, we did see a couple of times out throughout the day. Ralph Iro in 15th position with Kadura. Neil Rocks, who came from the pit lane up to 17th, pretty solid drive. Sean Malloy, of course, Peter McIntyre and Patrick Gaelic, the top 20.
There's a handful more drivers: Ellis Spice, Clement Godet, Michael Pratt, Howie Burrows, Jack Richard, Marcin Jeffsky, Matt Malone, and then Sarah Spiller all on the lead lap, while Henrik Mansell 3 laps adrift. Well, let's quickly grab a chat with one of the drivers. Lewis is standing by with Team Hoising-Velt's own.
Yeah, Roman Pershka, who's in the comedy booth with us. Solid drive in all of that, but only able to come through into third. Tricky to race around here in these cars. It seemed like it was quite a feisty pack in that top group.
Yeah, man, it was fun. Good, a bit messy.
Is that what you kind of expecting coming into these races around here?
Yeah. A lot of draft happening, so really hard to get away in the front, and basically everyone is waiting behind, waiting for his moment to pounce. Unfortunately, when I tried, I all of a sudden had a Miguel in front of my car. And after this, unfortunately, a bit of damage, and it cost me like 2 or 3 kph on the straights. So from that incident on, I didn't expect anymore that I could win this.
It is sometimes a little bit difficult to have that when you're involved in those little instances somewhere in the middle of the race, especially when it's a 35-minute race in a car like this, which isn't necessarily the typical race length for a car like this. What's that like, racing for these cars, which are typically more in like 15-minute races over a 35-minute period?
You feel the tires are leaving the car. The fronts are getting completely destroyed. You need to really manage a lot the front tires the whole stint long. And basically, in the end, you try to keep the tires on, and then last 2 laps, you try to use what you gathered over the whole race.
Well, Roman, it's been a great drive to third place and a great day here in the SCCA Runoffs. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for putting on a good display and a very pretty car, by the way. I do like myself a bit of the Hoising livery.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Roman.
Always great to get that chat, and a great way to wrap up our coverage, I think, Lewis, on a positive note as well, and getting to hear that insight. Still have 3 more special events, and 3 very different special events as well: the Winter Derby, the Chili Bowl, and the Production Car Challenge. However, it's not long before we roll the calendar back over to January into 2026, and we make our way to Daytona and start all over again.
It's an exciting. It's been an exciting year of racing, as the previous have been, and it's going to be an exciting one next year as well. Obviously, we've got to keep our eyes focused on the next 3 races, but I can tell you, for those drives in Daytona in January, the preparation will already have started for the teams. The focus has already been started for that. I'm sure we're going to have a very big silly season over the winter as well. A lot of drivers moving around. I think it's going to be very exciting.
Well, don't forget IMSA Esports Global Championship tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Eastern here on the iRacing Esports Network. But for our team at RaceSpot, Hugo Luis on a monster duty, a monster stint on production. Cam Roger, the Gluten Dodger, Dara Thacker, Lewis McLean, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, signing off from the RaceSpotTV commentary booth as we edge closer to the end of 2025 and the end of our special events.